Hello. I am going to be doing something we should all. I'm going to be taking part in some history, some real history. None of that historical revisionism. I mean, it is a game, so it's obviously somewhat historical revisionism. But what? I'm going to play through my speakers. One sec, I gotta get this figured out. Capture a specific window. There's so many windows open, it's crazy. There we go. Do I want to be on this side? Whatever, I'll be on this side for now. Maybe I should restart it. I did not mean to do all the credits. And I have played this game before, so before you say anything. Okay, great. I'm quitting. I'm restarting my game. So I can hear it. Oh my goodness. So I can hear it through my headset. So let's do the right thing. See, look. Complete it on virgin mode. This isn't really about beating it. I did regular. Fuck it. Fuck it. I've done, we're probably gonna watch all these, you know? We're kind of, you know, I'll say it. I don't care about pushing people away.
Alright, so you're not leaving till Friday night?
Correct. That's the plan.
Do you know when you're coming back? Tuesday or Wednesday?
It's probably Wednesday. I just don't know what time. Whatever.
Of the House of Representatives.
Huh?
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live
You got that much vacation to take off yet?
Yeah, I still have a bunch. I haven't like gone anywhere. Because we were forced to take off whenever. At the beginning of the year.
of America
We were forced to take off at the beginning of the year.
deliberately attacked by
Yeah.
naval and air forces
And I just went to Chicago once.
of Japan.
I don't know. Probably. Probably. Anyway, some, and myself included, would argue that our country is already headed, very much so, towards fascism. Partially already there, you know, who knows the percentages, you know. That's kind of what you get when you don't really learn how it took place. When you just learn something is bad, and you don't learn how it comes about, you don't really know. You don't really learn why it's bad, right?
The reconnaissance team landed there almost a week ago. Since then, we've heard nothing.
For example, we talked a lot about the Holocaust. We never talked about the dangers of anti-Semitism.
What we know about the Japanese is true.
We never talked about any of those dangers. We just said, oh, because this is bad, so when other groups are hated, For example, I don't think it's become a more recent thing. I feel like the climb in anti-Semitism because of Israel.
You think because you say nothing, you are strong?
There's other forms of prejudice in what leads up to fascism is usually different in each country because you have different hatreds, right? You have different inclinations towards hatred. A lot of ours does to do with immigrants in fear of trans people. That would suck. And the generations that went through hell to defeat fascism in Japan and Germany and Italy and Spain. Most of them are dead now. Like even some people who lived through it didn't
Miller, you're okay.
still were subject to the different hatred of
We're
now.
gonna make them pay for what they've done.
Oh, fanatic win!
Grab a rifle. We're gonna tear this place apart.
Grab a rifle.
Roma,
Okay.
signal the strike team.
Oh, I want an actual rifle. Oh wait. Nambu number 5.
We are go.
Okay, I'll keep the Nambu.
Boom, boom, boom. Roma, right
I once
behind
bought it. Oh, what the f... I once had an Arasaka. Like a real one. It might have been a replica one, but... I was like, why do I need this? And I got rid of it. Oh, I like... This I'm better in... this sucks.
Keep behind me.
Wall banging the wood. Boom. Destroy. Moving up, soldier. Hey. You're gonna be fast like Picos Bill. Oh, what the? They love shooting me. Oh, I thought I was shoot. Oh! LeBron James. LeBron James. Dude, they're really good at nading me.
Keep up.
How did that guy not eat my dust? Dude. Dude. That's why these games are good. Oh. I guess the other ones are decent, but... Like the... you know what? Some of the new ones are just like, look at this terrorist group. Like Makarov was a good villain, I would say. Dude, just die already. Am I missing these? I got the perfect little glory hole. I got the perfect sushi-sized glory hole. I'm moving up. I'm moving up poorly. Oh! These bastards. Watch this shit. How did I get grenades? Okay, that missed. Did that one also miss? Oh, it didn't. I saved you, buddy. I already did.
Hold your position. Well done, Marines. Keep moving.
This door isn't very big. Oh, you can't go in there. I think this is a better war to fight than the... I see a guy. Oh, never mind, that's Captain Crook.
Take out that
I
empty.
think doing this and just fighting against like random poor countries that are trying to make a better life.
Keep on that empty. Don't let
I guess
them
we
get
can-
through us.
I think having games that are just violence is pointless, you know? Oh.
Good work, Marines. Keep it up. Sports wall will hit the beach just up ahead. Let's move.
This place creeps me out.
Told you
What was
that
I
woman
whispering
was
at?
shit. Eyes peeled.
Gonna win. Oh, there's nobody in these trees. Why did everything get so quiet and so action intense?
What the hell is this?
Check it out.
Looks like a temple or some shit.
There's a wire there. You dingbat.
Hold your ground! Hold your ground!
Ooh. I ain't never complained when I seen boobies. Can I fall for this trick too?
Support squad should be there any minute now.
There's a lot better reasons for fighting this war than, for example, the Vietnam War. But whatever.
Pick up the
Whatever.
pace, people.
Shit, they've been spotted.
Because like the more modern Call of Duty
Japanese infantry in the river.
are trying to,
Roma, MG on the right. The other one's mine. Go!
like they're just, I don't want to say making light of violence, 'cause a lot of games do that, but it's also like propaganda. Ugh. How do I like do a normal level? Wow. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't mind, quote unquote, useless, pointless violence, right? Like, especially in video games, you know it's fake. And it's also, when it also works as propaganda, it's not. You know, that makes it less. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Shut up. Makes it less excusable.
Listen up. I want to get through the rest of this quick and clean.
And
You hear
propaganda
me?
you're trying to spew
Quick
is,
and clean.
look at these terrorists. And they're
Stay
always
sharp.
Muslim.
What the
You
hell?
notice how none of these
Took these
games
guys out.
are they?
Radio command.
It's like some
Find out
Russian
if another
nationals.
unit came in ahead of us.
It's not like white nationals. That is the enemies. That guy's dead. I'm gonna mean pussy. Run. These people have so many grenades. Are there more? What is the sun out? Banzai! Oh! Besides the starvation? Nah, I'm not gonna say it. Actually. I'll say it about the Vietnamese. Boom. Oh! No, I won't. It also would have been horrific. I'm gonna die. Where's an inspirational Churchill quote?
What the hell?
Who took these guys out?
Radio command. Find out
No
if
one.
another unit came in ahead
I
of
killed a couple of them.
Boom!
Scripted event. Oh. Just like Pearl Harbor. Oh. I think the ping. Oh, I'm dead. I saw the indicator. Where's my clock thing over here, bruh?
Ambush! Boom! Boom!
How does that guy not die? Is there a way to prevent him from dying? How can I press space to stay? I think I'm running away. I'm running away. Why do they have so fucking many of these, bro? What? Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? I think these Japanese have some bad aim. Bandana. I'm leaving. What? What took that guy so long to die? Strategic. Yes. That is what I like to see. Last time I got owned by that guy. LeBron James? Oh, those aren't teammates up there. Yeah, watch out for the grenade I threw. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. See ya. Is that just what this game is on veteran? Oh, dude, I'm still here, bro.
Ambush! Boom! Boom!
That guy's bad at dying. I think he'd learn. I think I should do that thing where I didn't die like I did a couple weeks ago. Get demolished, buddy. You want to think about a new line of work. Did I switch to Type 100? I did. For some reason it feels like the SMGs do as much damage. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Why are we letting him stand here? LeBron James! Who's? Ooh. Guys, are you stupid?
Compound's just ahead. Keep moving.
No. No, I'm refusing an order.
Robot, start the truck.
Robot?
Miller, use your knife and put a hole
Was that
in
even like a
barrel.
thing back then? I want the. I want more.
You got it.
I forget you don't. Some people don't want you to say that. Okay, I will activate truck. What am I, Donkey Kong? Sayonara. Oh, he said robot. He didn't say robot. I wonder when people came up with robot, the idea of a robot. They really like telling Roebuck to do a whole lot of things. Am I Miller? Is Thompson more ammo? Not really. Not really, bruv. It's probably worse. Take her to the damn swamp. My teammates are really suffering to nades up here. Dude, come on. Oh, let me go, let me go. There's so many things you can't jump over, man.
Robot, start the truck!
Robots.
Miller, use your knife and put a hole in that barrel.
Sir, yes, sir. You just got in the driver's seat and they're not doing anything for him? Or jump out.
Go,
Look
go,
at
go!
that sneeze.
That's some squads landing over there on the right.
It's working its way out.
Flashing point.
Oh. Nothing really came out. Don't worry about it. Ugh. I think I do like. I think I'm shooting at teammates. With the robot. Good robot. Where do you want to go? What we clear out some of these. Were they called Charlies back then? Maybe we take out some of these Charlies. Mr. Slaybuck. Into that. Oh, look at this hole. No! Oh. Did not come in that. Okay, see ya. Boom, I got their flank. I almost shot that guy. I almost shot Joe Buck. What? I can't go in here? I want to go in! Okay. I still want to go in. I still want to go in. I still want to go in.
Get back here.
What do you mean get back here? I'm flanking you, stupid son of a bitch. You don't want to win the war, just say so. Okay, I'm on my way. What are we doing? I cut his arm a whole bunch, dude, don't worry.
Guard that door. Miller.
Yes, sir.
Get to work planting those
Yes,
charges.
sir. Okay, here you go. Objective is being planted.
Damn. Timer's fried. We may only get a few minutes before detonation.
Few minutes, it's plenty. I need a gun with ammo.
Get to the boat. We need to get to the extraction point ASAP.
There's a gun with ammo. It is. That's it. It's still friendly.
You're with me.
Oh. Where am I? Oh. I didn't pick up his sword.
I got you.
You go yoink. Where is the Japanese? Good try. Bold play. I can't see him.
Everyone,
Okay.
keep down.
Who's moving me?
You're gonna be okay. Just
I
hang in
can't
there.
shoot him. We're letting him kill our teammates. Okay, see you teammates.
Where's
Good
the
luck.
fireworks? Tell me those charges weren't duds. It better not be.
Don't worry, I put an electrical charge in them. If they were C4. Why did we leave the? Oh, why did we leave those people behind? We definitely could have cleared out the 3 more people.
Years after the raid on Macon, we're heading up an all-out assault on Peleliu Island. No POWs to rescue this time. Our mission: take the airfield.
Is that what we were there
supply
for?
network.
Rescuing prisoners of war?
Alongside familiar faces, fresh-faced recruits. The older guys like Miller, Sergeant Sullivan, and myself. We're known as the old breed. Old. We're not even out of our 20s.
We're not even out of our 20s. Start. That is a nice touch. I am doing something, so you can... Oh. They were playing first. Alright, so Fnatic won today, if you're wondering. I need them to win this tournament they're in. Who do they have a better chance against next is who I want to win. There's really only this one game going on. Anyway. No. Hold on. I'm being a pog my streamer. My streamer, I wonder if I'll get in trouble for this title. No one's watching it, so probably not.
It's time.
Good luck. All of
I'm
you.
also not recording. What the? Why?
This is it, Miller.
Okay, keep it together and we'll get
2,
through this
7,
in 3
8, stay
days.
alert, stay alive. 3 days. Where are we going? We're in Japan.
There they go.
Did anything happen?
Bastards ain't gonna
Was
know what
anything
hit 'em.
done in 3 days?
Navy's been bombing the hell out of the island for 2 days straight. Miller, we hit any resistance on the beach? You get on that radio and call for immediate missile support.
Don't
Hey,
think
Miller.
twice.
Robot, I want you up the beach and at that tree line ASAP.
Oh, this dude's
You're on
talking. I
point
thought
as
it
we
was
move in.
Robot.
What the hell? Is that one of ours?
Fuck. East Ridge. There's a 200mm on the point.
This will be easy. 2 days.
Brother LBT's been hit!
Everyone, keep your heads down. You
I
hear
don't know
me?
would have died here in real life. Sorry to say. I guess most people did, but
Hang in there, kid.
We need to get off this thing!
good observation, dude. Do we?
Driver, drop the rail. That boat can zero in on us anytime.
The Carl! We're stuck on the...
Drop the
We're
rail.
stuck on the Carl. What do you say? This seems like a pleasant experience.
I got you, Miller. You're still in one piece. Plan's gone
You're
to
still
shit.
watching One Piece.
Jojo's got a defensive line dug in just beyond the tree line.
Why am I spinning
Heavy
nothing?
MG fire tearing up the beach.
Okay, great.
Oh, why am I so tall?
Call in
Shit.
rocket strikes on those positions.
That guy, please. I think I can swim. There's no coral at all. I'm going by robot. Yeah. Hoorah. Oh, why is this shit?
Where's the fire coming from?
Okay, I'll move.
Don't let him get a fix on you. Move, move.
What the hell went...
Using one rocket strike.
That rocket strike should have softened him up.
Stay down!
I think they were bombing him for 2 days.
Find the sword!
Up and over.
Incoming!
I don't want to climb over.
Put him down.
Get on. Oh, that's a teammate.
MG nest.
Hit the deck.
Oh, I was teabagging our teammate. Can I airstrike it? Goodbye. Goodbye.
Flamethrower, move up.
What does this say, do you think?
Fix bayonets. Use them if you have to. Pick it up. Push through their lines.
I stabbed that guy. He's probably thankful.
Bandai charge.
Come straight at us.
We're not gonna hold back.
I don't want to say thankful, but what? You guys are scumbags. You just let that guy do this?
Eyes south, another MG.
Miller, take it out.
Me? I don't know where he is, bro. Get a job. Boom, boom. Shanjiao. Oh, I am shooting an M1. You can't just shoot him. Oh, I did.
See ya.
5 brothers and 3 in their teams. Oh, I think I'm just doing nonsense. Oh, hello, hello. We're dead. Hello, 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 hello. This is not what I wanted to do at all, so I might stop soon. Hello. 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 I don't know what I'm hitting. Hello. 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 I might die. Hello. Hello, Bickle. Has anyone ever... Charge! Oh! Charge! Death to the Japanese. What wall? Oh, that one? Maybe they shouldn't have yelled. Oh! Maybe they shouldn't have yelled so loudly. Oh yeah, this is kind of really lame. I love the little bonsai burger from Red Lobster. Red Robin. Not Red Robin, not Red Lobster. What? Oh yeah, look at this. We got on taller ground. This is a Counter-Strike version strat. Oh, perfect. What? Sushi Lord. I'm dead. See ya. God let the queen suffer and die. What? Alright. Okay. Taking cover. I don't want the trench gun, bro. Oh, I'm dead. Boom. I'm undefeated. Boom. Easy. Follow him. Cut down the tree.
Take him down. They're coming out of the grass. In the grass. Good shot, Miller. Stay together.
Get owned. Okay, I want the bayonet. I already said it. I'm making a break for it. Good try, Buster.
Everyone, keep a peel. Regroup at the truck.
Should pick Mercy.
They could be anywhere.
Get on.
Get in there.
We haven't always been in
Get a
bad.
flanking
We
position.
haven't always been in bad country. Oh. Every country has their issues. We all know this. Grenade, do not kill me, please. Thanks for throwing that, you dumb floor. You're gonna kill yourself. At least like put it in your pocket. Oh wait, I can do this. Bing bong. See ya. Oh! I'm dead. I didn't know if that was a second grenade or what. Dude, you did not throw that at me. Oh! LeBron James. I don't like keep bringing him up, so. No. Can I wallbang a sandbag? Sounds like an insult to someone. What? You cannot hit me. You're fired from shooting me. No. You can't steal my glory and my kills. Rogers. Oh, look, he's dead. He's gonna go with killing people. Who's shooting this sand in front of me? Are you an idiot on purpose? Who's shooting me? You can't do that. Watch this shit. What's he? Give me that. No! Okay. Okay, this is kind of really lame.
Get in there. See if you can
Like
get a flanking
1,000
position.
people, bro. There we go. Is that what you want to do? How did I move so much? I'm dead. How did I move so much? There we go.
Get in there.
Let me
See
be
if you
happy.
can get a flanking position.
Okay, watch this. Okay, that did not do anything. I'm going to throw... Dude, what the f is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with that? Just kept nade spamming. That's gonna fucked up.
Get in there! See if you can get a flanking position!
Stop shooting, please. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are there so many grenades? Guys, do not go over there. Dude. I think I'm done. This is not at all what I wanted.
Get in there! See if you can get a flanking position!
Oh, I was gonna throw it back.
You wallaby? Why is this trench here, bro? Oh, I'm trying to flank him. Oh. That's what I kept spawning and throwing nades. My target is... What? You fucking wimp. Alright, let us go. Where's the grenade, please? You're Japanese. You die. Oh! You're Japanese. You die. Please don't say that. Or get owned, buddy.
Right on top! Hit him hard!
Never. I already thought about it. I decided I don't want to hit him hard. Bam. Bam. Boom. When does the fight happen?
Up the ladder!
Eliminate Japanese in and around the mortar pit.
5 seconds.
Where am I going, bro?
Rocket barrage available.
Oh, cool. I'm in a big old circle. Alright, let's go. Let's go up.
I'm on it! Get mortar pit behind us! They've got those squads pinned down! Get on those MGs and tear them up!
No. No. That guy was really dedicated to sitting on that mortar.
Up the
Come
ladder!
back. Oh, cool.
Clear them out!
Well, rocket striking on Japanese tank.
They've got those squads pinned down! Get on those MGs and tear them up!
Rocket barrage available.
Enemy tank! All those rockets!
Yes. Oh, what the fuck? I think it's LeBron James. Here comes Mark McGuire.
Check your fire. Target destroyed. Offshore rocket strike at the ready.
What are you doing, bro? Get a grip.
Firing now.
Hey, blow up that guy. Blow up that guy.
Outstanding, Marines! Out-fucking-standing!
Super cool.
Everyone, on me.
Rocket strike primed and ready to fire.
I'm not spamming that button. Okay, I'm going on you.
What now, Sarge? Secure
Doesn't
the
one of them
surrounding
die?
area. Wait for the major's orders.
When do we rest?
Soon, Polanski. Soon.
I literally shot him.
Sullivan, no, hold on. You're gonna be okay.
Sullivan, you're gonna die. Sullivan got stabbed? I did kind of warn you about it, I think.
We're all numb by Sullivan's death. We just never saw it coming. I still can't believe it. Most solid, dependable, and courageous Marine we've ever known.
I saw it coming.
Blink of an eye. Gone. Now it's down to me. And me alone. To lead
What about
these
Robot?
men, my brothers, safely through this campaign. AA fire from Peleliu Airfield is knocking our planes right out of the sky.
I skipped it. I don't care. I might be done.
Arrangements are being made to take his body back to the States.
I thought Sullivan would make it through for sure.
We let our guard down, Polonsky. We can't let it happen again.
No, you let your guard down.
What
You
now?
let his guard down. I knew it.
Tojo's got a tight hold on pretty much everything to the west. Direct route runs right into the Japanese guns. We take the flank. They might get us wet, but it's not going to get us killed. We regroup with the 5th when we're through the swamp. Stay sharp.
The problem is, I don't know what else I would do. Oh, dude. There's a Sergeant Laufer up ahead.
Poor bastard must have been shot down this morning.
Fuselage is still smoking. Check for survivors.
He's all snarled up on something. Shit! Grenade!
I think I was point blank on that guy. Select the online profile. New. New. My candle sounds like a bong's going on. By clicking this, that would be kind of cool to enable them. Oh, I opened the tab on Steam. I make me big. Way too big. Keep going. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what you want to see. You want to see a semi-low quality picture of me. That's true. Maybe I'll stop. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I wonder what the quality of this camera actually looks like on like to be watched. It's also pretty fucking warm in this room. It doesn't help my PC gets to like 1 billion degrees in no time. I could be one of those guys who doesn't do anything and just watch other people's stuff and comment on it. Let's get something to comment on. What the? I'm currently looking at zombies map. Is it worth figuring out zombies? I guess you'd probably have to tell me it depends on me. That's pretty cool. That's gotta be a cool one. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe that's what I'll do now. Will you, I kinda wanna take off my sweatshirt. Can I say that? Okay, installing custom maps. Easy way of installing custom zombie maps is by using downloads. So downloads come with an installer you can run, and that's it. Oh, really? There's an ad for Meyer. Download. Download. Where's the download option? Sure, I'll accept your cookies, you... Never mind. How do I... They go to you... Maybe launcher? Maybe launcher? Only for closed beta users. You're a donor. I'm not a donor. Is this for this? I don't know what's going on. You need this application. So I can't have it? Is this what you're telling me? I need something else? I've gotten mods before in games, you know? Don't mean to brag. Where do I find this stuff, man? What's going on? This one? I think it's this one. Download UGX Map Manager. Download all UGX maps. Sure, I'll download it. I'll get scammed. Install for Windows 10. Yes, that's what I have. This feels so sketchy. What? You sure this is it? Okay, good thing I did not... What? It said, get scammed, loser. That's what this said? Okay. Sounds like a trustworthy source. Open. Allow to destroy my whole computer? Yep. You can do that. Mod of the year. I haven't done it. I'm gonna do Christmas. How do I launch these? Sure, I'll download. I'm just gonna download all of these. Featured non-UGX maps. Maybe I'll make sure it's working first, eh? Back lot. What? CS assault. Train. Baseball field. Whoa. 420 laboratory. Whoa. Ball bags plus Willy Winkies. Where is play map? Do I have to launch the game then? I don't know how this game works. But in case you are downloading from somewhere else, you might have to place the custom map files to your mod folder manually. So I can just launch? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna try it. I don't know why. I don't know what this stream is turning into. And I think I should figure out. I love rambling, you know? You just gotta figure out how to do it in an appropriate manner. Oh. A little pop-up showed up. I just gotta figure out how to, what do I? I gotta figure out what's appropriate rambling level. Dude, my hair, I'm so tired of growing it out. That's like the plan. The plan is to grow real long. But I don't think that's gonna last very long, I'm sorry to say. Dude, I launched. Mods? Oh! Alright, let's launch Christmas. Who doesn't like Christmas? Dude, now my hair looks all fucked. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to launch Christmas. I'm gonna go back to being in the corner, I guess. I'm into my other window. I have like 5 windows. Yo, let's go. I guess this is what I'm doing. And you should be excited. I think it's gonna change. Because no one's watching, I can kind of make stuff up, I think. Bing! Oh, it's not the song. Good song. Good song. Host vote. Timed gameplay. I'm doing. I need 2,000?
No power. Weak.
I guess I'm doing gun game. I thought. Okay, V is not melee. F is not melee. I don't have melee, I guess. Q is also not melee. How do you die in 2 shots, bro?
I don't think it was using that anyway.
Oh, is knife not count? Ooh, a question mark. Oh. Let's vote. Classic, there we go. Now I got the knife. I can buy the
Why don't someone go turn the power on?
Guys, it's Christmas. Happy Christmas. Merry Xmas. I'll just watch the entirety of Breaking Bad. And stream it. You know. Maybe I need premeditated things to talk about. Today, we're gonna talk about Israel and Palestine. This is a comprehensive history. Whoa. We'll get all our information from Wikipedia. Big government hates this one simple trick. Why does this door cost 2 racks? Okay, there are 2 shots of zombies. They're kind of pathetic, to be honest. We'll learn. I mean, I do want it to be that. To be like, you learn, you know, you get smarter. You get smarter, I don't know, it's generous. Like, I think that's what this world needs more of. This world needs more people like me. White guys who share too much and like hearing themselves talk. That's what we need. Okay? Some people might say white people are overrepresented. I would say, but what about me? You can't be talking about me.
Shit! Running low on ammo!
I don't need ammo. You guys are gonna have to be patient.
Hell yeah! That was sweet!
Okay, I'm reloading. Sorry, guys.
There's a lot of zombies, bro.
Maggot sack!
Fuck you.
Maybe, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I could just stream a topic, pick a topic, stream it, look at both sides.
power,
You gotta be one of those losers. I'm making so few points. This sounds so loud. How are they one shot, may I ask? Knife 'em. I could pick a topic, I could look at the arguments, and then I could, well, I already have, obviously, most of them I already have a opinion, a belief, if you will. So it kind of feels like it'd be kind of useless, but also, you don't, I could say why I believe what I believe, and then, like, therefore, prove it? Not prove, but like, legitimize it, justify it. Obviously everyone thinks they're right.
Get out of my way!
Myself included, very much so included.
Go eat someone else,
Good night.
freak bag!
I do not have time for you guys.
Not even close, freak bag!
I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. I need to find places to find this information. But I think that's how you get better at it. So maybe I'll do that. After this, after I die in this maybe, I'll do some of that. And then we'll go alphabetically. Oh no, the first option there. That's the deal.
Die! Die! I'll grind you up!
I'll grind on you. Baby, grind on me.
I'll swim in your skin, maggot whores!
Boom. You says what? Oh, that's all this is, bro? No, I can leave. I can't. That's all this is? Oh, I can also buy an AK-47. Yeah, get on, buddy. I wanna buy this. I wanna buy this. I wanna buy this. I wanna buy this. I'm too poor. Sheesh. Where are you? Why are you spitting at me? Oh.
Running low on ammo!
AK. Boom.
Light him up!
You got this Duke. Oh, fire style. I think I just said the wrong thing there. Look at that.
Need to round up some rounds.
I wonder if this game was meant to be in. This gun was meant to be in this game. No, give me the 400 points, brah. I don't think either of these guns were meant to be in this game, actually. Look how weird this Kalashnikov looks.
Hell yeah, that was
The
sweet.
damage is definitely up in this game, though. Feels like. Boom, boom.
Don't you puss bags get the idea yet?
I'm just goofing around. Can a guy have fun?
Chew on that, maggot sacks! Oh yeah, bring it!
Okay. I mean, that was not very fun. Out of all the maps that exist, Stone was not that great. Spain at War mod. That guy's wearing a fez hat. Okay, what do we want to talk about today? Dealer's choice. I kinda want to make some protein powder. Face play. Face play in 13 minutes. That's what I want to talk about. How FaZe wronged Rain. I'm just kidding. Can that make me bigger? I feel like I need to turn it a bit this way, you know? So you can see my messy bed. I can go in the bottom. Do I go better in the bottom? Well, what do we want to cover today? How do I get rid of this? Hide bookmarks bar. There we go. Now you can't see what I am. I can just capture this, right? Speed dial. Might blow out my candle. You know what I'm saying? Is it gonna show it in the game section? Probably not. How do I decouple it from me? Yes, I do use Opera GX, okay. Sue me. How come it doesn't... How come it doesn't go all the way. Scale to window. Canvas. Output. Ugh! How come it is this way? How come it's skewed? Okay, you're gonna miss out on the right 1/10 of the screen. How does that sound? Wait, what? Okay, you're gonna miss out on the whatever. What do we want to discuss today? I'm going to be right back. Get on. I'm going to make some more protein powder, go to the bathroom, and then we can talk about whatever. Okay, deal? Alright, I'll be back. The, I do not know still what I'm talking about, what I'm going to talk about. Let us talk about, there's so much. The thing is, I don't know where to, like, start the research. Because I can choose any topic, right? I can choose how expensive and broken healthcare is. I can try, at least. You know, it's not going to be perfect. 1 second. Maybe I gotta put on something. Hold on. Now you'll listen to me. Oh wait, you can't really read it. Now you'll listen to me. And you won't think I'm losing a hairline at all. And have a bad hairline. Will this help increase my credibility? So I think that is a good idea, me. I have music going on. This probably isn't gonna last long, to be honest. I don't really like music all that much. But we will see how it goes. G2 beat Furia. That's what I want to talk about. Nah, it isn't. Not important enough, sorry to say. We talk about the expensive healthcare, the lack of public transportation. I don't really know how to look up a lot of these things. Definitely at first. I don't know. It's a very weird thing. I should have come up with scenes. Do you like that? I can't change a scene without disappearing. Okay, one sec. Just give me a sec. Hello? Boom. Got it now. Gotta make sure you can see me. What the? Video capture device 3. U star? Come on, show up. Configure video. Is that what I have to click? Oh. What? Remove. I just want something that's me. That's what I'm naming it. So like you have this, I want it to show me. Okay, whatever. We'll just go back to this for now. No, we'll start here. I'm taking this off now. Like, I'm not a hack guy. Not yet. I don't know. You know, it's the trouble. It's tough to know where to start. What, do I just Google healthcare America? And I'll search it. With one too many H. Boom. Boom. Per search. Dude, I don't want AI, okay? Maybe I do. Nope, I don't. I want this. No, I want Wikipedia. I did say Wikipedia. How do I open up both? Do you want to go to the American College of Surgeons? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. They'll agree with me. Let's just look. We should, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't know what to read exactly, because we know these things. We know that it's vast majority private sector, and currently Medicare is being they're attempting to gut Medicare. The United States spent approximately 17.8 of its gross domestic product, significantly higher than the average of 11.5% in other high-income countries. Interesting. And like yesterday, I was talking with my brother, and listen, I'm 24, and in America you don't have to until you're 26 or something, which I'm sure it says somewhere in there. Nope, not that one. Nope. Whatever, I don't care actually. Trust me, 26 is when you have to get off your parents. Even if you're married or whatnot before that, you can still be on your parents. Let's look at this graph. We are, by far, our life expectancy has stagnated, and we're still spending by far the most on healthcare compared to other places. Some of it obviously, but like you can't really. Oh, there's a lot of things you can connect it to, but they shouldn't be like this. Essentially, is what I'm getting at, because it's not. There are things that are unique about America, but not so unique that we can't overcome them, right? So in certain places where it is private, mostly privatized, you get worse care, especially on like the poorer you are, essentially. So the poorer you are, if you're poor, you get absolutely horrendous healthcare outcomes. In these places, that isn't the case, and it does take longer for them to get care sometimes. But I feel like having more people get care that they need. It's slightly slower for some people, which it doesn't have to be that way. But I think that's better than what we have. I don't want to be all the way down here. I was talking to my brother, and he was telling me how much he pays for insurance, and I'm not going to disclose that. And he has a bit of a family going on, and it was absolutely a ridiculous amount to hear. It's just like crazy. Like, we're one of the biggest, I don't know if I'd say one of the biggest producers, but we have one of the, and my keyboard's sideways, and it really affects my typing. And my mic's in the way of my whatever. Boom. Look at this. Read this. It's all, GDP's also kind of like a fake thing. Damn. This is kind of, I can't believe that was like 6 years ago. Anyway. We're losing. We have one of the biggest economies in the world. And a lot of it's meant to bolster countries like ours. And overall, I don't think, whatever, the end result of us shouldn't be having high GDP. I don't think it's the end all be all of anything. I don't think it's worth all that much. But my point is, we can afford to, this one, we can afford to have it and still have it be good. Like, the fact that it's so expensive is on purpose. It's not, it's on purpose. It's not something unintentional. It's designed to gut your pockets. They want to take all the excess money you have. Even not. They want to take all the money you have that they can. So I don't really know what I'm looking for, but like, we all know this. And I think a lot of it has to do with the lobbying that's done to politicians, which I think is what really a lot of the major issues come from, is that we allow those with wealth to change the country in ways they shouldn't be able to. And it's also become, like, look, healthcare system in the United States can be traced back to the colonial era. Community-oriented care was typical, with families and neighbors providing assistance to the sick. And that's like a good thing. That's like what communities are meant for. That's like that's what it's supposed to be there for. You know? There's a benefit about being social creatures, is that we can benefit off each other. And then began to professionalize, following the Anglo-American model. Never want to hear that. Where these new medical professionals were empowered by the state to govern their own affairs, granting them the power to self-regulate. Those who are wealthy and have power will not self-regulate. They'll just keep the power. And that's how it happens. That's why I personally don't believe in dictatorships. Because the powers, like, I think even, I don't know if I'd say this exactly, but I think a capitalist democracy is better. I don't know, better. They're probably, whatever, can be better than a socialist authoritarianism, or what was the word I just said? Dictator. I think overall you don't want it. Right? We want to be able to have power over these companies and have a say in how they behave, because they affect us. And when we don't have legislative power, when they can buy our politicians, it becomes like out of our control. And that's how you get guys like this. So you get guys like this. And I think people know. Why does he look like Norm Macdonald? No, it's not Norm. Yeah, of course I'm using an ad blocker. Is it Norm? No, it's not Norm. What's his name? Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. A comedian. He refuses to appear in court remotely. Based. That's actually based. Anyway, when it's, the point is we're supposed to want to take care of our own, but when these companies are able, and people are like that, most doctors are driven like that, most nurses are, they want to help people, and they're stuck arguing, spending a lot of their time arguing with healthcare middlemen who just want to make money, and they shouldn't be there. Like, they don't serve our interest. They don't serve the hospital's interest. Well, the stockholders of the hospital do like it. When it's about making money, it loses all, like, purpose, you know? It's meant to help. And what's the point of living longer? Living longer isn't a means in and of its own. I'm all over the place, kind of. I'm sure it'll smoothen out as I get more experience doing this. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Just standardized training, that's good. This stuff's good. Progress healthcare services remain. I'm searching this word. Disparate. Essentially different in kind. Not along. What? Things so unlike. What? Okay, I don't know. Particularly between. Oh, the quality of care was different between urban and rural. Duh. concept of hospitals as institutions for the sick began to take root. Stabilization Act of 1942. Act to amend the Emergency Price Control Act of 19 to aid in preventing inflation and for other purposes. What? Oh, it's just following this. Employers unable to provide higher salaries to attract or retain employees began to offer insurance plans. How does that work? It's very interesting. Because you think about how do employers who can offer higher salaries offer insurance plans? No, I might be thinking something wrong. Healthcare packages of benefit in kind. We're beginning the practice of exploring sponsored health insurance that is cemented in the work culture of today. Because they're getting middlemen. They're getting middlemen. Their insurance company no, because they wouldn't have been, would they? Because it's probably, what was it for? What were the I'm gonna write this. Why like how? Like what were they? I want to figure out. I know what insurance is. It's been a protection from financial loss. In exchange for a fee, a party agrees to compensate another party in the event of a certain loss, damage, or injury. It's a form of risk management. But how? Like, what is like the start of them? Is my question. Chinese merchants traveling treacherous river rapids would redistribute their wares across many vessels to limit the loss due to... Yep, makes sense. You know that. Codex of Hammurabi. Best preserved legal text from the ancient Near East. It's written in the old Babylonian dialect of Akkadian. Simply that a sea captain, ship manager, ship carpenter who saved a ship from total loss was only required to pay 1/2 the value of the ship to the ship owner. The Digesta Sue Pandecta was a compendium of digestive juristic writings on Roman law compiled in order by order of the Byzantine Empire, Justinian the First, 530 to 533 AD. Second volume of the Codification of Laws ordered legal opinion written by Lex Rhodia articulates a general average principle of marine insurance established on the island of Rhodes approximately 1000 to 800 BC, plausibly by the Phoenicians. The proposed Dorian invasion emergence of the purported sea peoples. Interesting, never heard of them. The Greek Dark Ages. The law of general average, right? You're saying on average you will... But that's such a crazy thing how they figured out. Because these things are pretty simple. You know generally how much, let's just say rice or whatever you're moving is worth, right? You generally, as a merchant, know how much whatever you're transporting. Salt, rice, what other things were transported? Other spices, gold. You know how much these things are worth. But like, how do insurance companies figure that out? In Egypt, but how are we? Like, how does it become for? Excuse me. How does it become for? Like, because in theory, you would be able to not pay. You would not be able to not have insurance. And generally, you would come out the same, right? That's the theory, right? That if you didn't have insurance, you would come out almost even. Is the theory. But if you make it illegal to not have that insurance, then it becomes, then you can just, it's meaningless, right? Because it's not based off anything, because you can just charge more, right? Because, like, I don't, because it's so confusing. How do you know what medically is going to happen to you? You don't, is the answer. And it's not like it's helped prevent disease, right? Because you could say in theory that if you spend more on health insurance for being in worse shape or whatever, that it would incentivize you to be in good shape. But a lot of the issues are, I don't know, they're still happening, and we're still getting scammed for insurance. Property insurance, I understand, but this also, I don't know, maybe I don't want to talk about property insurance today. Life insurance, early 18th century. American Society for Perpetual Assurance Office. Founded in London in 1706 by William Talbot and Sir Thomas Allen. Society for Equitable Insurances on Lives and Survivorship. Pioneered age-based premiums based on mortality rate, laying the framework for scientific insurance practice and development. Accident insurance became. Accident insurance was the Railway Passengers Assurance Company. The first international insurance rule was the York-Antwerp Rules for the distribution of costs between ship and cargo in the event of a general average. What? 1873, the Association for Reform and Codification of the Law of Nations. International Law Association. It's founded in Brussels. Belgium, okay. Now it's just researching insurance. Most boring stream ever. Governments began to initiate national insurance programs against sickness and old age. Germany built on a tradition of welfare programs in Prussia and Saxony that began as early as the 1840s. In the 1880s, Chancellor Otto von Bismarck introduced old age pensions, accident insurance, and medical care that formed the basis of Germany's welfare state. In Britain, more extensive legislation was introduced by the Liberal government in the National Insurance Act of 1911. This gave the British working classes the first contributory system of insurance against illness and unemployment. The system was greatly expanded after the Second World War under the influence of the Beveridge report to form the first modern welfare state. I'm just going to get everything from Wikipedia, it turns out. The International Network of Insurance Associations, then an informal network, became active as it succeeded. It has been succeeded by the Global Federation of Insurance Associations. Oh, it's red. It does not exist. Really? Are you sure? Interesting. Formally founded in 2012 to aim to increase insurance industry effectiveness by providing input to international regulatory bodies and to contribute more effectively to the international dialogue on issues of common interest. It consists of its 40 member associations and one observer association in 67 countries. That's a new joke thing, isn't it? Which companies account for around 89% of total insurance premiums worldwide. Insurance involves pooling funds from many insured entities, known as exposures, to pay for the losses that only some insureds may incur. Right, this makes sense. The insured entities are therefore protected from risk for a fee, with the fee being dependent upon the frequency and severity of the event occurring. In order to be an insurable risk, the risk insured against must meet certain characteristics. Insurance as a financial intermediary is a commercial enterprise and a major part of the financial services industry. But individual entities can also self-insure through saving money for possible future losses. And I think that's been destroyed because everything's super expensive. Because houses are expensive, cars are expensive, these things, rent is expensive. Well, you don't really have to insure against. You can have renter's insurance. I don't really know what that means. But I think that's why it's important for essential insurance to be government, whatever. I don't care about Obamacare. Maybe I do. It's not really relevant right now. I'm just searching this up for later. So right. So the self-insure, but things are super expensive. So like you can't not get house insurance. I'll search in my state. Maybe I won't. You don't know where I live. I don't want to calculate. October 2025. What? Written by Natalie Todorov. Sorry. National average cost of home insurance is $2,408 per year for a policy with a $300,000 dwelling limit. These are just average figures. Okay. See, and this doesn't feel outrageous, right? Because nothing... Like, what happens with with your house, right? Like, some things could happen. Most expensive states, Nebraska, Louisiana, or Florida. Yeah, I wonder why. Bank rate promise. How do I get this to not be white as shit? Michigan, 2266. 5,700 a year. That means I think it's about more than twice as likely that your home gets destroyed in Florida than in Michigan. Even in California, it's at 1,600. Probably depends a lot on where it is. Like probably up here where I think there's a lot more fires. It's probably more expensive. I think it's going to be the same. You pay more monthly, you're going to pay more yearly. 6,000 in Nebraska? Where's Nebraska? Someone tell me. Somewhere here. Here it is. There's probably a lot of tornadoes, I'm guessing. So I'm guessing tornadoes. Anyway, this isn't about home insurance. But that's my point. The insurance. So it depends where, but that doesn't sound like too bad, right? Let's pull out the calculator. Guys, I know why. Whatever. I know why it's not fitting the screen entirely. So I'm pulling out the calculator. 300,000 divided by 2408. Is this true? That's yearly, right? So it's 124 years. If you do these averages, that 124 and a half, 0.5847176097 years you'd pay for your whole house. So, I mean, there's also land, whatnot. Land is a different word. So yeah, it depends. Because obviously building, if just your home gets destroyed, it won't cost the same. It depends how, but anyway. Of If you're wondering what I'm listening to right now, it's Pink Guy. Don't really ask why, please. Annual employee contributions. What? The median? Is this how wealthy you are? Median, where half the workers have premiums less than. Premium more than stated. What? The median annual premium for civilian workers was $1,560 for single coverage. $6,099.12 for family coverage. Is this real? My brother's getting scrambled. Yeah, but I don't know what these percentages mean. I don't know. Let's say, where is it? But the problem is insurance is so expensive. I would pull up my own. But I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe I'll pull it up on my other monitor. Hopefully this doesn't show up in my whatever. I'd be kind of screwed. Let me go to I'm pulling up my own. If you're wondering, not on screen. Let's go to visits. How do I actually go to billing? Let's go to billing. I think that's where this will be. I don't owe anything. Phew. Last date. Here we go. Here's not the one I'm looking for. go back to... My point is, it doesn't matter what I pay. Oh. It doesn't even say for what. Never mind, this is a waste of time. Past professional services. Past hospital services. Like, they did like a blood test in one other thing. Like an EKG. I ended up having to pay $330. I don't know what I'm looking for here. I don't know why I pulled this up. This is crazy. Hold on. Is he 18 and 3? Damn. I think we'll close out of that. Large risk? No, we're talking about risk. Large number of similar exposure units. Operates through pooling use. The majority of insurance policies cover individual members of larger classes, allowing insurance to benefit from the law of large numbers in which predicted losses are similar to the actual losses. What? Does that mean anything? Am I stupid? Insurers to benefit from the law of large numbers. That states that the average of the results obtained from a large number of independent random samples converges to the true value if it exists. So you're saying the larger your sample, the more accurate? Sure, I guess. Should include Lloyd's of London. It's famous for ensuring the life or health of actors, sports figures, and other famous individuals. However, all exposures will have distinct differences which may lead to different premium rates. It takes place in a known time and place from a known cause. Classic example involves the death of an insured person in life insurance policy. Fire, automobile, and worker injuries may all easily meet this criterion. May only be definite in theory. Occupational disease, for instance, may involve prolonged exposure to injurious conditions where no specific time or place or cause is identifiable. But if you die, they don't have to pay anything. Well, insurance, or like life insurance, they do. And that's not true. Sometimes work does. The event that constitutes the trigger of a claim should be fortuitous. Can I say I don't know what this means? Happening by accident or chance rather than design. Okay. It is outside the control of the beneficiary of the insurance. Duh. This loss should be pure because it results from an event for which there is only opportunity for cost. Speculative elements such as ordinary business risk in purchasing a lottery ticket are generally not considered insurable. No. Large loss. What? Can I go to a doctor and say I don't want my insurance to cover this? Probably, actually. But the point is they make things extra unaffordable, so you need to pay. You need to pay more if you own anyway. This is so dumb. Large loss. The size of the loss must be meaningful from the perspective of the insured. Duh. They cover both the expected cost of losses plus the cost of insuring and administering the policy. Pursuing losses and supplying the capital needed to reasonably assure that the insurer will be able to pay claims. Affordable premium. And the likelihood of an insured event is so high, the cost of the event so large, the resulting premium is large relative to the amount of protection offered. It is not likely that insurance will be purchased even if on offer. Furthermore, as the accounting profession formally recognizes in financial accounting standards, the premium cannot be so large that there is a reasonable chance of a significant loss to the insurer. Suppose there is no such chance of loss. In that case, the transaction may have the form of insurance, but not the substance. What? room's kind of warm, if you're wondering. Read that line on the bottom of the page, please. I'll read it for you. I am skipping. Utmost good faith. Uberima fides. The uninsured and the insurer are bound by a good faith bond of honesty and fairness. Material facts must be disclosed. You are a twat. Must be covered under mitigation. In case of any loss or casualty, the asset owner must attempt to keep loss to a minimum, as if the asset was not insured. Do I? I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Well, maybe. I think it depends. It's also hard to, well, sure. You can just say you did. Like, if you're going to get into a crash with a car, and there's something soft that'll slow you down, like a child, or there's something really expensive, like $1 million of, this is like a, what's that thing? The trolley problem for insurance people. Would you rather have a client hit one child and kill them, or hit a jewelry store full of $40,000 Rolexes, full of a Rolex Sea Dweller? How much do these cost? I think these are not that pricey. Well, relatively. I don't know why I'm looking at this. I have wanted to buy expensive watches before. I don't care. I'll just hit the configure button, dork. Whoa, I always dive that far. 20,000. Would you rather have me hit one child, or hit and break 40 Sea Dwellers, Rolex Sea Dwellers? Ask your insurance guy that. Government of insurance is what distinguishes insurance from gambling. My money. Indemnification. This is what I'm doing research on insurance, bro. What did you do this weekend? I read up on insurance. To indemnify means to make whole again, or to be reinstated to the position that once was in, to the extent possible prior to the happening of a specific okay, yes. No. Indemnity possible. Wouldn't it be like indemnitably? Oh, indemnity insurance. That's a really silly word. But rather, contingent insurance. Because it's going to happen. You're going to die. You're going to die. Reimbursement upon the behalf and indemnification. Insurer pays the loss and claims expenses. From an insured standpoint, and I think that's where governmental insurance can be beneficial, because it doesn't separate you know what? I don't know. I'll just say it. I feel like it doesn't separate people, the wealthy from the poor. So they'll all, in a good world, get good care. And sure, there's like certain weird exceptions, like athletes. Like certain athletes are more prone to violence or injury of certain types. But these are such small figures that it really shouldn't affect it. I think poor people and rich people and middle class people should get good care regardless. But that isn't how this works. And then there's sort of a middleman, but it's about, you're just saying this is what it costs. and they have people figuring it out. Not a company, a middleman trying to make money. But then the trouble does become in a recession or stuff like that, which kind of made up, but I'm not going to cover that now. But that would be an argument for why like private insurance would be a benefit. Maybe, arguably. I don't know. It'd be very interesting to see how it changes during a recession, like for both. Because obviously, it's hard to compare between countries, but I'm sure there have been countries who have been through a recession that have private and public healthcare. We've had several, and we have private. So I'd have to find... I know they generally happen at the same time, but the COVID one is really strange. They call that an official recession? If you're wondering what this painting is, it's called The View of Toledo by, I don't know, some guy. The nation has experienced over 30 recessions since the mid-19th century, with the Great Depression being the most severe and the 2020 COVID-19 recession the shortest. Often long and frequent, they've generally become shorter and less common in the post-World War II era. I don't... Did anybody have any? I'm sure the Soviet Union did, but they were kind of... It was 1918, right? Because I feel like there was red, 1922. What was it called? Red... Wasn't the Red Mass... Red... This is gonna bug me. Sorry. History. Bolshevik Revolution. No. Whatever, I don't know what it is, I guess. I thought there was something in 1918 that happened. Etymology. October Revolution, that's what it was called. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, I don't know why. 1917? Was that? It was also a dictatorship, which... Constitutionally communist state. Not accepted by all. They really had a super bloody start. Can I say that? Most countries, I feel like, do. I don't know most. Well, but this was especially, I feel like. They had this, and then they had the Russian Civil War, World War One, World War Two, and the Cold War. Like, their start, it was so much worse. I don't know worse, but it was awful. I'm really getting distracted. Like when you go to the US, for example, when it starts, you have I'm going to turn my music up a little bit. And I'm restarting the song. Sorry. Like we kind of just were here and we brutalized the natives. It's crazy how recently this was. And there's like a hunger disease. Yeah, there's a lot of that early on, especially in the winters. Well, that's when famines happen usually. In like northern places. And then after like, let's see. There was a fair amount of violence, but I feel like it wasn't like as widespread, you know. New Sweden settled 1638, which is now Delaware. Really? Did I ever really get out more? New Netherland? Netherland. Does it look like a flashlight? This thing's a banger. I like this song a lot. And then they had the Revolution 1776. All this is really interesting. But anyway, back to the point. Part of the point was it'd be nice to research a recession between both and how like that affects the insurance, you know? Because I feel like usually when companies struggle, the government, because that's where they get most of the money from taxes. So when there's a recession, people are making less. And so I feel like it's going to affect both the same. But the risk is still there of you getting, well, it's maybe higher, of getting sick, injured, killed. So it's probably the same. So I don't really care. We're going back to insurance. I feel like I should take off my sweatshirt. What? Hold on. Insurer pays the loss and claims expenses. Reimbursement. Insured can be required to pay for a loss and be reimbursed. Okay, pay on behalf. Pay on my behalf. Insurance carrier would defend and pay a claim on the behalf of the insured who would not be out of pocket for anything. Most modern liability insurance is written on the basis of pay on behalf language, which enables the insurance carrier to manage and control the claim. There's an insurance carrier for the loss and out-of-pocket costs, including with the permission of the insurer. So this one's more, you control it, sort of. Not really too much, but like, sounds like you have more control in this than in this one. Maybe. Indemnification. The insurance carrier can generally either reimburse or pay on behalf, whichever more is beneficial to it and the insured in the claim handling process. And then he's seeking to transfer risk. Do you think you'll be able to do that in the future? I just had a really dystopian idea. You can pay an insurance company to give you the risk of you getting sick onto somebody who can't properly pay for insurance. Some poor dude gets your illnesses every time you're sick. That'd be bizarre, man. I don't think it could happen. Obviously, it's not really like a real thing, but it's a real funny idea. Becomes insured party once risk is assumed by insurer. Generally, insurance contract includes at a minimum the following amounts: identification of participating parties. This stuff is kind of interesting. Insurer, the insurer, the beneficiaries, the premium, the period of coverage, the particular loss event covered, the amount of coverage, and the amount to be paid to the insured or beneficiary in the event of a loss and exclusions. Insured is us. Okay, whatever. I don't care. This is what I wanted to talk about. Nuclear exclusion clause? Is there an example? What? excluding damage caused by nuclear or radiation incidents. Really? War exclusion clause exclude damage from acts of war or terrorism. Tesla was having some of that recently. There are a number of possible points to contention with the clause, in particular whether certain acts of terrorism or cyber attacks are covered. The question is, how do you determine what is a terrorist act? Warlike act between sovereign or quasi-sovereign entities. Insurance companies typically will not cover damages caused by war because such an event could cause damage that would likely to bankrupt them if they had to cover it. So essentially, if the damage is too bad, you're hosed. Is this kind of why it would be, you're not insured for war, civil war, revolution, rebellion, insurrection, or civil strife arising therefrom, or any hostile act by you against a belligerent power, capture, seize, arrest, restraint, or detainment, piracy accepted. What? They're saying if they detain and what? Any attempt thereat, derelict mines, torpedoes, or bombs, or any derelict weapons of war. You'd be able to purchase a separate war risk insurance policy. They were, the song. Okay, that's why I'm looking like that. It's very interesting. I feel like it should, right? Or who covers that? There are no nuclear exclusion clauses in health insurance policies. They're saying for like cars and housing, not health insurance. Okay, I get it. Maybe. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, it is hereby understood and agreed that this policy shall not apply to any loss, damage, or expense due to or arising out of, directly or indirectly, nuclear reaction, radiation, or radioactive contamination, regardless of how it was caused. As operators of nuclear power plants often have limited third-party liability. In the case of a nuclear accident, it is possible that private property damage would be covered neither by the operator or by the nuclear power plant, nor by the property owner's insurance. So you're telling me that argument for publicification of our power. Also, I do, and this is all over the place, but I do think that is important, especially now with data mining. I'm sure you've heard about it. And I'm not. No. Anyway, because companies are able to do this, they're able to bribe politicians into building data mining facilities. Well, that wouldn't help if they were public. So it kind of takes away that. But if they were private, you would get, like, it doesn't take away that you can bribe politicians in this country. This is the worst article I've ever read. Dude, this is what is messed up in this country. Not the only thing. And one of the things that's messed up, it is, I do not want to sign for this at all. Look, what kind of article is this? I'm watching this. Is there an ad? If there's an ad, I'm immediately exiting out. I'm immediately pressing this. Okay. But look, crowds is. But private companies are able to do this whenever they want. For useless AI that actually does nothing except you can make silly videos that show someone murdering or something, whatever. And you're not going to be covered for stuff like this. Maybe that, I don't know. It's renewed several times, which governs liability-related issues for all non-military nuclear facilities constructed in the United States. What? Yeah, is that all? Social effects. Do I keep looking at this? Commonly called the Price-Anderson's Act, is a United States federal law passed in 1957 and censored in several times, which governs liability-related issues for all non-military nuclear facilities constructed in the United States before 2026. Next year. So, like, now. The main purpose of the act is to partially compensate the nuclear industry against liability claims. When was from nuclear incidents while still ensuring compensation coverage for the general public? The act establishes a no-fault insurance type system in which first approximately $15 billion is industry funded as described in the act. Any claim above $15 billion would be covered by a congressional mandate to retroactively increase nuclear utility liability, or would be covered by the federal government. At the time of the act's passing, it was considered necessary as an incentive for the private production of nuclear power. This was because electric utilities viewed as available liability coverage, only $60 million, as inadequate. So, what? No fault insurance is kind of crazy for this. $15 billion would be done by the company. What? Right? What? Wait, no fault insurance does not mean they're paying, right? Am I misunderstanding this? For instance, no fault. The insured party is identified by their own insurance company for loss, regardless of the source of first party coverage. I don't know. I mean, we have that in Michigan. Yo, that's us. You can't really see that, eh? Where's me? Whatever, you get that. That's us. For 2018, drivers had to purchase personal injury protection insurance that include unlimited lifetime medical coverage. This isn't protecting people with catastrophic injuries. Many consumers complain about the high insurance premiums associated with the system. Insurance adults know so that drivers will no longer be required to purchase unlimited medical coverage. Instead of the PIP choice system that was enacted, drivers have the choice of selecting medical coverage with limits of 50,000, 250, 500,000 or limited. Drivers on Medicare be eligible to forgo all no-fault medical coverage. What? The goal of the no-fault changes was to lower premiums for drivers in this. Dude, this is like nothing. If you get into a bad accident, it's like, okay, this is like nothing. The goal of no-fault to lower, make car insurance more affordable. Michigan's average annual auto insurance rates are still the highest in the country. Really? It ensures the highest rates of any city in the U.S. Additionally, Michigan's no-fault reforms reduced compensation to some caregivers, which made it difficult for some catastrophically injured crash victims to access care from their auto insurance policy. Health insurance also covers the care of the crash victims if our insurance is either non-existent or doesn't have enough coverage to pay claims. Well, G2 won if you guys wanted to know. I think. BC game is playing, guys. So I'm getting distracted totally. BC game 1? Wait, didn't they bench Prime Tabs? Hey, Simple did good. Pure no fault. Manitoba. Manitoba. We really pay the most for insurance? Really? I mean, that seems bizarre. I mean, I've only lived here my whole life. So anyway, let's go back. So I don't understand. They're paying this, right? Compensate the nuclear industry. No. Who's paying this $15 billion? Is it us? Is industry funded as described in the Act? Any claims above the $15 billion would be covered by a congressional mandate to retroactively increase nuclear utility liability. To retroactively increase nuclear utility liability, or would be covered by the federal government? What does that mean? So the Congress would just change the nuclear utility liability? That seems weird. Only 60 million. Yeah, 60 million is not adequate. What world are we living in? The Act survived a constitutional challenge in the Supreme Court. Case Duke Power Co. versus Carolina Environmental Study Group. Was a case in which the Supreme Court overturned the United States District Court for the Western District of North Carolina's decision that the Price-Anderson Act violated equal protection by treating victims of nuclear accidents differently from the victims of other industrial accidents. The music stopped for so long and started. I was so confused. So Bruce filed suit in the U.S. District of the West, whatever, against the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding the Price-Anderson Act. The suit challenged on 2 grounds. It violated the Fifth Amendment. So not sure. The right to a fair trial. Adequate compensation for victims of accidents, and it violated the 14th Amendment. Ain't that like women are equal? Reconstruction Amendments, considered one of the most consequential amendments to address citizen rights and equal protection under the law at all levels of government. Issues affecting freed slaves following the American Civil War, and it's enacted was bitterly contested. States of the defeated Confederacy were required to ratify it to regain representation in Congress. The amendment, particularly its first section, is one of the most litigated parts of the Constitution, forming the basis of the landmark Supreme Court decisions. What? Bush vs. Gore. Orfeld vs. Hodge. Based. Prohibiting affirmative action in most college admissions. That was a really crazy one. That's a real recent one. What did they say about that? I'm getting so distracted. I just want to know what they said. Supreme Court opinions. The race-based admissions adopted by the UNC were unconstitutional in the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Recused herself in Harvard, resulting in 6-2 vote. fuck is this song? Oh. I mean, I do get it in theory, right? But also, that's not how. Whatever. Pretending that there's some super, like, crazy amount of people who didn't deserve to be in Harvard, which most of the people don't still. They're just funded by their parents who went there. So it's not like they deserve it anyway. Like most of the people going there don't deserve it. They just bought it. Anyway, I just want to know. So it did not go through. This is not a normal chord and a new path forward that's consistent with the law. True based. Based Joe Biden. Rare Biden W right there. Made uncommon Chuck Schumer dub. Easy boom. What a great line by Obama. Like any policy, affirmative action wasn't perfect, but it allowed generations of students like Michelle and me to prove we belong. And that's what it's about. It's about letting these people, other people, marginalized groups, get opportunities to prove that they don't really need to prove they belong. But they get an opportunity to prove they're just as capable. There are breaks for any young person out there who's wondering what their future holds. What kinds of chances will be open to them? Anyway, this is not what this is about. 14th Amendment is saying kind of a bunch of mumbo jumbo about equal citizenship rights and equal protection. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his own brow? This is also completely different. The court found that the differential treatments of industrial victims did not constitute a violation of equal protection based on the reasons Congress gave for liability limitations. There's no equal protection violation since the general rationality of the Act's liability limitation, particularly with reference to the congressional purpose of encouraging private participation in the exploitation of nuclear energy, is ample justification for the difference in treatment between those injured in nuclear accidents and those whose injuries are derived from other causes. Very interesting. Those licenses are required by the Act to obtain the maximum amount of insurance against nuclear-related accidents which is available in the insurance market, $450 million per reactor. Any monetary claims that fall within this maximum amount are paid by the insurers. Fund is financed by the reactor companies themselves. So the price, so after this $450 million paid by the insurer, and then the fund, which is made up by the reactor insurance companies, $121 million per reactor in the event of an accident with claims that exceed the $450 million insurance limit. Estimate of the fund is approximately $12.61 billion. Pay their full. In order place to raise funds using loans to the fund. Paid as soon as possible. Actual payments by companies. To submit a report on the cost of it to the courts and to Congress. If people were treated like companies in this country, it'd be better. Maybe. That's a very speculative statement. I want to see. July 2024, the act was extended through 2045 as part of the Advance Act. Accelerating deployment of versatile advanced nuclear for Clean Energy Act of 2024. That is a lot of words. The secondary insurance was not required. A total of $151 million was paid to cover claims, including legal expenses, all from primary insurance, including $71 million for 3 Mile Island. Additionally, the Department of Energy paid about $65 million to cover claims under liability of its own nuclear operations in the same period. Where is 3 Mile Island? Susquehanna River in Londonderry Township, Dauphin County, New Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. As a challenge act, first filed the Fifth Amendment because it did not ensure adequate compensation to the victims. Treats nuclear accidents differently from other accidents. I mean, nuclear accidents are different from other accidents. I feel like radioactive damage is different from whatever. Okay, anyway. U.S. law requires payment of 8 cents per barrel of oil to the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund for all oil imported or produced. In exchange for payment, operators of offshore oil platforms, among others, are limited to liability $75 million for damages, which can be paid by the fund, but are not indemnified for the cost of the cleanup. The fund stood at $1.6 billion. Before payouts related to the Deepwater Horizon. I think I remember that. Was it the BP one? Oh yeah, I definitely remember that. Well, remember hearing about it. The hydroelectric is not generally held financially liable for catastrophic incidents. This is a dam failure or resultant flooding. Dam operators were not held liable for the 1977 failure of Teton Dam. Where's Teton? South Dakota, that's my guess. Eastern Idaho. It caused approximately $500 million in property damage. When industries have no explicit liability cap, and practice liability in such industries may be limited to the assets of the company held to be at fault. In addition, liability can be distributed in the absence of strict liability laws. This is non-power exam. Wait, what? Dam operators was a company? Was it made by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation? Oh. That'd be awful. But most of the time people don't live. Like, how much... I mean, it's so much water, though, is the problem. A good day to go surfing? Think tanks and environmental organizations, including the Union of Concerned Scientists, Greenpeace, Internet. Can I say something? Inherent in atomic power does not require reactors to carry any adequate insurance and would therefore result in taxpayers footing most of the bill for catastrophic accident. Anyway, taxpayers do foot bill for most. This is kind of where I disagree massively with green places. Like, they're really heavy anti-nuclear. Some of them, I don't know if they still are, but it's a lot cleaner than oil, a lot cleaner than natural gas. Yeah, we kind of figured out a bunch of the problems with it. So it's not whatever, you know. This is of corporate welfare. Oh. Due to a portion of the act that advised Department of Energy and private contractors from nuclear incidents, gross negligence and willful misconduct, although criminal penalties would still apply. Taxpayer indemnification to non-government personnel. Energy Department counters those critics by saying that the distinction is irrelevant since the damage to the public would be the same. Unique to nuclear power, as hydroelectric power plants are similarly not fully insured against a catastrophic event such as a Banqiao. Did I pronounce that correctly? Dam disaster. I'm gonna see if I pronounce that correctly. How do I even read it? Pronounce it. Pronounce it. I'll just add pronounce. Banqiao. Banqiao. Let's go to YouTube. Pronunciation guide. Don't look at what's suggested. Banqiao. Okay, that's how you say it. Was I right? Large dam failures in general, as private insurers base dam insurance premiums on limited scenarios. Major disaster insurance in the sector is likewise provided by the government. Vienna Convention. What's one about the Banqiao Dam? Shenzhen, which has foremost hydrologists, was involved in the design of the dam, but he was also a vocal critic of the government damming building policy and project which involved many dams in the basin. He recommended 12 sluice gates, like the Sulaks, for the Banqiao Dam. Feels like, I don't know, it feels weird. This was criticized as being excessive and the number was reduced to 5. Other dams in the project, including the Shimantan Dam, had a similar reduction of safety features, and Shen was removed from the project. In 1961, after problems with the water systems were revealed, Shen was brought back to help. He continued to be an outspoken critic of the system and was again removed from the project. Bei Shenzhen. Is that all his? He has a Wikipedia page? Oh no, is it? Pretty much. How based. Failed when deluged by Super Typhoon Nina, the Shen had warned. Their failure destroyed 60 more dams downstream. Oh, he died. He died in 2009. This is the worst song I've ever heard. First Chinese. Dude, I wonder if other things. Well, never mind. That kind of makes sense. It'd be like first American. Whatever. It just sounds weird. 1984, Chen worked with his provincial governor, He Kang. That photo looks turbo AI. To invite an international investment mission, later organized by AER, which proved successful in attracting world attention to the resources and opportunities in central China. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, listen. I wonder how many people have been on this Wikipedia page before. But I mean, that's like a cool Wikipedia page to have. I mean, that's like a good whatever. Whistleblower. So did he like? And our friend Comrade Chenjing. I want to read this. I don't speak Chinese. If it is Chinese, I might not be able to read it. I can try. No, I'm not going to try that. It would just sound bad. I don't think it's a good optic. Shen was born in Nanking. I mean, this is just like a good page to have. There's not too much rambling. There's not too much, like, whatever. But that's gotta be super hard to like predict. Like, I mean, obviously it's part of their job. Translate to English, please. Please. Known in the Philippines as Super Typhoon Beibing. 1975. There's been some like super horrific things like this, and it's so like weird to think, because I mean, I live in Michigan, which I've said. And there's not like a ton of natural disasters here. Like one time we had the Lake Michigan really high flooded. That goes far. Did it really go there? That's pretty bizarre, actually. Flooding from the Banqiao Dam collapse killed 26,000 people, with 100,000 more dying from subsequent famine and disease. Can I Google something else? Kind of unrelated. I'm going on a different monitor. China really's had a lot of famine, eh? That's also trouble with dictatorships. Can I pull it up on my other? I was looking at the other Chinese famines. Because as somebody who's self-proclaimed a leftist, and I think this is where dictatorships tend to fail us. Because the collected grain was decreasing. Numbers reported kept increasing. How do we know this? Can I say that? Yang 32, is that what it said? The fuck is this? It brings me to the same page, bro. How are we supposed to trust this guy? I mean, I do think it happened. But how are we supposed to... Yang Zhisheng was born in 1940, joined the Communist Party in 1964, and worked for the news agency until his retirement in 2001. He's now deputy editor. Chronicles of History, the official journal that regularly skirts censorship with articles on controversial political topics. He also have a book, Tombstone. I don't know. It's super interesting how you know what to trust, especially with countries like China. Like, how do we know this stuff, right? Because China, they're very secretive, especially when it comes to stuff like this. So how do we know? How do we know this stuff? Sounds crazy if you're wondering what I'm listening to. Dude, Pink Eye has such funny music. I just want to say. No, insurance doesn't seem all that interesting. I don't know how we know these things about foreign countries. You know? Insurance can have various effects on society through the... Like, how do we collect data on things that already happened in more secretive places? And then it can increase fraud, and then it can help societies and individuals prepare for catastrophes and mitigate the effects of catastrophes on both households and societies. But if we had like a real sense of morality, it would I feel like it wouldn't be like necessary, because it's kind of like made up. Like, it's a very first world thing, right? I think my problem is the overinflated cost that they argue for, that they lobby for, and try to protect themselves. And these insurance often is trying to, because ultimately living long shouldn't be a goal. Like, it's a bastardization of a goal. Like, it's not really like a good thing to strive for. Like, it's kind of pointless. Like, it doesn't really have meaning in and of itself. In theory, it's to spend more time with family or whatever you like doing. It's to spend more time doing that. But most people when they die do not think they had enough time. Insurance can influence the probability of losses to moral. What the is a moral hazard? Economic actor has an incentive to increase its exposure to risk because it will not bear the full costs associated with that risk. You take a high risk knowing that its insurance will pay the associated costs. Boom. True. Insurance fraud. Prevents steps by the insurance company. Insurance scholars have typically used moral hazard to refer to the increased loss due to unintentional carelessness. Insurance. Okay, I don't mean to side with insurance scholars, whatever the fuck that means. Because I wonder that. I wonder how often sometimes accidents happen because you're not going to be out of pocket if something happens, right? This isn't arguing for anything. It's just a thought I've had. It's not like, whatever. Don't take this too seriously. But like, if, I don't think it should be this way, but if you had to pay for your own stuff, would you be as like for if you get injured, would you be as likely to, I think it depends person to person, would you be more likely to be extra safe, right? So if I have to pay more, if say I slip, hit my head, if I have to pay more, obviously there's a hurt reason why you wouldn't want to. What's the financial one? Does that cause you to be safer? But also some things you can't control. Like, I work in manufacturing. Sometimes there's like an oil thing around, and especially in certain areas, it can be pretty bad. And sometimes there's like certain random areas that people don't walk through a lot or whatever, and you just almost biff. But I'm also I'd rather not have that pain. It's not really a financial worry, it's I don't want to get brain damage. Although I do skateboard without a helmet, which isn't smart, but I do that, so. Carelessness or indifference ensures attempt to address carelessness through inspections, policy provisions, requiring certain types of maintenance. Yeah, that's why I was thinking that, like, do they want us to put warning wet when we mop or whatever, to try to say, look, we told them to do this, but they didn't, and then they push the fault on us, and their insurances have to, well, I don't know how they're insured. Because they're probably also insured against us. I wonder if this is what I'm searching. Our company's insured against specialized policies designed to protect against a range of employee-related risks, including lawsuits and theft. It's insurance protection for employers in the event an employee steals from them. Like, can they, like, is it separate? Dude. I could have as well separate from employees. I don't care about it in Michigan. Separately insured from their employees and the business and its owners from lawsuits related to workplace injuries. So yeah, I think them saying, hey, put up a sign when you mop, which I don't think it's a bad thing, but I'm just, what? Don't dox me, fucking AI dump lord. How do I get rid of AI? How do I delete AI? Why are they pushing AI on us? Purchases. So then when you slip, they can say, "Hey, look, not our fault," and it ends up increasing for us, not the work. The work. I will say, this is separate from what I've been talking about for the most part. The music I'm listening to, I'm listening to Pink Guy. I'll say it again. It is very soul. It has a lot of soul to it, you know? Like, it's very... Like, it's very crude. It's very coarse. But it's so... Like, the songs have such beauty and pure to them. Pure, I don't know what that means. Such like, there's something so great about his music then. And I've listened to his more recent stuff, his Joji stuff. And I think that's also really good. I haven't listened to it in the past couple of years, but I think it's like a special, his Pink Guy music. Co-insurance, risk shared between insurers. Dual insurance? Really, whatever. Have two or more policies with overlapping coverage of a risk, but the individual policies would not pay separately. Under the concept contribution, they would contribute together to make up the policyholder's losses. However, in case of contingency insurances such as life insurance, full payment is allowed. I'm gonna search this. Insurance. This does change based on state, so I'm not talking about a vehicle. These can be uninsured in Michigan because the federal individual mandate penalty no longer applies, but it's still crucial to have health insurance for protection against high medical costs. You're not required to have health insurance to avoid paying a tax penalty. You can support options like the Healthy Michigan Plan for low-cost coverage, or seek out free or low-cost community clinics if you remain uninsured. Based. Not having health insurance was appealed by the Tax Cuts and Job Acts. 2017 no longer applies to individuals starting in 2019. Don't dox me, please, AI. I'm gonna always give negative feedback to AI, I think. Did I have... Oh, wait, no, I don't. Fuck off. Negative feedback. So, allegedly... I'm going to... You know, we all know AI lies. And isn't accurate all the time. Health insurance... Well, I know what it is. The individual mandate provision in the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act requires that people who obtain health insurance pay a federal tax penalty. If you currently have coverage from Medicare, your employer reverts coverage yourself, if you're covered and will not pay a tax penalty. Furthermore, you may be exempt from paying the penalty for having coverage if you have financial hardship or if it costs you more than 8% of your income to purchase coverage. So you... What? Is this tax penalty for because you can still get care in the emergency room? So AI says one thing, government says help. Health insurance is it's also important when you stay healthy, protect yourself for expected high medical costs. Why would I want to listen to him? If I go back to school, do I get covered? Or my parents? Can I still leech on my parents? Anyway, let's go back. I kind of want to... What is this? What is this? Link. Comrade Shenjung left us forever on May 15, 2009. As a water control expert, he had an extremely important influence on water conservancy in Henan and across the country. On his deathbed, he also wrote the 100,000-word book, There's No End to Water Control, which provides a review and reflection of the nearly 6 years of water control, with pictures and text, leaving a difficult book for water conservancy people. Why is this text this whatever? That's pretty cool. Good on him. How long have I been going, man? Dude, I have so many fucking tabs open. Okay, let me close out of some stuff, okay? Will you let me do that? You're getting exited out of? Hopefully that wasn't... Oh, yeah, it wasn't. There we go. My haircut looks awful. Insurers may be using subscription business models, collecting premium payments periodically in return. Can you do a one-time insurance policy? In return for ongoing and or compounding benefits offered to policyholders. What a good graph. That is a funny graph, let me tell you. Insurers, I'm probably not enunciating well. Mumble rapping a Wikipedia page. Insurance business models aims to collect more insurance premiums than is paid out in losses. So you're getting scammed. You're getting scammed is what they're saying. This is literally what they're saying. Word for word, they're saying you are getting scammed. You're paying more than you would lose. And to also offer a competitive price which consumers will accept. You are saying that you're admitting that I'm getting scammed. That's what an insurance business model is. But it does kind of make sense, right? There needs to be some, I believe. But that's why I think it should be governmental. I think it should be we contribute for the better of everyone, because some people are more sick than others. And then it becomes about, because if you're healthy, you'll say, well, I'll opt out of it. And then everyone ends up having, people who need it have to pay a ton for things they can't help, like disabled or physical, mental disability, whatever. There's a lot of other reasons. Sometimes people just don't have the same good health outcomes. I'm not saying what I'm thinking, but I don't think that's right, really. It seems like a wrong thing. I think if we think having a longer life expectancy is good, and people should have a long life, an equal length life, I think you should believe in health coverage, like a public health coverage. And to also offer a competitive price which consumers will accept. Because ultimately you're saying, I think I will be in the majority. Because why wouldn't I not be covered for the next 30, 40 years of my life? And just do it when I'm like 60, 65. When most problems sprout. So, I don't know, it's just a thought. Insurance premium equals expected value of claims plus underwriting expenses. What the fuck does that mean? Plus operating expense plus profit minus return on investment. Also called a scam. Most basic level insurance premium estimation involves looking at the frequency of claims. So like, yeah, how often things happen in the population, like heart attack, stroke. What other major things happen? I don't know, whatever. And the expected value of the payout for these claims. The most complicated aspect of insuring is the actuarial science of claims. The discipline applies mathematical and statistical methods to assess risk in insurance, pension, finance, investment, psychology, medicine, and other industries and professions. Claims and the expected value of the payout for these claims. This is really... What is this? I think I've listened to all these songs. I might listen to someone else. Give me a suggest. Good suggestion. Whoever, Jeffrey Epstein 85 in chat. I'm listening to Freddie Dredd. Is this a new song? You've liked one song by Freddie Dredd. That's what the stream is. Looking at insurance. Live for 3 hours, motherfucker. Damn. Actuarial science. Ain't that a bird? That's aviary, never mind. After producing rates, the insurer has discretion to reject or accept risk through the underwriting process. The insurance company will collect historical loss data, bring the loss data to present value, compare these prior losses to the premium collected in order to assess rate adequacy. Loss ratios and expense loads are also used. See, that's the trouble. Because some people have diabetes and they're a higher risk, and you just end up punishing that. Rating for different kinds of risk, for different risk characteristics involves, at the most basic level, comparing the losses with loss relativities. The policy with twice as many losses would therefore be charged twice as much. In theory, yes. More complex multivariate analysis, multiple variables, are sometimes used when multiple characteristics are involved, and a univariate analysis can produce confounded results. The statistical methods may be used in assessing the probability of future losses. We know these things. Upon termination, this is just like an audiobook. Like an unprompted audiobook. Upon termination of a given policy, the amount of premium collected minus the amount paid out in claims is the insurer's underwriting profit. Yeah, the difference. Remaining after losses have been paid. Administrative underwriting is a term used in the insurance industry. It consists of the earned premiums remaining after losses have been paid and administrative expenses have been deducted. It does not include any investment income earned on held premiums. So it's basically the difference between what you gave them and what you spent. Okay. Underwriting performance is measured by something called combined ratio, which is the ratio of expenses to losses to premiums. A combined ratio of less than 100% indicates an underwriting profit, while anything over 100 indicates an underwriting loss. And I feel like but can work deny covering someone? Like, I should ask someone, can my insurance policy through work decline someone? I'll just Google it. I mean, it doesn't matter for what, but can they just decline? They covered or charge you more because you have pre-existing conditions such as diabetes or asthma. Protection applies to marketplace, individual, most employee-sponsored health care. Cannot refuse to sell you a marketplace or individual plan because of a pre-existing condition. Really? This song's a fucking banger. I'm liking it. How do I like songs in this? What? I didn't want a full screen. Oh, maybe I did. Can I not like a song, bro? Okay, I'll hit the plus sign, guys. What? Oh, it's never mind. Different game. Sorry. Really? How does it work? So they're just overpaying you? Why do white people exist? We deny affordable without health reform. 50 to 120 million per 50 to 129 million non-elderly Americans have some type of pre-existing health condition. Up to 1 in 5 non-elderly Americans with a pre-existing condition. 25 million individuals are uninsured. Bro, what the? Work on your grammar. Under the Affordable Care Act starting in 2014, these Americans cannot be denied coverage, be charged significantly higher premiums, be subjected to extended waiting period, or have their benefits curtailed by insurance companies. 1 in 2 Americans. Didn't you say half? Why did you say 1 in 2? What? Yeah. So if they got the Affordable Care Act, well, if they change it, what is this? Whatever. As many as 82 million Americans with employer-based coverage of pre-existing condition. Without the Affordable Care Act, such conditions limit the ability to obtain affordable. Oh, so it's saying without the Affordable Care Act. Higher proportion of people with pre-existing condition varies by insurance status, with the highest rates among those with employer-sponsored insurance, ranging from 21 to 54%. What? How does it change? Is it like pollutants? I mean, I guess pre-existing condition, does that include pollutants? I don't think so. Asthma, sometimes. Can it? I don't know. I'll Google it. I don't know how to spell it, bro. Asthma. I think the better phrasing would be, can pollution cause asthma? So maybe that would be why. I think sometimes people stress eat. So it's saying without that. 1 in 5 Americans with a pre-existing condition is uninsured. Health aid reform ends discrimination based on pre-existing conditions. Yes. Let me go to news. Running out of time. The Hill. Great. They're going to tell me to not run ad block. Why Congress is running out of time for an Obamacare deal. Both in Congress have refused to negotiate an extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits as part of talks 10. Well, it's a very, very, very relevant topic to cover today. Extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits as part of talks and the shutdown, arguing there's plenty of time to negotiate over Obamacare once the government is funded. Fucking pricks in the government, eh? There's an issue for the end of the year. December 31 is when that expires. Loser said in a briefing Friday. So Congress has 3 months to negotiate that. Certainly we could work on it in the month of October to find some consensus to figure that out. But if Congress doesn't act on Obamacare, many Americans will start feeling the pinch within a few weeks. Doesn't sound good for Repub-tards. This is an old Freddie Dredd song. Premiums are being decided now, and open enrollment for the ACA marketplace is less than a month away in most states. Scheduled to begin November 1, premiums could more than double if insurers believe the tax credits will be allowed to expire. Data released by the health policy nonprofit KFF. I don't know what that is. I mean, it's obviously a health policy nonprofit. KFF on Friday indicated Republicans may risk shooting themselves in the foot if Democratic messaging on the issue sticks. Good. Analysis by KFF found that most ACA market enrollees, 77%, 13.7 million of the 24.3 million enrollees live in states won by President Trump in the 2024 election. 77%? That most ACA market enrollees, 77%, of the ACA enrollees live in states. Okay. These states receive more premium tax cuts and saw more enrollment growth than others. KFF surveys found that 78% of adults said they think Congress should extend the enhanced tax credits to the ACA marketplace. What does this mean? Google it. Come on. Go to IRS.gov. IRS will submit letters on behalf of the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services sharing information about obtaining. This does not describe what the tax credits are for. Is a the premium tax credit, also known as PTC, is a refundable credit that helps eligible individuals and families cover the premiums for their health insurance purchased through the health insurance marketplace. To get this credit, you must meet certain requirements to file a tax return with Form 8962 Premium Tax Credit PTC. For tax years, the American 2122, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 temporarily extended eligibility for the premium tax credit by eliminating the rule the taxpayer with household income of 400% above the federal poverty line cannot qualify for a premium tax credit. If you are wondering, how did Kerrigan get second on their team? 3D Max, 1 map 1 against FaZe. Nope. And 3D Max, they won. What? They might as well have forfeit this match. What the fuck is FaZe doing, bro? Oh, really? The guy they kicked from the team didn't do well. Where the fuck is he? Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted. This did not explain it at all. It's a tax credit. Further lowering the share of income ACA marketplace and really pay for a plan. Okay. Pay no more than 1% of their... Oh, yeah. So they pay a percentage of their income onto it. That's crazy. Where did he play? I want to see this. Sorry. I'm not gonna see this at all, man. What are the chances I do something right? Here, I'll go here. It's in my other monitor. It's kind of hard to see. You know what? I'm not that interested. Does anyone else play? All the games are done. It's not a very exciting bunch of games today. Huh. There's also an old Freddie Dredd song. 78% of adults said they think Congress should extend the enhanced tax credits. This includes 92% of Republicans, 82% of independents, and 59% of Republicans. About 4 in 10 adults who support extending the credits said the blame would be on Trump and Republicans in Congress. Only 22% said who did it? What? Is that two people? 2 out of 10? That's 66%. What happened to the other 40? Who are they blaming? Nobody? Maybe they're blaming nobody. Who would blame? Whatever. State leaders warned that the repercussions could be immense for some and that the timeline is even shorter than November 1st. It's really important to underscore that the first open enrollment period starts October 15th in one of the states, Idaho. So it's 2 weeks from now. Talking about changing something this is late, like 2 weeks is not enough time to really do that without consumer disruption, consumer confusion, and to some extent consumer degradation. just from the confusion it would cause, Trolley noted. The Republican leaders in Congress are so far appear unmoved by the threat of escalating healthcare premiums. Can I say something? These people's lives get affected by this, and it's hard to, because some people want to gut Medicare and Medicaid, and have people pay more. Some people, I'm not going to name names, and then they pretend like it's because Democrats want to give whatever millions to whatever they make up, whatever things they make up, probably about the immigrants, that illegal immigrants will get money for healthcare. Yeah, good one. Senate Majority Leader John Thune remained adamant Friday Trump layoffs loom. Okay, I should not click that. Over adamant that discussions over ACA tax rates cannot happen while the government shutdown continues. There are discussions going on with their colleagues on both sides of the aisles, but at some point they have to take yes for an answer. That is crazy, man. At some point they have to take yes for an answer. Can I say something? The more cruel side can get away with what they want. Doing the right thing does not help your political cause. Because in theory, and I don't think the GOP cares, because it seems like the more the GOP and the Republicans don't really want to extend it. What? Or maybe they do. I don't know. It doesn't really say. So if you don't, you would not care if it doesn't get talked about. And if you're more cruel, you can get your way usually. Because you're less willing to give in. And then the kinder side, which would do the right thing, would say, we do want people to have coverage, so we'll give in to this other thing. And it screws someone else. So you got to choose the better of two. You got to pick between a rock and a hard place. However, the Senate GOP leader said he wasn't sure his caucus would ultimately have the votes for extending Obamacare subsidies, initially passed during the COVID-19 pandemic in a separate bill. We can't make commitments or promises on the COVID subsidies because that's not something we can guarantee that there are votes there to do, Thune added. I don't know what he sounds like. Do I? Okay. Who wants to... I don't even remember his name at all. I have the worst memory. I don't hear him talking. Let's go to Facebook. How come there's no audio coming through? Application audio? Who wants to hear this guy?
We have an opportunity to pick up a House-passed bill that, if it passes the Senate, will be sent to the White House. The President will sign it, and the government will reopen. It's that simple and that straightforward, and that's all we're talking about here. All we need is a handful more Democrats. We have a
What did he say?
bill that, if it passes the Senate, will be sent to the is right. We have an opportunity to pick up a House-passed bill that, if it passes the Senate, will be sent to the White House. The President will sign it, and the government will reopen. It's that simple.
Is this guy an idiot? Is this guy a fucking idiot? I know it's probably a dumb question. I don't know anything about this guy, right? I'm kind of trying to get more into this. I'm trying to have a positive impact on life. This guy is stupid. This guy is frankly stupid. It's not like the bill doesn't mean anything. And we just need some people who disagree with the bill to sign it. Yeah, obviously, you dumb idiot. I was going to call him something meaner. I don't think that's appropriate. You are dumb. You're brain dead.
And that's straightforward. And that's all we're talking about here.
I mean, you can hear what he's saying.
There's a handful more Democrats.
Maybe.
We have a majority of senators, 55 senators, have already voted for this clean, short-term, nonpartisan CR.
What does it
As the
mean?
Speaker said, no policy riders, no gimmicks, nothing in here that benefits Republicans. This is a straight-up 7-week funding resolution, and we need it to keep the government open. And if we don't keep the government open, you'll have all the things that the Speaker just alluded to, all the Americans who are adversely impacted by this government shutdown. Now, this is something, as you all know, as recently as the
Am I
last
adversely affected?
administration, during the Biden administration, when the Democrats had the majority here in the United States Senate, the Democrats on 13 different occasions voted for this, a short-term continuing resolution. Now,
Do you want
I
to
have
look
to
at that?
ask,
Do you want to
what's
look what that
changed?
says?
What's different about this?
Yeah,
What's
tell me.
different?
I
Is
don't know
who's
if I
in the
want to
White
watch this.
That's what it's about. It's all about President Trump and the Democrats needing to pick a fight to satisfy their far-left political base,
Democrats aren't far left.
activist organizations who are the tail
Democrats aren't
wagging the
far
dog right now. That's all this is about. And you have a Democrat leader from New York in the Senate, a Democrat leader in the House from New York, and you have
From New York,
mayoral
guys.
race in New York. You got AOC. You got all these
New
people who are
York, New
bringing
York.
pressure
This
to
guy
bear
loves New York.
on what should be a
This guy thinks all
simple,
leftists live in New York.
proposition, and that is a short-term continuing resolution.
Do you want to see what this says? Ignore my smiling face in the top right corner. Do you want to see what this says? Can I? Once I get really technical. Extends several expiring programs and authorities. Okay, how do I control plus? The bill extends several expiring programs and authorities, including several public health, Medicare, and Medicaid authorities and programs. Several various programs and authorities related to veterans, U.S. Grain Standards Act, Department of Agriculture, Livestock Mandatory Price Reporting Program, so Department of Homeland Security, DHS programs related to cybersecurity, authorities for DHS and Department of Justice to take actions to mitigate a credible threat from an unmanned aircraft system. What? Special assessment on non-indigent persons. What the fuck does this mean? Okay, well, what does indigent mean? Poor. Okay. Special assessment on poor persons or entities convicted of certain offenses involving sexual abuse and human trafficking. I don't know what that means, like, at all. Authorities relate to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Whistleblowers Program, and the Defense Production Act of 1950. Anyway, so it's not nothing. It's confers upon the president a broad set of authorities to influence domestic industry in the interest of national defense. Authorities can be used across the federal government to shape the domestic industrial base so that, when called upon, it is capable of providing essential materials and goods needed for the national defense. It tells the president to require persons and to prioritize and accept contracts for materials and services necessary to promote the national defense. So, tells the president to incentivize the domestic industrial base to expand the production and supply of critical materials and goods. Authorize incentives include loans, loan guarantees, direct purchasing, and purchase commitments, and the authority to procure and install equipment in private industrial facilities. I think I know why they don't want this one. It's probably this. which includes key definitions of the DPA and several distinct authorities, including the authority to establish voluntary agreements with private industry, authority to block proposed or pending foreign corporate mergers, acquisitions, or takeovers that threaten national security. I think I know why they don't want to extend it. The authority to employ persons of outstanding experience and ability to establish a volunteer pool of industry executives who could be called to government service in the interest of the national defense. I think I know why. We want to see array of authorities to shape national defense preparedness and programs to take appropriate steps to maintain and enhance the domestic industrial base. I mean, I get why you wouldn't. This song's a banger. I'm liking this song. I mean, clearly it's not nothing. Saying it's nothing is kind of dumb. There have been 6 roll call votes. Introduced 9/16/2025. This is what they're talking about? One doesn't say. Funding for security for members of Congress. Spend local funds at the rates included. So this is what he sounds like.
To keep the government funded, which is sitting right now. This is sitting at the Senate desk.
How tall is this guy?
Another hour or two, and it'll be the 4th time that Democrats will have an opportunity to vote to keep the government open. Now, at some point,
I'm gonna search this so we can all see. What? I don't know how I spelled it wrong. Oh, interesting. They still get paid. Cunts.
reason, good sense, common sense has
Oh,
to take
right.
effect here.
Right,
That's really
yeah.
what this is.
I don't really want to see
to
the
us,
comments.
And the speaker alluded to all the impacts on illegals and free health care programs in this country. A bill loaded with $1.5 trillion in new spending, which includes
Anyway,
these
I
provisions.
shouldn't
And they
read
want
the
to load
comments.
that onto a 7-week continuing resolution to fund the government. Now, what's happening right now when the government is shut down, all the things that we could be doing, the defense authorization bill,
This guy's
which benefits every congressional district, every state across this country, is languishing right now because we are shut down. The other appropriations bills, we have people in the Senate, both Republicans and Democrats, and frankly, Democrats, I think especially, because they haven't had a chance to be heard in the appropriations process for a really long time. When Chuck Schumer...
It seems like you really want this passed, and other people don't. Isn't that very interesting? Okay, that was... Anyway, I just want to hear what he sounds like. Sounds like a dork. Sounds like a guy with no personality. Now, where was I? He wasn't sure his caucus would ultimately have the votes for extending Obamacare subsidies. Okay, that means he doesn't think it's going to pass. Just say that. That means he doesn't want it to pass. Even if Congress were to strike a deal after open, people are worried. I'm worried that the sticker shock of sending out a message that says your premium is going to go up 213% because that's one number we're using in Colorado, one part of our state. CEO of Connect for Health Colorado told Dale. Luigi Mangione. I think every time I read CEO of some health place, I'm gonna mention that guy. So they remember, so they don't forget what happens. We'll get consumers where they won't come back. We'll get consumers where they won't come back. Because when you shop for anything else, when you see something you like, you're like, oh, that's too much. Do you go back? I mean, it's a really tough point, he added. He quoted someone saying, oh, that's too much. We have to maintain that blame both the shutdown and the hiked up premiums that consumers are likely to see next year will be on Republicans. Republicans would rather shut down the government than address a healthcare crisis that is threatening to shut down small businesses across the country. Right now, healthcare premiums are being locked in for next year. I want to know what this guy sounds. Sorry, this woman sounds like. Ugh. We're just hearing what people sound like, okay? Can we hear her say these things? Or we just have to read? I don't want to read what she has to say. We've been calling for Republicans to work with us to keep the government funded, to address the healthcare crisis they created. I should not do this. This probably isn't a good idea. To address the healthcare crisis, they can stop people's premiums from skyrocketing. Republicans haven't just stuck their heads in the sand. They've outright refused to get serious about a solution. I can't listen to it. It's on her web. It's on her website. Murray, what do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons her and treats her like trash? Oh, I gotta hear her. What? I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear that. Loser, I know what that loser sounds like. When does she talk? That guy looks like a serial killer, man. And I'm saying that. Trade blame for shutdown. Okay. Oh, there she is. My queen. I should not say that. Murray.
Talking to our colleagues about what we need, and we've been very clear. What we have told Republicans for weeks now.
Listen to the woman talking, buddy.
We want to be part of a bill that they are asking our votes for.
Yeah.
They've refused to do that. They have sent a partisan bill to us and said, just give us your votes, talk to us later. And we're saying, no, our constituents are hurting right now. We have hundreds of thousands of people who are in the mail going to get
like you'd see her at a
their
library.
insurance bills for next year that are going to double.
That's a good thing.
And
That's
they
a
can't
good
afford it. It's a simple solution. Extend the tax credits. And all we're asking for is have a discussion with us, come to us, let's have a negotiation. And to this point, they've not done this. Republicans are in charge in the White House,
Murray.
in the Senate, and in the House. For this bill, they need our votes, and we are saying we want to make sure our constituents are taken care of and our voices are heard.
Senator, Republicans say they are willing to negotiate. They say they just don't want to negotiate over this funding bill. They say, let's open up the government, then let's have a negotiation. Why not take that tack and allow the government?
Why are you saying it like that?
Well,
why are you saying it like that? That was a poor phrasing of whatever that question was. Let's listen to that again.
Over this funding
are taken care of and our voices.
Let's listen to that question again.
Senator,
how she says it.
Republicans say they are willing to negotiate. They say they just don't want to negotiate over this funding bill. They say, let's open up the government, then let's have a negotiation. Why not take that tack and allow the government to reopen?
Why not give up what you're trying to stand for and give them what they want? That's what she's saying. And it's like, are you stupid? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Well, the irony of that is we have had a government's been open. We have been saying for weeks, come and talk to us. Let's figure out how to solve this problem for the people in all of our states, and they haven't done it. So why would I believe
why do you
them?
give up
Where's the
now when they
trust
could
that,
have
just
earlier?
open government,
Right.
we'll talk to you then.
You're right,
They didn't
Patty.
before. Why would they now? Give us an assurance that that is what you're going to do. That's what we're asking for.
I wonder how you see these threats by the president to lay off thousands of federal workers, clearly trying to turn up the heat to get you all to agree to this funding bill. Are you feeling pressure, given that thousands of federal workers
What kind of threat is that?
at the very least receive notification that their jobs are going to be eliminated?
Well, I will say it is
Yeah, we're gonna fire people.
horrendous.
What kind of threat is
for
that?
this president?
Anyway, I just want to hear what she sounds like. That's what she sounds like. I don't want to hear what this guy sounds like. Luigi Mangione. To address the healthcare crisis starting to shut down. Okay, we read that. And because Republicans have refused to save the healthcare tax credits that millions of people rely on, healthcare costs are about to more than double for families across the country. But administration managed to achieve 4 consecutive years of record enrollment through the ACA marketplace with the enhanced tax credits believed to have contributed to the near 24 million who enrolled for 2025. I don't think anyone really anticipated how effective these enhancements would be in driving coverage improvement. The fact that there will be 4 million people who lose their health insurance if this policy changes, that's really what the conversation has to be. Jessica Altman, Executive Director of Covered California, Luigi Mangione, Covered California told The Hill, for a fourth attempt to end the shutdown, with Thrun failing to pick up any additional votes for a clean 7-week extension. Nathaniel Wexel contributed reporting. Joseph Choi. Okay, what does this guy look like? This is what this guy looks like. So we all know. What does he sound like? Whatever. He wrote the article. Whatever that's worth. Was it a good article? I would say. Let's see. Where's his sources? Fail. Joe Biden. John Thorne. Mike Johnson. Patty Murray. Dude, where's the sources, man? Come on. I mean, it's kind of... Where's the sources? Am I getting clickbaited? Be the first to need Gen X needs universal basic income? Suck my wiener. What are you talking about? Who blow to the insider who helped rewire national... No. John Pleeman. Felian. I kinda gotta pee, can I say that? I went too far by indefinitely blocking new drilling off large portions of U.S. coast in order celebrated by major oil and gas groups. Who's surprised? What is this? When did it start talking about that? Oh, he appointed the United States Arctic Research Commission by President Trump in 2020. Later served as the chair of the commission until the spring of 2021. The Arctic region was flagged as a point of interest for oil. This is putting it very lightly, all this. Anyway, I'm Bad Bunny. Anyway, I got distracted. I really have to pee. I'll be back, okay? if you want to become a politician, you have to talk in a certain way. That's what I'm learning. I think I gotta move one of my monitors, brah. The end's kind of cut off. Anyway, are we going back to insurance? Who wants to hear more about insurance? Who wants to research what Obamacare was? Something about 100%. Insurers make money in two ways: through underwriting. The rest of which insurers select the risks to insure and decide how much in insurance premiums to charge for accepting those risks and taking the brunt of those risks should it come to fruition. So like there's housing, car insurance that they can deny, but it doesn't sound like, dude, what is my hair doing, bro? It's from wearing a headset. I should go back to being bald. By investing the insurance premiums they collect from the insured parties. What does that mean? So they can invest their money from underwriting, right? Okay. Company with a combined ratio over 100% may nevertheless remain profitable due to investment earnings. So it's like a bank, right? Is that what I'm getting from this? Companies earn investment profits on float. Float, or available reserve, is the amount of money on hand at any given moment that an insurer has collected insurance premiums but is not paid out in claims. So it's, yeah. So it's the money they have but haven't had to pay out yet. So they put it in a stock, something, and then it gets money, presumably. And then that's kind of weird, isn't it? That seems highly, sketchy, does it not? Because sometimes investments go wrong. I mean, if it's a really safe investment, there's some safe, some riskier. So it's not, I don't know. That's very interesting. That's really weird round, it feels like. Because if they lose money, I don't know. Very interesting. The amount of money on hand, insurance is collecting insurance premiums but is not paid out in claims. Insurers start investing insurance premiums as soon as they are collected and continue to earn interest and other income on them until claims are paid out. So they just take it out and pay. And what they have in, they invest. Got it. Association of British Insurers, grouping together 400 insurance companies and 94% of UK insurance services. There's almost 20% of investments in the London Stock Exchange. 2007 U.S. industry profits from float totaled $58 billion. $58 billion. It is in a letter to investors. Warren Buffett wrote, "We were paid $2.8 billion to hold our float in 2008." In the United States, the underwriting loss of property and casualty insurance companies were $142 billion in the 5 years ending 2003. Overall profit for the same period was $68.4 billion. The underwriting loss, so they lost this much. So they had what? So it was like a 200 bill. 200 whatever.
200.7 billion.
200 billion, 7 million. 700 million? Damn. Some insurance industry insiders, most notably Hank Greenberg, don't believe it is possible to see profit from float forever without an underwriting profit as well. But this opportunity is not universally held. Reliance on float for profit has led some industry experts to call insurance companies investment companies that raise the money for their investors by selling insurance. Blammo. Smart. Whoever said that? Smart. I like this. I like this line. Call insurance companies investment companies that raise the money for their investments by selling insurance. So they're investors. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Naturally, the flow method is difficult to carry out in an economically depressed period, generally causing insurers to shift away from investments and to toughen up their underwriting standards. This answers my questions from earlier, right? Generally causing insurers to shift away from investments and to tighten up their underwriting standards. So they... Is that kind of a good thing? Am I changing my mind? I don't know. Listen, I try not to be afraid to change my mind. You know, if you are afraid to learn, then you'll never improve, you know. And I think I still have a fear of it undercutting those who need care most and the poor, right? I don't really have a problem in insurance companies being investment companies that raise the money for their investments by selling insurance. Well, depends on what their profits are beforehand. They toughen up their underwriting standards so it's more close? Or so their prices go up, premiums go up. So a poor economy generally means high insurance premiums. That's what I just said. The tendency to swing between profitable and unprofitable periods over time is commonly known as the underwriting or insurance cycle. So there's lower shift premiums because the investments, which I think that, because then you don't have to worry about being as perfect because they're investments, and then usually those will make money. And then the premiums will go up, so it'll even out when they're not. Can I draw a graph? This is not going to look good. This is going to be a waste of time. I'm not going to draw it. Go. You know what? I will draw it. You guys we gotta have fun here. Speed dial opera. No, let me. Fuck. I don't wanna make a new window. Okay. Untitled paint. Let's draw. Right. So let's say. Let's do a nice. I don't know why it's a graph. It's graph form adjacent. So let's say. Which one's independent? This one's independent. So let's say this one's the. What? 18. Fuck. Sorry. 18. Boom. I don't know how to draw. I don't know what I'm doing. So the premiums, and what's on the bottom? What would be on the bottom? Coverage? I don't know. I give up. Why am I doing this? So here, let's say the premiums are high. I'll just make a graph. Or not a graph. Whatever. This is 1 point. Premiums are high. What am I doing? They don't invest. Okay, I'm going to create a really bad graph. What was I going to do? Dude, I'm so stupid. Dude. This doesn't make sense. I'm going to give up. So here, when the premiums are high, they do invest. Or they don't invest. So it's no. Or low, I should say. Yeah, that's what it'll be. So the investment is, when the premiums are high, the investments are low. When the premiums are low, investments are high. When the investments are That's it. That's the whole grass. Oh, that is funny. Okay, we like to have some fun here. Don't save. Yeah, delete that. Okay, I deleted it. So, in an economic struggle, they don't invest the money. Premiums are higher. When premiums go lower, when the economy's good, because they have less worry about losing, being in the negative, essentially. So is that why insurance companies charge? Is that why health insurance charges more? Because they can't deny anybody. So do they also invest? How does that work? Because then they argue for higher claims than what it is. So they can increase their profit margins because they can't deny anybody. Is that what I'm getting? Is that right? Anyway. See, now this is getting interesting. You're learning stuff. Yep, I read this. It's hard to carry out an economically depressed period. Underwriting cycle. Yep. Claims and loss handling is the materialized utility of insurance as the actual product paid for. Claims may be filed by insureds. It sounds like a slur almost. By insureds directly with the insurer through brokers or agents. The insurer may require that the claim be filed on its own proprietary forms, or may accept claims on the standard industry forms such as those produced by Accord. Association for Cooperative Operations Research and Development. Standardized forms. Okay. Insurance company claims departments employ a large number of claims adjusters supported by a staff of records management and data entry clerks. Incoming claims are classified based on severity and are assigned to adjusters whose settlement authority varies with their knowledge and experience. Sorry, maybe we shouldn't do that. That's an appropriate thing to do. An adjuster undertakes an investigation of each claim, usually in close cooperation with the insured, determines if coverage is available under the terms of the insurance contract, and if so, the reasonable monetary value of the claim, and authorizes payment.
No, I want more.
I want something more to drink. Besides Og.
There we go.
My life's in a bit of a down slope right now, if you're wondering. Policyholders may hire their own... Me? Policyholders would be me. Policyholders... Well, I could get a new job and be whatever, but... not whatever. They hire their own public adjusters to negotiate settlements with the insurance company on their behalf. Oh, that's very interesting. So if I crash my car, I could hire my own adjuster to, cooperate with the insurance company on their behalf. So they would negotiate for me. Rather than just either myself or just saying, yep, that works. That's very good. That's very good info. Policies that are complicated, where claims may be complex, the insured may take out a separate insurance policy add-on, called loss recovery insurance, which covers the cost of a public adjuster in the case of a claim. It's like if you cannot afford one will be provided. Adjusting liability insurance claims is particularly difficult because they involve a third party, the plaintiff, who is under no contractual obligation to cooperate with the insurer and may in fact regard the insurer as a deep pocket. American slang term, and it usually means extensive financial wealth. Call them whales in the gambling world. It's particularly difficult because they involve a third party, the plaintiff, who is under no contractual obligation to cooperate with the insurer and may in fact regard the insurer as a deep pocket. So if I sue someone, I can be like, I can scam this guy. The adjuster may obtain legal counsel for the insured, either inside house counsel or outside panel counsel. These are legal terms. I don't know why I said that. I think outside counsel monitor litigation that may take years to complete and appear in person or over the telephone with settlement authority at a mandatory settlement conference when requested by a judge. The claims adjuster suspects underinsurance, a condition of average. The insurance term used in calculating a payout term with a claim that undervalues the sum insured, and that a partial loss amount paid against the claim will be in the same proportion as the value of the underinsured. By to limit the insurance company's exposure. What? So that's saying I don't know what that's saying. That they weren't, I wasn't paying enough, or that they weren't. Oh, so I wasn't paying, I wasn't insuring enough, essentially. So the claims adjuster suspects, but how am I supposed to know if I'm underinsured? So is it like if I get in an accident and it's only covered for $100,000 and I do 250, I have to pay that 150 out of pocket, whatever. Okay. Managing the claims handling function, insurers seek to balance the elements of customer service satisfaction. Administrative handling expenses and claims overpayment leakages. In addition to this balancing act, fraudulent insurance practices are a major business risk that insurers must manage and overcome. Disputes between insurers and insurers and insureds. It's a weird word. Over the validity of claims or claims handling practices occasionally escalate into litigation. See insurance bad faith. Litigation just means like legal warfare. Yeah. I mean, I figured I was right. See, so see, insurance bad. Is it tort? What? Is a tort unique? Dude, I'm just. A tort is a civil wrong, other than breach of contract, to suffer loss or harm. A tortuous act, tort law, are punishable by the state. Tort, it's a civil wrong. Oh, like okay, like a okay, whatever. I don't know what exact example would be, but I sort of understand. Bill is also particularly in Canada, the insurance company commits by violating the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Okay, cool. Marketing. How do I go back to that tab? Oh, wait. This is probably very interesting. Paul of West Virginia. Congress did not have the authority to regulate insurance under its power to regulate commerce. I should read the Constitution, eh? I'm not one of those like Constitution guys who rides or dies for it. You know, I don't think the founding fathers were all that. I don't think they were perfect, right? But I think it'd be a good basis to know what, you know, if I read something like this, they didn't have the authority to regulate insurance under its power to regulate commerce. I know it has that Congress can regulate commerce. But I don't know, like, it'd be nice to know just what it says, you know? Maybe I'll do a different stream on that. Where's a notepad? That's what I'll write down. I have like a really picky keyboard, so I think it's a mechanical one, so it's kind of. I've been a big Counter-Strike guy historically, so I kind of got a nice one, but it's like an ice cream motherfucking song. Let's keep reading. Where was I? See, this part was very interesting. Insurers will often use insurance agents to initially market or underwrite their customers. Yep, agents can be captive, meaning they write only for one company, or independent, meaning they can issue policies from several companies. Wouldn't it be four? The existence and success of companies using insurance agents is likely due to the availability of improved and personalized services. Companies also use brokering firms, banks, and other corporate entities like self-help groups, microfinance institutions, NGOs, etc. to market their products. There's been a... Dude, I feel like my hairline... Every time I grow my hair out a bit, I feel like my hairline is awful. Like, so much worse when I'm bald. I could show you a photo of when I'm bald, but I think because this part just goes, like, down, and this part isn't that much upper. It just kind of seems weird. Anyway. This is such a long page. I mean, listen, I do like learning, and I think I don't do it enough, to be honest. And I think I say stuff, like I was talking to one of my buddies the other day, and I was kind of saying, like, I mean, he put it a better way. That was kind of like a rage baiter politics guy. Like, I didn't exactly know what I was saying, and I don't always care to learn the intricacies of what I'm saying. Sometimes I just like arguing. And I think it'd be better if I was more learned. And I think this can also help make learning more accessible. I don't know. I think you can just, if you want, you click this stream and you can maybe hear some of the things I say. And maybe not. But either way, I'm still learning. If anyone shows up, they're learning, but who cares? Anyway, so they market, and they can be hired by the company or work outside. Who wants to look at a picture of a claims examiner at work? Handsome guy, let me tell you. Looks like an awful job, I just gotta say. Any risk that can be quantified can potentially be insured. Given quantity? Specific kinds of risks that may give rise to claims are known as perils. An insurance policy will set out in detail which perils are covered by the policy and which are not. Below are non-exhaustive lists of the different types of insurance that exist. A single policy may cover risks in one or more of the categories set out below. For example, vehicle insurance would typically cover both the property risk, theft or damage of the vehicle, and the liability risk, legal claims arising from an accident. A home insurance policy in the United States typically includes coverage for damage to the home and the owner's belongings, certain legal claims against the owner, and even a small amount of coverage for medical expenses of guests who are injured on the owner's property. Business insurance can take a number of different forms, such as the various kinds of professional liability insurance, also called professional indemnity, which are discussed below under that name, and the business owner's policy, BOP it, which packages into one policy many of the kinds of coverage that a business owner needs, in a way analogous. Pronounce it for me.
Analogous.
Analogous. Boom. Right there. Hear that? Let's play that again.
Analogous. Analogous.
It looks like it's loud. Let's listen to it quieter.
Analogous.
There we go. Analogous. In a way, analogous. I think that comparable in certain respects, typically in a way that makes clearer the nature of things compared. In a way analogous to how homeowners insurance packages the coverages that a homeowner needs. Kind of confusing. Let's look at a wrecked vehicle in Copenhagen. What is that? Is that the hood? What happened? This is the hood. Dude, what happened to sorry, could have been anyone. What happened to whoever was driving that car? Average French design. Boom. Get destroyed, French people. That car must not have had a very good crash rating. When was this? 80s, 90s? Own work. Can I click on this? What happens if I click on this? Dude, I like playing with my digital camera, so if you need an image in Copenhagen, Denmark, feel free to ask. That is so cool! That is... I did not know this was a thing. That is super cool. I like playing with my digital camera, so if you need an image in Copenhagen, Denmark, feel free to ask. That is so cool. I don't care. I don't care what you say, that's cool. Okay. Vehicle insurance. Vehicle insurance protects the policyholder against financial loss in the event of an incident involving a vehicle they own, such as a traffic collision. We know this. Property damage, yep. Liability coverage. Legal responsibility to others for bodily injury or property damage, yep. Medical coverage, yep. Gap insurance. Isn't that the gap that other people have? Guaranteed asset insurance covers the excess amount on an auto loan in an instance. Oh. The policyholder's insurance company does not cover it. So pretty much if you get what? No, it stands for something. The difference between the value of the car and what the borrower owes in the car. So the gap insurance means to pay the loan? Okay, so insurance will give you a certain amount, but this guaranteed asset protection insurance will cover between what you owe in the loan amount. Well, what you owe. So what you owe after insurance covers it in the loan amount. Does not cover the entire loan. Depending on the company's specific policies, it might or might not cover the deductible as well. This coverage is marketed for those who put low down payments, have high interest rates on their loans, and those with 60-month or longer terms. Gap insurance is typically offered by a finance company when the vehicle owner purchases a vehicle, but many auto insurance companies offer this coverage to consumers as well. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's not that long. Health insurance. Now, this is what we're really going to talk about. But I guess it's not what I'm doing today. Okay, we're learning about insurance, buddy. Health insurance policies cover the cost of medical treatments. Dental insurance, like medical insurance, protects policyholders for dental costs. Fun fact, I had a lot of dental work done this year. I hadn't gone to like the dentist for like 6 years since I was like 18. So, and I had like a tooth. I had one of these. Like part of it like chip off on it, like fall out on its own when I was, I think, sitting in this chair. And I should really change the title of the stream, eh? Who cares? So I had to get like 7 cavities filled this year, I think, because I got one, and then they did like a regular checkup, and then I had like 6 others, and I had to get 4 one time, and then 2 because they were on opposite sides, and they don't numb all the jaw at the same time. I'm adding that to my list. And so I'm kind of out of dental insurance, or low, and I'm waiting till next year to get my wisdom teeth out. I think, actually I know the answer to this. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm just writing it down, okay? Health insurance policies cover the cost of medical treatments. Dental insurance, like medical insurance, protects policyholders for dental costs. In the most developed countries, all citizens receive some health coverage from the governments paid through taxation. Not us. Not us. In most countries, health insurance is often part of an employer's benefits. Income protection insurance. Can I say something? Earlier when we were talking about how policies go up when there's like a economic recession. What was I gonna say? That's very interesting because they can afford it less, and then they have to pay more. You know, you tend to lose your job. You tend to whatever. So it's funny that it goes up when you can afford as much. Is it? Or is that by design? Very interesting. Well, it doesn't make sense, but it's also by design. Whatever. Who's singing this? Old Darky. Not really too much of a fan of that guy, but whatever. I actually haven't listened to much of his music. Paid through taxation, in most countries, health insurance is often part of an employer's benefits. Also a picture of Swindon Hospital. It's super interesting looking at these other places. If I was wealthier, I mean, I probably still will eventually travel more. But traveling would be so cool. But like, how often do I go out? And I mean, whatever. It's not here nor there. Let's look at workers. Whatever they're doing. Disability insurance. Income protection insurance. Disability insurance. Well, yeah. In the event of an injury, a disability. It provides monthly support to help pay such obligations. Why is this included? Provides monthly support to help pay such obligations as mortgage loans and credit cards. Short-term and long-term disability policies are available to individuals, but considering the expense, long-term policies are generally obtained only by those with at least six-figure incomes, such as doctors, lawyers, etc. Short-term disability insurance covers a person for a period typically up to 6 months, paying a stipend each month to cover medical bills and other necessities. Long-term disability insurance covers an individual's expenses from long-term up until such time as they are considered permanently disabled, and thereafter, insurance companies will often try to encourage the person So after they're considered permanently disabled, thereafter insurance companies will often try to encourage the person back into employment in preference to and before declaring them unable to work at all, and therefore totally disabled. What? Okay, sort of makes sense. Disability overhead insurance allows business owners to cover the overhead expenses of their businesses while they are unable to work. Really? What is this? I'm so confused what this is. Business and overhead expense BOE disability insurance, also known as business expense insurance, pays the insured's business overhead expenses if he or she becomes disabled. A BOE policy pays a monthly benefit based on actual expenses, not anticipated profits. It is designed for businesses that rely on a small number of people or one person to produce revenue. The following business overhead expenses are typically covered by a BOE disability policy: rent, interest. I don't know why I'm saying interest. Interest payments on outstanding eligible business debts, utilities, non-attorney employee salaries, and non-attorney employee salaries and payroll taxes. So, if they're not an attorney, postage and stationery, equipment maintenance, rental, lease, or depreciation of office equipment, monthly average of taxes on the premise, insurance premiums for workers' compensation. What? Accounting fees, professional memberships, and/or subscription dues. Policies do not typically cover the salary of a temporary employee hired to do the duties for disabled people, unless a substitute salary, expense, or similar rider is purchased with the policy. Income taxes and the cost of inventory are some expenses that are not covered. BOE insurance policies have short benefits period that do not usually exceed 2 years. Elimination periods. BOE policies typically have short elimination periods, either 30, 60, or 90 days. POE insurance offers a maximum money bend. This isn't really saying anything. Insured's age at time of purchase, occupational duties, health status, optional riders selected, benefit period, and elimination period. Once a BOE policy is owned, coverage cannot be increased without providing evidence of medical insurability unless a future increase option or similar rider is purchased at time of policy use. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I should work and travel. Sorry. An act of God. What? Oh. Legal usage in the English-speaking world, an act of God is an event caused by no direct human action for an individual. Persons are not responsible. It's like getting struck by lightning. Actually, what is this? Okay, it's just talking about other things. I feel like this is going to be super expensive, eh? Like, they've got to be, like, super, right? I don't understand. Total permanent disability insurance provides benefits when the person is permanently disabled. Yep. Workers' compensation insurance replaces all or part of a worker's wages lost and accompanying medical expenses incurred because of a job-related injury. Interesting. Casualty insurance. Casualty insurance insures against accidents not necessarily tied to any specific property. It is a broad spectrum of insurance that a number of other types of insurance could be classified, such as auto, workers' compensation, and some liability insurances. Crime insurance is a form of casualty insurance that covers a policyholder against losses arising from the criminal acts of third parties. For example, a company can obtain crime insurance to cover losses arising from theft or embezzlement. How much does something like that cost? Obviously, it's going to want, like, I feel like it's a really complex thing to quote. Alright, give negative feedback to AI. Crime insurance costs vary, but standalone annual premiums for small businesses typically range from $500 to $5,000. However, costs are not fixed and depend on factors like your company's size, industry revenue, claims history, security measures, and specific coverage limits and deductibles you select. Well, yes. Very interesting, actually. Because some of them don't have, like a, if it's terrorism, it's not, whatever. Terrorism insurance, they're talking about it, provides protection against any loss or damage caused by terrorist activities. Yo, look! In the United States, in the wake of 9/11, the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act 2002 set up a federal program providing a transparent system of shared public and private compensation for insured losses resulting from acts of terrorism. The program was extended until the end of 2014 by the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program Reauthorization Act 2007, TRIPRA. Kidnap and ransom insurance? That is fucking crazy. What the that is mind-blowing. How kidnap and ransom insurance is designed to protect individuals and corporations operating in high-risk areas around the world against the perils of kidnap, extortion, wrongful detention, and hijacking. Who, where, like, where is this? Like, where is this happening? Or, like, who is getting this, right? Kidnap and ransom insurance is designed to protect individuals and corporations operating in high-risk areas around the world. Locations often named in policies include Mexico, Venezuela, Haiti, Nigeria, certain other countries in Latin America, as well as some parts of the Russian Federation and Eastern Europe. Central Asia has also seen increasing numbers of incidents, particularly in Afghanistan and Iraq. Considering Afghanistan and Iraq, where's a map? mean, considering this, Asia is kind of crazy, right? I mean, Afghanistan, I kind of get. I mean, I consider these Middle East. Even probably, I mean, I think Pakistan would be like the border, right? Like, I don't mean to do race theory, but like, this is not Asia. I wouldn't say. I mean, it depends. Like, this definitely, this maybe. Including Iraq, and that's kind of crazy. Did it say Iraq? It probably said Iran or something, and I misread it. Nope, it said Iraq. But okay, that does make sense, especially for Americans. If you're going there a lot for, I don't know what, but that's crazy. What? Whatever. I mean, whatever. Losses typically reimbursed by Canada insurance include ransom monies, money paid or lost due to kidnapping, transit delivery, loss due to destruction, disappearance, confiscation, wrongful appropriation of ransom monies being delivered to a covered kidnapping and extortion, accidental death or dismemberment. What? So if I go to the Middle East to preach the gospel, I should get kidnap and ransom insurance. Death or permanent physical disablement occurring during a kidnapping. Judgments and legal liability, costs resulting from any claim or suit brought by an injured person against the insured. Potential damage to a company brand, PR counsel, wage and salary replacement, relocation, job or training, and other expenses relating to the kidnapping incident. I mean, it's got to have happened for it to be a law, right? In theory? Also typically pay for the fees and expenses of crisis management consultants. These consultants provide advice to the insured on how to best respond to the incident. Even the most basic training for people traveling to dangerous places is not easily provided or is not obtained by small to mid-sized companies. The policies may be written to cover high-profile companies, NGOs, C-suite level executives, or similar strategic individuals, or individuals who represent local or multinational organizations. Some policies include kidnap prevention training. Underwriting consideration. The major factors insurance underwriters weigh when considering a kidnap and ransom policy include the country of residence for the insured, the type of industry of the insured, revenue of the insured, and the travel patterns of any employees who may be covered by the policy. One of the known paradoxes of K&R policies is that those who have them are often not aware, as it can be provided by an employer hoping to protect the company's assets. It is believed that an employee with knowledge of his K&R policy might begin to act differently, or even collude in his own kidnapping for fraudulent purposes. 2010, criminal gangs were believed to make $500 million a year from kidnap and ransom payments. That is incredible. 2010. I mean, that is actually incredible. The business of kidnapping. That is something I would want to read. theaustralian.com.au. Okay, page not found. I'm guessing that's where they got that link from. How concessions with no teeth. No concessions with no teeth. How kidnap and ransom insurers and insureds are undermining U.S. counterterrorism policy. That is crazy. Is it just this one page? The U.S. government will make no concessions to individuals or groups holding official or private U.S. citizens hostage. It is a U.S. government policy to deny hostage takers the benefits of ransom, prisoner releases, policy changes, or other acts of concession. I don't think the U.S. believes that anyway, to start off with. I mean, I can think of one example. Brittany Griner and the Merchant of Death. There's a lot of them. The United States policy for dealing with terrorist demands is clear. Absolutely no concessions. No ransom shall be paid to hostage takers. The policy is stern, but the government's bark is worse than its bite, because only the government is required to comply, not private entities. Private entities pay millions of dollars in ransom money every year. And scores of insurance companies sell kidnap and ransom (KNR) insurance policies to reimburse those entities for ransom payments. An entire criminal industry surrounds the extortion of multinational corporations through kidnap for ransom, a criminal industry that insurance companies are financing by paying ransoms to hostage takers in direct opposition to U.S. government policy. One respected journalist wrote, "In an unintentional conspiracy, the terrorists, the victim, and the insurance companies have found a level at which they are all prepared to work. The kidnappers get their cash, the victims have insurance, and the insurance companies get their premiums. Not only are insurers funding terrorist activity and profiting from K&R premiums, they're also undermining sound public policy designed to..." Okay, I do get what they're saying, but also it is not sound public policy. It's just what our government pretended to decide. Is K&R a risky business? Buying protection from terrorism. Okay, that's very, very interesting. I'm like slouching as time goes on. Where was I? Political risk insurance is a form of casualty insurance that can be taken out by business with operations in countries in which there's a risk of violation of every political conditions could result in a loss. I could think of a country that happened recently. This one. This great country. I'm probably not going to read this. I mean, it is kind of recent and appropriate. It is really short. Political risk insurance is a type of insurance that can be taken out by businesses of any size against political risk. The risk that revolution or other political conditions will result in a loss. What? Hold on. Dude, this is the easiest scam ever. If you're going to start a company, dude, I hate the way my hair looks. I'm going to say it. This is the easiest scam ever. I mean, when I hear revolution, I think of, obviously, a leftist revolution, right? But it's more like terrorism and war and stuff like that. Like your building gets blown up. Now you're like a landlord with $10 billion, and then they're like, well, we'll refund you. Because they're also hosed. Government confiscation of assets, government frustration or repudiation of contracts, wrongful calling or letters of credit, business interruption. Political risk insurance can be provided at the international level by an international organization, for example, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. That makes sense. Which belongs to the World Bank Group. That would be a good thing to interest. The interest. Been reading too much about insurance, bro. There's probably not a whole lot of information. I'm saving it. By states and so-called export credit agencies, or by other public agencies. Political risk insurance claims can be categorized as inconvertibility of funds, expropriation, and violent conflict. As with any insurance, the precise scope of coverage is governed by the terms of the insurance policy. Providers of political risk insurance include public agencies and private insurance companies. The underwriting of political risk insurance is a dynamic, growing business. As globalization increases, there are more corporations doing more business in more places around the world with each passing year. Some of the changes occurring in the business are high growth, new product offerings, and a greater role for private capital. The underwriting of political risk insurance is dynamic, growing business. I don't know what I read it as, but I didn't understand. I didn't comprehend that. Political risk insurance policies are sometimes manuscripted for specific situations. Written? Dude, that's what, you couldn't have said the word written. The major political risk insurers have standard forms for the coverages that they issue. For complex or larger investments, manuscripted policies are the norm, and there may be several insurers providing cover in the form of a syndication. They say manuscript, but they don't provide definitions for syndication. Who resources to sell or license content, a business opportunity, or a large loan to multiple entities. I like touching my microphone. Through co-insurance, or perhaps with the participation of a reinsurer on a facultative. Occurring optionally in response to circumstances rather than by nature. 9-beat ecstatic. Occurring optionally facultative. I'm learning so many words. Political risk insurance claims were shown to increase with changes of political leadership in the country and violent conflict, and decrease with political constraints. Increase. Interesting. Oh, dude, I've been talking about this for 3 hours, bro. That is a brag. If I do this enough, I'll learn everything in the world. This is what the internet's meant for, you know. This is what it's meant for. It's not, I mean, it's meant for a lot of things. But learning, I think it's meant for most. This sweatshirt is making me super hot, let me just say. So 9-1? They gotta go to map 3. Is what I'm, oh no, 9-1 overall. That was map 3. What? I mean, that's cool. So it's Fnatic versus 9. The winner of this goes to the major. A best of 5, dude? I hope Fnatic was like napping during that time. Where was I? Life insurance. Life insurance provides a monetary benefit to a decedent's family or other designated beneficiary. It may specifically provide for income to an insured person's family, burial, funeral, and other final expenses. Life insurance policies often allow the option of having the proceeds paid to the beneficiary, either in a lump sum cash payment, all at once, or an annuity. A series of payments at fixed intervals. I don't know if that's like yearly or whatnot. Or a substantial case law indicates that annuity products are not necessarily insurance. Paid while the purchaser is alive? A series of payments at fixed intervals paid while the purchaser is alive. The majority of life annuities are insurance products sold or issued by life insurance companies. However, substantial case law indicates that annuity products are not necessarily insurance products. Annuities can be purchased to provide an income during retirement or originate from a structured settlement of a personal injury lawsuit. Life annuities may be sold in exchange for the imminent payment of a lump sum, single payment annuity, or a series of regular payments, flexible payment annuity, prior to the onset of the annuity. The payment stream from the issuers to the annuitants has an unknown duration based principally upon the date of death of the annuitant. At this point, the contract will terminate and the remainder of the fund accumulated is forfeited unless there are other annuitants or beneficiaries in the contract. Thus, a life annuity is a form of longevity insurance where the uncertainty of an individual's lifespan is transferred from the individual to the insurer, which reduces its own uncertainty by pooling many clients. What? So if you're part of this, someone dies earlier, you get that money? Is this like if it's a pool of... Is it like only a pool of close-knit people? The law is very interesting, I just gotta say. Individual's lifespan is transferred from the individual to the insurer, which reduces its own uncertainty by pooling many clients. Oh, so it's not like we're together, but it's sort of against each other. Like I'm not getting other people's money. But that's how it's paid. So if I have this, and it's supposed to activate when I'm 65, the other people who also have it, if they die at 65, that money will be used to fund me. This doesn't sound like a bad thing to get into, to be honest. There's not a ton. It's not like insurance. I don't need to read any more of it, but what is this Nokia ass song? Maybe I'll read it some other time. And the instrument's evolution has been long and continues as part of actuarial science. Oppian is credited with generating an actuary life annuity table between 8211 and 8222. Medieval German and Dutch cities and monasteries raised money by the sale of life annuities, and it was recognized that pricing them was difficult. The early practice for selling this instrument did not consider the age of the nominee, thereby raising interesting concerns. These concerns got the attention of several prominent mathematicians over the years, such as Huygens, Bernoulli, de Moivre, and others. Even Gauss and Laplace had an interest in matters pertaining to this instrument. What are you talking about, instrument? Seems that Johann de Witt, the first stockholders period. What the is this guy? Dude, there's so much interesting shit to learn. I'm not even kidding. There's so much interesting shit to learn out there. Johann de Witt was this is when flourishing global trade in the period of rapid European colonial expansion made the Dutch a leading trading and seafaring power in Europe. He was the first writer to compute the value of a life annuity as the sum of expected discounted future payments. While Haley used the first mortality table drawn from experience for that calculation. Meanwhile, the Paris Hotel d'Oie, I don't know. Pronounce it. No. Oh, it's a hospital. Was a hospital? You know, the Paris Hotel d'Oie offered some fairly priced annuities that roughly fit the Paris table discounted at 5%. Union practice is an everyday occurrence with well-known theory founded on robust mathematics, as witnessed by the hundreds of millions worldwide who receive regular remuneration via pension or the like. Okay.
Remuneration.
Why did it turn into a guy? Remuneration. Who receive regular remuneration via pension or the like. The modern approach to resolving the difficult problems related to the larger scope of this instrument applies many advanced mathematical approaches such as stochastic models, game theory, and other tools of financial mathematics. Dude, there's so much to fucking learn in life. What the fuck? Like, there's so much to learn out there. Like, I've always thought, not always, but more recently thought that I should have paid more attention in school. Like, I should have been more intentional about learning. You know, I should have stayed after class, asked questions, done my homework in high school. And there's still time to learn, so it's not too late. I think it's a good idea to try to learn. And I think this stuff will, sitting on my computer watching YouTube videos, it's fine. But I think it's better done in moderation. And things like this should also be done in moderation. Like, there's more to life than learning. Sometimes you gotta get experience. But I think you should still learn throughout it. Like, I think you should learn, and I think you should work out throughout, like, all of life. Through all of life. These are the two things, right? You should keep yourself physically healthy, like mentally healthy. Learn languages, maybe, whatever. These things are hard to do, especially if you have kids, spouse, house, whatever. But I think they're important to keep up. So am I right about this? I'm just Googling it. A guarantee stream of income for the rest of life exchange for a lump sum or a series of payments. Personal pension plan. Yeah, but I can get it sort of as a retirement, right? Investopedia. Office of the Commissioner of Insurance.gov. Not intended as a substitute for legal advice in any particular situation. You may want to consult your attorney about your specific rights. Yeah. An annuity is a written contract typically between you and a life insurance company in which the insurance company makes a series of regularly spaced payments for you in return for a premium or premiums you have paid. An annuity is not life insurance. A life insurance policy provides benefits to your family if you die. An annuity helps you accumulate money for future income needs. An annuity is not a savings account or savings certificate, and it should not be bought for short-term purposes. Most appropriate use for income payments from an annuity contract is to fund your retirement. Only an annuity can pay an income that can be guaranteed to last as long as you live. So I should. So it's not, this sounds like a good investment opportunity, whatever. The owner of the purchase of the annuity pays the premiums and has the right to surrender the annuity. The owner is also responsible for any taxes due upon surrender or payout and is usually the person who names the contract's beneficiary. The annuitant is the person whose age and life expectancy is going to be used to calculate the benefits of the annuity and who will receive the annuity payments. Usually, the annuitant and the owner are not the same person, but is not required. So for me, I would want to be the annuitant and the owner. The beneficiary receives the death benefit upon the annuitant's death, either in a single payment or multiple payments over time. How premiums are paid. An annuitant may either be a single premium or multiple premium contract. Single premium contracts require you to fully fund the annuity contract in one single premium payment. You cannot add additional money to the account. What? Oh, maybe not. You need to fund the annuity contract in one single payment. Multiple premium contracts allow an annuity to be funded by using premium payments over a period of time. There are two kinds. Okay. There are two kinds of multiple premium contracts: flexible and scheduled. A flexible premium contract lets you pay as much as you want whenever you want within set limits. A scheduled premium contract spells out the amount and frequency of your premium payments. Annuity may be either immediate or deferred. If you want, I'm doing an accent now. If you want to begin receiving income immediately, consider an immediate annuity. Immediate annuities, usually purchased with a single premium, provide income payments starting no later than 1 year after you pay the premium. The reason for buying immediate annuity is to obtain immediate income for retirement. If you're years away from retirement, consider a deferred annuity. Deferred annuities provide income payments, often starting many years later. Deferred annuities have an accumulation period, which is the time between when you start paying premiums and when income payments start. The main reason for buying a deferred annuity is to accumulate money on a tax-deferred basis, which can then provide income later. Can you do a tax now one? Can you do a tax now? How the money is invested. There are two basic types of annuity contracts. I guess we're learning about annuities now. Should I stop? I'm doing it. Fuck. I could stop recording and start so that at 3:30 I know. Towards the end of the last one, this one. Whatever, I don't care. What did I do? How the money is invested. There are two basic types of annuity contract, fixed and variable. At the time you buy an annuity contract, you will select between a fixed and a variable. This determines how earnings are credited in your contract. Fixed annuities. A fixed annuity provides fixed dollar income payments backed by guarantees in the contract. During the accumulation period of a fixed deferred annuity, your money, less any applicable charges, earn interest rates set by the insurance company spelled out in the annuity contract. Every fixed annuity has a current interest rate and a minimum guaranteed interest rate. The company guarantees it will pay no less than a minimum rate of interest. During the payout period, the amount of each income payment to you is generally set when the payments start and will not change. An indexed annuity is a type of fixed annuity, but its returns are based on the performance of the market index, such as the Standard & Poor's 500 Composite Stock Index Price, this would be 500, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, DIJA, or the National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations, NASDAQ, which measures how the market or parts of the market performs. Over the time period defined in your annuity contract, only a portion of the performance of a market index adds interest to your annuity. Participation rates, cap rates, or spread rates are terms used to describe the amount of interest added to your annuity. How the market only a portion of the performance of the market adds interest to your annuity. Participation rates. So what? So I get it's based off these of a market index. So one of these. What time period defined? Okay. The annuity's principal investment is protected from losses in the market, while gains add to the annuity's return. These types of annuity contracts are complex. The amount of interest credited and when it gets credited to your annuity will vary depending on the particular contract. Variable annuities. A variable annuity offers a range of investments or funding options during the accumulation period of a variable annuity. The insurance company puts your premiums, less any applicable charges, into a separate account. You decide how the company will invest those premiums depending on how much risk you want to take. You may put your premium into a stock, bond, or other account with no guarantees, or into a fixed account with a minimum guaranteed interest rate. During the payout period of a variable annuity, the amount of each income payment to you may be fixed at the beginning, or variable, changing with the value of the investments on a separate account. Remember, you, the owner or annuitant, bear the investment risk as the value of the variable annuity increases or decreases based upon the investment performance of the security. For this reason, you should be certain the annuity purchase is suitable for your needs and investment tolerance. Read your annuity contract carefully when you receive it. Ask your insurance agent or insurance companies to explain anything you do not understand. If you cannot get answers to your questions, call the Office of the Commissioner of Insurance, OCI, 1-800-236-8517. My eyes are hurting. The value of your annuity consists of premiums you have paid, less charges, plus interest credited. The value is used to calculate the amount of benefits you will receive. Charges, interest, surrender rights, and benefits are explained below. Do you want me to keep going? These are definitions. Let me look. Join in survivor, don't really care. Life only. There are no further payments to anyone after your death. So this one, I think they are saying, hey, maybe you'll get more, but when you die, you won't. I don't know. Life with a certain period. The annual income is paid as long as you live. The company guarantees to make payments for a set number of years, even if you die. If you die before the end of the period, referred to as a period cash, the annuity will be paid to your beneficiary for the rest of that period. The typical period certain is 10 to 20 years. If you live longer than the certain period certain, you will continue to receive payments until you die. Since the period certain is a feature is an added benefit, each income payment is smaller than in a life-only option. Right, that makes sense. so it'll keep going, but they'll be generally less. And the life will only go to you. I don't think if I die normally in an old age, I'll have many beneficiaries to give things to. I'm sorry to say. Surrender charge, yeah. Annuity contracts provide several benefits. One of the most important benefits is the ability to use the value built up during the accumulation period to provide a lump sum payment to make income payments during that period. I think I've been talking too much. Maybe I'm done? Free look period. Once you've received a replacement annuity policy, you have 30 days to decide if you want to keep it. During this free look period, you can return the policy to the agent for a refund. Okay. Wisconsin's best interest law. Oh, it's Wisconsin government. Depending on my age and needs. How much should I buy? Before you decide to buy an annuity, ask yourself these questions. Depending on my needs or age, is this annuity right for me? Taking money out of an annuity may mean you pay taxes. Also, while it is sometimes possible to transfer the value of an older annuity into a new annuity, the new annuity may have a new schedule for charges that could mean new expenses you must pay directly or indirectly. General insurance is sold directly through an insurance company via an agent and broker. An independent agent may represent more than one insurance company. An exclusive or captive agent sells solely for one insurance company or group of related insurance companies. So it'd probably be smart if you did it independently. I would think. What is this line? There's like a line like here. I don't get why it's there, but whatever. Is the insurance company issuing it? Financial strength. Okay, cool. Let's go back to life insurance. In most states, a person cannot purchase a policy on another person without their knowledge. What? Annuities provide a stream of payments and are generally classified insurance because they are issued by insurance companies, are regulated as insurance, and require the same kinds of actuarial and investment management expertise that life insurance requires. Annuities and pensions that pay a benefit for life are sometimes regarded as insurance against the possibility that a retiree will outlive his or her financial resources. In that sense, they are the complement of life insurance, and from an underwriting perspective are the mirror image of life insurance. So I think I'm going to die sooner. Whatever. Certain life insurance contracts accumulate cash values which may be taken by the insured if the policy is surrendered, or which may be borrowed against. Some policies, such as annuities and endowment policies, are financial instruments to accumulate or liquidate wealth when it is needed. In many countries, such as the United States and the UK, the tax law provides that the interest on the cash value is not taxable under certain circumstances. This widespread use of life insurance is a tax-efficient method of saving as well as protection in the event of early death. That's not a bad idea. Let's look at a picture of this. Oh, wow. In the United States, the tax on interest income on life insurance policies and annuities is generally deferred. However, in some cases, the benefit derived from tax deferral may be offset by a low return. This depends upon the insurance company, the type of policy, and other variables, mortality, market rate, marketed return, etc. Moreover, other income tax saving vehicles, e.g., let me an example. IRAs, 401k plans, Roth IRAs may be better alternatives for value accumulation. Burial insurance. Burial insurance is an old type of life insurance which is paid out upon death to cover final expenses, such as the cost of a funeral. The Greeks and Romans introduced burial insurance, c. 600 CE, when they organized guilds and benevolent societies which cared for the surviving families and paid funeral expenses of members upon death. Guilds in the Middle Ages served a similar purpose, as did friendly societies during Victorian times. That's very cool. Huh. That's very cool. Property insurance provides protection against risks to property such as fire, theft, or weather damage. This may include specialized forms of insurance such as fire insurance, flood insurance, earthquake insurance, home insurance, inland marine insurance, or boiler insurance. What? I know what insurance means. What is boiler? Oh, it says. Okay. The term property insurance may, like casualty insurance, be used as a broad category of various subtypes of insurance, some of which are listed below. Aviation insurance protects aircraft hulls and spares and associated with liability risks such as passenger and third-party liability. Airports may also appear under the subcategory, including air traffic control and refueling operations for international airports through to smaller domestic exposures. Boiler insurance, also known as boiler and machinery insurance or equipment breakdown insurance, insures against accidental physical damage to boilers, equipment, or machinery. So I wonder if work has a boiler insurance. Maybe I should ask. Because I work in manufacturing, so I just wonder. I'll suggest it. I'll suggest it to my boss and then get a big jumbo raise. Like, hey, have you thought about our company getting boiler insurance? And like, you're so smart, Lawrence. I never thought of that. I might have to put in the other earplug. This one might die soon. It's been on for like 5 hours. Builder's risk insurance insures against the risk of physical loss or damage to property during construction. Builder's risk insurance is typically written on an all-risk basis, covering damage arising from any cause, including the negligence of the insured, not otherwise expressly excluded. Hold on, one sec. I gotta do something else for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna do something else, okay? I'm gonna get on with property. I guess. Builder's risk insurance insures against the risk of physical loss or damage to property during construction. Builder's risk insurance is typically written on an all-risk basis, covering damage arising from any cause. Oh, okay. It's what's all-encompassing. Got that, write it down. So it's very general. Including the negligence of the insured, not otherwise expressly excluded. Builder's risk insurance is coverage that protects a person or persons or organizations' insurable interest in materials, fixtures, or equipment being used in the construction or renovation of a building or structure that should those items sustain physical loss or damage from an insured peril. Crop insurance may be purchased by farmers to reduce or manage various risks associated with growing crops. Such risks include crop loss or damage caused by weather, hail, drought, frost, damage, pests, including especially insects or disease. Some of these being termed named peril. Index-based insurance uses models of how climate extremes affect crop production to define certain climate triggers that, if surpassed, have high probabilities of causing substantial crop loss. Yes. When harvest... Did I just say yes to make it sound true? Yeah. It's like slower to sink in. That if surpassed, have high probabilities of causing substantial crop loss. When harvest losses occur associated with exceeding the climate trigger threshold, the index insured farmers entitled to a compensation payment. So in theory, it just stabilizes your losses, right? That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting from insurance. Is that usually it tends to benefit them, so you pay more over the long term, but it's supposed to stabilize your loss is what insurance is there for. That makes sense. So instead of paying $300 a year, say 100 years, I pay $30,000, or pay $10 a month. I think my math is off, but you get what I'm saying. You got what it means. So insurance, there's a fee for it, and it causes it to be spread out over a lifetime. So if it's property insurance, like your house, in theory, this is how long it'll take to pay off or whatever. So if your house got destroyed once in your lifetime, we use the example from earlier, I don't have the tab open, of car insurance. Or was it health insurance? No, it was house insurance. It was like $2,000 a year. And if you, for like a $300,000 house, it'd take 150 years for your house and property to be completely destroyed on average. And you're just paying that over 150 years, for example. Obviously, most people don't live that long or have a house that long. But that's essentially what it's going for. That makes sense. Makes sense. I'm pro insurance? I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm pro insurance companies, but I do understand where it comes from in theory and why private isn't necessarily bad. Bad. If it's inferior, whatever. Not necessarily horrible, but it's the execution of it currently that's horrible. I get it. Where was I? Earthquake insurance is a form of property insurance that pays the policyholder in the event of an earthquake that causes damage to the property. Most ordinary home insurance policies do not cover earthquake damage. Earthquake insurance policies generally feature a high deductible, rates depend on location and hence the likelihood of an earthquake, as well as the construction of the home. I was asking my coworkers about that one of them the other week, that, because I think there is, he had to like get it I think there were some things he did to make it more earthquake proof. We don't live near a fault line or anything in Michigan. And I was asking if his insurance would go down because of that. He didn't know, but I just figured it was interesting because there isn't much. I think he was paying something for insurance, for earthquake insurance, or is included in it. So I wondered if it went down for that. Because he did some anti-earthquake things, you think maybe it'd go down. I mean, a couple bucks probably, but whatever. Because you don't need them here. Like in the state, in Michigan, you don't need earthquake insurance. So, I just wondered. Fidelity bond is a form of casualty insurance that covers policyholders for losses incurred as a result of fraudulent acts by specific individuals. Usually insures a business for losses caused by the dishonest act of its employees. It's like theft? Is that what it's saying? I should really put my ear through a wax check. What is another example of a fidelity bond? Emerging trends. You don't need to understand the threat posed to companies from traditional elements such as employee dishonesty, robbery, or check forgery, revolving threat vectors, social engineering fraud. Okay, that's very interesting. See, insurance, I don't know. I think law is very interesting. Maybe I should become a lawyer at the age of 24. Well, I'd have to start working on it. Flood insurance protects against property loss due to flooding. Many U.S. insurers do not provide flood insurance in some parts of the country. In response to this, the federal government created the National Flood Insurance Program, which serves as an insurer of last resort. So you think things like this would actually be beneficial? Like you think flood insurance and having I don't know, be private, but I think having governments in charge of some of this, I don't know. You get out if you bar both ways, right? I think having them governmentally and your taxes go to it, so you're worried about your communities being more flood proof. I don't know. I feel like private companies would also have the same interest, but then sometimes the trouble is they just get away with not paying. Which is where I think some of it should be national. Some of it should be nationalized. My title is probably not doing me any favors. But anyway, so I do see why things like this would be nationalized, because it's very risky and it's going to be so expensive that, I guess if every homeowner covers it, I don't know. But I feel like you'd also need non-homeowners to cover it, because your job gets flooded, you are in a mess. If your apartment, if your car. But anyway, home insurance, also commonly called hazard insurance or homeowners insurance, often abbreviated in the real estate industry as HOI, provides coverage for damage or destruction of the policyholder's home. In some geographical areas, the policy may exclude certain types of risks, such as flood or earthquake, that require additional coverage. Maintenance-related issues are typically the homeowner's responsibility. The policy may include inventory, or this can be bought as a separate policy, especially for people who rent housing. In some countries, insurers offer a package which may include liability and legal responsibility for injuries and property damage caused by members of the household, including pets. Legal responsibility for injuries and property damage caused by members of the household, including pets. That is interesting, my friends. You're not gonna lie. Maybe I should make oatmeal. We'll see. I still got some time. I hope. It's at 7, dude. I'm going to bed. 9. 9's like my bedtime. This really gotten distracted. I'm just learning about insurance. Top 10 of the best streams. Injuries and property damage caused by members of the household. That's very interesting. So some insurance is covered health insurance? It's kind of interesting. I think it sounds like an unreasonable thing. But if we have places that need to have insurance, like part of your home insurance is providing health insurance so if someone gets injured on your home. But I feel like it's super hard to underwrite. That's a word I learned today. I think it's going to be super hard to underwrite the like injuries in a house, you know. I don't think so though. Landlord insurance covers residential or commercial property that is rented to tenants. It also covers the landlord's liability for the occupants at the property. Most homeowners insurance, meanwhile, cover only owner-occupied homes and not liability or damage related to tenants. Yeah, that makes sense. Normally, landlords get separate insurance. I do know that. One of my buddies, don't really talk to him that often, but his dad is a landlord. And then he talks about it. Marine insurance and marine cargo insurance cover the loss of damage of vessels at sea or on inland waterways, and of cargo in transit, regardless of the method of transit. When the owner of the cargo and the carrier are separate corporations, marine cargo insurance typically compensates the owner of cargo for losses sustained from fire, shipwreck, etc., but excludes losses that can be recovered from the carrier or the carrier's insurance. Many marine insurance underwriters will include time element coverage in such policies, which extends the indemnity to cover loss of profit and other business expenses attributable to the delay caused by a covered loss. I don't know if this song is making me not comprehend this, or how long I've been talking about it. But I feel like that just went out my mouth. They're separate, yep. When the owner and carrier are separate, The cargo insurance typically compensates the owner of the cargo for losses sustained, but excludes losses that can be recovered from the carrier or the carrier's insurance. So they'll have to, the carrier and the cargo will fight over it. Insurance at the cargo and the, okay, I got it. Underwriters will include time element coverage in such policies. Delay caused by a covered loss. What? That's confusing. Renter's insurance, often called tenants insurance, is an insurance policy that provides some of the benefits of homeowners insurance but does not include coverage for the dwelling or structure, with the exception of small alterations that a tenant makes to the structure. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to add. Supplemental natural disaster insurance covers specified expenses after a natural disaster renders a policyholder's home uninhabitable. Periodic payments are made directly to the insured until the home is rebuilt or a specified time period has elapsed. That would have been such a bizarre day to be someone who lived in New York. They were like showing 9/11. Volcano insurance is a specialized insurance protecting from damage arising specifically from volcanic eruptions. That's really interesting. Wisdom insurance is an insurance covering the damage that can be caused by wind events such as hurricanes. That is. I'm so tired. Can you believe that I've been talking about this for like 4 hours? We are only... Can you see it? You can see the little bar. You can see my cursor. Like, we are only this far. I've been reading this for 4 hours. Not this only, but... Liability. I'm not going to say that joke. You know what I was going to say. You know what I was going to say. Who wants to do this? I'm going to do the classic. Let's look at more recent news. I don't want to look at Google News. I can't search nothing. And one sees no choice but to defend it anyway. And more reading? I don't want to read, bro. I don't want to read, bro. Based? I shouldn't read Fox News ever. Based? Chicago police? I don't like your coverage, you fucking cunt. Sorry. Charged after cars used to impede agents. No, wow. How could you do that? I'm not going to disable ad blocker for any of these Muppets. These are really short articles. Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois blasted recent federal immigration in Chicago on Sunday, dismissing assertions by Homeland Security. The city was a war zone and blamed federal agents for escalating a sense of conflict. Have you ever been there? Have these people ever been to Chicago? Like actual? And not just like read the news about whatever they think is going on? Like, Chicago's a beautiful place. I would not call it a war zone at all. I heard a drive-by once. But, like, come on, it's a city. Secretary doesn't know what she's talking about. Chicagoans are booing her on the street. Seeing a lot of late-night Border Patrol raid last week on apartment. Was the video taken? Yeah. Yeah, I get it. But it's more reading. Do I wanna click this? Yeah, I'm not gonna click it. I'm gonna keep reading about insurance. Woo, baby! Let's go! Who doesn't love insurance? Liability insurance is a broad superset that covers legal claims against the insured. Many types of insurance include an aspect of liability coverage. Yeah, so if I have liability insurance, if you say, that guy's fat and gay, I can sue you for liability, and then that's what this will cover. Because you can be arrested for libel. What? Okay, whatever. Maybe you can't. I think you can be, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Many types of insurance include aspect of liability coverage. For example, a homeowner's insurance policy will normally include liability coverage, which protects the insured in the event of a claim brought by someone who slips and falls on the property. Like the other week, a couple weeks, Labor Day, Memorial Day. I think it was Labor Day. I went to the skate park, and there was a nearby hippy dippy lovey dovey festival. And they didn't want. There was like a sign that said no skateboarding at the park. We were kind of there anyway, and then later we got kicked off, and we kind of knew that we were probably going to get kicked off because they said because the event there, they like rent that area is included in the renting. So if we got injured, we could sue the event that was there. Which was kind of dumb, but also like, I mean, I kind of get it. Like, you don't really want to make people sign a waiver that you're there, but whatever. For example, a homeowner's insurance policy slips and falls on the property. Automobile insurance also includes an aspect of liability insurance that indemnifies against the harm that a crashing car can cause to others' lives, health, or property. The protection offered by a liability insurance policy is twofold: a legal defense in the event of a lawsuit commenced against the policyholder, and indemnification, payment on behalf of the insured. With respect to a settlement or court verdict, liability policies typically cover only the negligence of the insured and will not apply to the results of willful or intentional acts by the insured. I was going to ask that question. I was going to say if I use a car for terrorism, which sometimes happens, especially in countries without guns. We have a lot of guns here, so you can do terrorism with a gun. You shouldn't. I'm not promoting that, but you are able to. Some people use their car. So I was wondering if that is insured by that. Typically, probably the other persons would cover it if they had health insurance or something. But I don't know. If they don't, they're kind of screwed. Public liability insurance or general liability insurance covers a business or organization against claims should its operations injure a member of the public or damage their property in some way. Okay, yep, makes sense. Makes sense, got it. So if I slip in McDonald's, removal of liability against me to protect if I sue them. Doesn't mean they can't be sued, it just helps protect them. Directors and officers' liability, D&O, protects an organization, usually a corporation, from costs associated with litigation resulting from errors made by directors and officers for which they are liable. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Environmental liability or environmental impairment insurance protects the insured from bodily injury, property damage, and cleanup costs as a result of the dispersal, release, or escape of pollutants. So it's probably A for like places close to oil, whatever places, power plants, stuff like that. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. So I'm gonna go take a pee again and figure out something to eat later. I don't think I'm gonna be done. Probably give it a half hour or something more, but give my brain a bit of a reset. Eat maybe something real small. And get back to it, eh? How does that sound? Okay, I'll be back. I'm still eating. I'm just grabbing something. I wanted to let you know. I'll be back. You got mogged, fool. Whoops. Whoops. Did I do that? All of a sudden I got a lot shorter for some reason. Did I do that? Here we go. Should we get back into it? I don't think I have much left. I don't know, man. I'm tired. My brain's going kaput. And I don't know what this music has been, dude. I missed Pink Guy. Polka Trap Beat. Okay, let's get back into it. Where was I? That'd be good. Except I don't know how to do that. I thought of another idea for a fun thing. Okay, errors and omissions insurance? I think so. Is business liability insurance? It feels so different. I stopped and it's just like, it's just all off. What do we want to look at? Who is this guy? MD. Facts.org. Facts? American College of Surgeons. What does the F stand for?
What does the F stand for?
And there's numerous significant and onerous. I don't know what that means.
Onerous.
Onerous.
Oh, yeah, difficult press. That is one of difficulty that is oppressively burdensome. There's numerous significant and onerous progressive changes that threaten the quality, safety, accessibility, and affordability of medical care in this country. Sadly, it has evolved into a highly corporatized system controlled by a decreasing number of increasingly powerful conglomerates where profit is often the main metric of performance and success. The stark realities of this dark devolution create daily difficulties for patients trapped in this harsh and inequitable system. A frequent disturbing type of patient encounter during my practice highlights the essence of this decay. Often, when suggesting the need for a particular surgery to a patient, they would rarely ask the most obvious and important questions, such as, will I have significant pain? Is it dangerous? Can I die? Instead, they more commonly ask, how can I pay for this? Will I lose my house or my job? How fast can I get back to work? Followed all too frequently by comments like, there's no way I can afford this. I don't have access to that level of deductible. This will bankrupt me. And periodically, they would come to this decision. I just can't proceed, doctor. This will put my family in the street. I'll just tough it out and take my chances. Walter White ass mentality. That's what that sounds like to me. I mean, that's literally like the point of it all. Point of the show. If you haven't seen it, spoiler alert. There's something deeply and fundamentally wrong with this increasingly common situation where the accessibility of healthcare, which I believe should be a basic human right, is determined by one's financial station in life. For this to be occurring in the most affluent country in the world is not just wrong, but in my opinion, objectively amoral. Doesn't amoral mean not moral? Lacking a moral sense. Oh, okay. Like apolitical? Well, maybe it is. It is as true today as it was 50 years ago when Martin Luther King Jr. so rightly said, of all forms of inequity, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhumane. Unfortunately, these inequities in access to care are a demonstrable result of our current broken and failed healthcare system. Excuse me. Unsustainable and irresponsible political promises, unrealistic patient expectations, as well as corporate and individual greed have created this flawed system, one that is too expensive and costs twice that per capita compared to the rest of the Western world. This system leaves too many people out, resulting in 26 million uninsured and 43 million underinsured. In fact, recent World Health Organization metrics suggest that the U.S. does an incredibly poor job with healthcare delivery, with the U.S. ranked 37 overall to comparable Western country metrics and last among the 11 highest income countries. These rankings are not surprising when you consider the fact that the U.S. healthcare delivery system consumes 17% of our current domestic gross product and is the leading cause of personal bankruptcy, accounting for 66.5% of total U.S. individual monetary defaults. Placing profits over care. The U.S. healthcare system handicaps business competitiveness with a crippling 160% increase in employer healthcare costs in the last 20 years, which averages about $1,400 per employee. This system also causes downward pressure on employee wages, resulting in an 8.9% inflation-adjusted decrease in income and employee household income. In addition, it requires many Americans and their families to line up in fields for humanitarian healthcare events, mirroring the activities of many third-world countries, as well as requiring increased numbers of citizens to use the ER as their default medical care. This default is fragmented, costly, ineffective, and a generally poor method of providing care with a total lack of continuity. This healthcare model also drives significant racial disparities in the availability and quality of care, and in the outcomes for these patient populations. Currently, the U.S., compared to similar Western countries, has the lowest life expectancy at birth, highest reported maternal and infant mortality, highest hospitalization rate from preventable causes, highest death rate for avoidable and treatable conditions, highest suicide rate, and highest chronic disease burden rate in the world. In essence, we are spending more than any other civilized country in the world in getting markedly worse results. No other known industry in a competitive or many non-competitive societies would survive being twice as expensive, producing markedly inferior products, services, and results. Over the past several decades, many inadequate policies, negative influencers, and societal and demographic changes have come together to create our current failing healthcare system. Our system lacks an emphasis on primary and preventative care. We strain under a dysfunctional payment system. It is plagued by a costly and onerous liability industry and has fallen prey to the detrimental policies of the medical industrial complex in corporatized care. This is a lot of reading. I've been in this for 4 hours. Our system struggles to care for an exploding aging demographic. It is threatened by a significant impending shortage and maldistribution of providers. Our politicians and citizens refuse to maturely engage on a solution to the looming financial threatening entitlement crisis. We have irresponsibly significantly underfunded our public and mental health systems. Finally, we have tolerated a general lack of accountability for much of our population as it pertains to medical compliance and irresponsible behavior such as overeating and sedentary lifestyles, as well as cigarette, alcohol, and drug abuse. These and many other events, policies, and forces have created the broken, dysfunctional system of American healthcare. A system that is so badly flawed that most experts believe it will likely implode, creating devastating effects on the country's health and economy. As a nation, we cannot and should not continue to support or tolerate a system that threatens the quality, safety, accessibility, and affordability of its citizens' health care. To successfully meet the many requirements and challenges to achieve inclusive and affordable national wellness, we are going to have to radically reform the current failing system. This guy's based. I mean, we need to... And that's why I'm reading the article from this guy. Because... it's someone who's, I mean, I hear it, and I know, I'm aware of it, but it's different when it comes from somebody who works as a doctor or a surgeon. And I don't think they have necessarily a better, but they have a better understanding of how they interact with these insurance companies. Anyway, like the rearranging of the deck chairs on the sinking Titanic, piecemeal realignments will not be enough. They are failing now and will fail in the future. As President Abraham Lincoln so aptly said when faced with a similar existential crisis decades ago, the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. We think anew and act anew. In consideration of this concept and our current predicament, I am reminded of an observation said to be made by Winston Churchill that describes our country's often tortuous and convoluted method of confronting public and policy issues. Americans will always do the right thing, only after they have tried everything else. In essence, this is where we find ourselves today with our failing healthcare system. We've tried everything else, and now it's time to do the right thing. As stated, our current system is so badly broken and dysfunctional that a complete overhaul is needed. Healthcare scholars, when asked if they were to design a new model system from scratch, all seemingly agreed that it would look nothing like our current model. Significant and necessary reform will pose a complex rubric that will no doubt be hamstrung by the forces of traditional, societal, governmental, financial, and professional habits and interests. As we approach this formidable but essential task, we must be guided by the wisdom of H.L. Mencken, who warned, "For every complex human problem, there is a solution that is clear, simple, and wrong." With this insight in mind, the efficacy of our proposed reforms will be completely dependent on the intensity of our engagement, quality of our debates, and courageousness of our actions. As someone who has dedicated my entire life to the practice of the noble art of medicine and has served in healthcare leadership at the highest levels, I firmly believe that healthcare is a fundamental human right and not a luxury for the privileged few. I do not believe that the provision of healthcare should be a profit-centric driven system. This model may be permissible to produce inanimate commodities. However, the provision of medical care is different. It is an intimate human need that we all depend on. Access should not be rationed, excluded, or penalized by a system that places the god of profit over the general welfare of our citizens. As a country of manifest bounty, based on the principles of the general welfare and common good of its citizens, we should not have a situation where anyone goes without adequate medical care or is one illness away from financial catastrophe. In contemplating the said situation, one of my previous partners, one who had selflessly dedicated his entire life to the surgical care of his community, much to the sacrifice of everything else, told me on his deathbed that he was leaving the world with a heavy heart. He said, "My friend, I am leaving at a time when the practice of medicine, the profession to which I have given my all, is no longer one that I recognize or respect." These words haunt me to this day. However, it does not have to be this way. Furthermore, I believe it can't stay that way. The U.S. healthcare system can and must be reformed. Acting with courage, conviction, intellect, and sacrifice. Dude, who picks these white backgrounds? My eyes are like rotting out of my skull as I speak, man. Acting with courage, conviction, intellect, and sacrifice, guided by the concepts of the greater good, we can return medicine to its original high Hippocratic principles of servitude that made it once a part of the shining city on a hill motif of the great American experiment. We can return medicine once again in its rightfully noble place in the affairs of mankind, a place once described by Robert Louis Stevenson as one that, when the stage of man is done with, and only remembered to be marveled at in history, as to have had contributed little to the defects of the period, and most notably exhibited the virtues of the race. This is my hope. The thoughts and opinions expressed in this column are solely those of the author, do not necessarily reflect those at the ACS, or me. I want to say first off, Why is the page white? Dude, things, you ever go in a room that's like that? There's one training room at work. There's one training room at work that's like that. It's super white, and it always hurts my eyes. Sitting in that room for like 10 minutes, I feel like my eyes are being burned out. Like, no one was designed to see a page like that. Like, what is that? We don't have anything that white in real life. Why are we permitting things to be this white ever? You don't see people that white. Anyway, I do agree with that, right? But there's a reason we're it was definitely further up. Where did it talk about? I want to listen, after he said this, I want to listen to the Winston Churchill epic rap battles of history. Sorry, give me a sec. It was somewhere about where it was talking about how America's super, super rich, you know? I don't know. It's talking about how we're super rich. Where was it? Anyway, it was somewhere where it was talking about how we're super rich. But it's not. The problem is, when considering our wealth, we have to talk about who's been at the expense of, right? It hasn't just been us that's got us to be wealthy. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter where you said it. I do kind of care. Whatever, man. It still isn't really an adequate excuse. Our use of slavery, of abusing the third world country, these things. I saw an article. I want to bring up. I want to make sure I found the right one. It's about the UK. It was some chart about UK's carbon emissions lowering, right? Let me pull it up. It's also white. Turn it dark. I don't want to. Whatever. Can I? Anyway, about them falling, right? About the carbon emissions falling. And I think it like there was some statistic that it like passed mid 1600s. I wonder if it says in here why. But see, some of the major contributions to the reduction in coal use were the closures of the country's last coal-fired power plant in Nottinghamshire, as well as the Wales Port Talbot Steelworks. 40% increase in electric vehicles. You see, this is what's important, I think. Greenhouse gas emissions within the UK's borders have fallen in 26 out of the last 35 years. A lot of that has come with moving production to our outside countries, right? So if you don't produce anything, you can reduce your carbon emissions. So when you import things from Vietnam, wherever you want, in Southeast Asia, in regular Asia, in South America, Central America, you can reduce your own. Because you can reduce, because they don't have these. I don't think Vietnam has any of these. Well, probably don't have as strict as, that's another issue if you want me to get into that. So, I mean, is it really, is the world's decreasing is what's kind of important. But, because if you're one country doing this, like, what does it do? What does it do? If you export the things you buy to other countries, you're not helping. Nothing's improving. And it's kind of crazy. We in the West have used and abused coal, oil to accelerate, to separate us essentially from third world countries. And we've made a ton of money. What is this? Is that my hair? We've made a ton of money from this, and we've really launched up a couple steps from countries that they weren't at the same level and didn't get access to it. You know, poorer countries, Vietnam, other countries in the area, Cambodia, Thailand, whatever. Any place you want to consider where we took oil from, like Guatemala, where we poisoned the local populations, the indigenous. Ecuador, we did the same thing. And we used this to get ahead. And now that we realize it's bad, and I think we should reduce our reliance on it. Especially, I think it's especially beneficial for like France or like Europe. And when I said France, Europe, who rely on Russia for a lot of their oil. Because pretty much you got to rely on Russia, the Middle East, specifically Saudi Arabia, or America. And those aren't very good. So I think that's why they're trying to get away. But I think we owe helping these countries improve that when we were we just used oil and destroyed everything. And now we're like, oh, maybe that's bad. Maybe don't do that. Some of us. So do we want to just leave them behind? I think that's pretty cruel. Especially when they make everything. Like, when we're still polluting the world. Like, we as a species are polluting the world. Just because, whatever, one of the Western countries exports all their production to foreign countries, which is risky, which has risks of its own. It doesn't benefit anything. Like, the world's still at just as much danger. It's just, you can say, well, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. We reduced ours. It's a way to wash your hands of guilt when you didn't really do anything. I'm not against removing some things that you're producing from your own country. I'm not against that. Because, like, in NATO, they did that. So they... I don't want to go. I want to go to Wikipedia. Like, originally, they interlaced. The countries interlaced in Europe. Or was that EU, actually? So I think it's EU. I don't want to go to EuropeanUnion.eu. I think, if I recall correctly, please feel free to correct me, but that it was meant to interlace Germany. So they would know, or not Germany. Whenever I think of Europe, I just say one country there. To interconnect Europe, and so that if one country tried to increase its military power, the others would know. There'd be an alarm system, sort of, so if Germany tried it again, or whatever, any country, the others would know. So they each have one of their neighbors produce something that they needed for, I don't know, for war, building military. And then, yeah, so it was for that. So I think that's an added benefit of like globalization. Is it can prevent wars because your neighbors give you things you need and you want. European integration begins the antidote to extreme nationalism that had caused the war. There's still a ton of nationalism in Europe. Most recognized speech. I want to see that. He calls since 1930 for European Union and Council of Europe. Coincidentally, parallel to the Hertestian Congress of the Union of European Federalists. The French Union was installed by the Western Allied powers, and the Soviet Union became evident as a result of the rigged 1947 Polish legislative election. It's an open breach of the Yalta Agreement. March of that year saw two important developments. First was the signing of the Treaty of Dunkirk between France and the United Kingdom. The treaty assured mutual assistance in the event of a future military aggression against either nation, but officially named Germany as a threat. In reality, the actual concern was the Soviet Union. A few days later, the announcement of the Truman Doctrine, which pledged American support, the democracies to counter the Soviets. Paris Treaty. What was I talking about? Oh, I really got distracted from the healthcare. But yeah, so when Western countries say, "Oh, we're reducing our carbon footprint," probably means they're offloading it. So they don't have to feel bad. So their white guilt consciousness can feel good about it, but the country still gets destroyed. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I'm not a solution guy. Well, I can be. I can come up with a solution right now. Reparations to the countries who've been exploited for generations. And then we can somewhat get away. I mean, it'll be hard to completely get away from our fossil fuel dependence. But I think it's something we need to work together if we're actually serious about. I mean, if we're not, whatever, we'll just die in a couple of years, and it's just accelerated for all the other animals. But I mean, eventually, they're bound to go extinct. I mean, I don't know eventually, but I mean in theory. The theory is eventually the sun will explode and we'll all die. Or like when the dinosaurs went extinct, a meteor hit. That could happen. So it's not... So I think it's just the other animals and we suffer sooner rather than later. But there's people suffering right now. They can be prevented. And there are people we're actively exploiting as America. They could also be prevented. But they don't, the wealthy corporations don't have an interest in this. And I would sadly argue most Americans don't either. Maybe it's because of my white guilt, you could argue. I don't even know what that really means. I mean, I sort of know what it means. It's like you feel bad for being white. I mean, I don't really care. I think of shame and remorse some white people experience when acknowledging the legacy of racism and racial injustice. Why would this guy ask, should I feel white guilt? No, the answer is no, you dork. And everyone, I think people know that, but nobody damn, that is crazy. And you could, I mean, it's not that. Because listen, guilt doesn't get you anywhere. Most of the time. I mean, maybe you feel bad, maybe you whatever, but you can't undo things that you weren't involved in. Like, I didn't enslave populations. I wasn't there, man. I didn't do like any of that. No, sometimes there's accidentally a bit of racism. Sometimes I make a racist joke, but it's like, we all gotta have fun sometimes. I mean, overall, the way I talk, I try, especially, I mean, among closer friends, I don't talk about it as much, but I try to be someone who is kind about these things. I used to not be. Am I guilty for some of that? No, I mean, I feel bad. I want to say guilt. It's not over my skin color. It's just that I was a shitty person. I was trying to be funny. I was trying to be silly. I was trying to impress people that I didn't need to. I shouldn't have bothered. But I did. And that's life. That's being a kid. That doesn't mean it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay. I would say don't do those things. If I could go back in time, I'd go, whoosh, don't do that. But I did. I can't take it back. And part of that turned me into the guy I am today. You might agree with some of that's, oh, well, you're just dumb. You're just spewing leftist principles that you heard on the internet. So, cry about it. Cry about it. Better than spewing what big oil told me to say, or what told you to say. Better than being pro-Israel. So, I mean, these things changed me, and I'm thankful they changed. I'm thankful for the ways I've been changed, because I know people who had similar upbringings to me. I mean, they're obviously slightly different, but it's. Oh wait, I forgot to thumbs down. Some people were in similar spots, and they're not like this. That's just the way life is, man. It's not. And one day we'll all die. And that's kind of why I'm talking. I know chances are nobody watches this, unless maybe I stay consistent for a lot of years, whatever. But it's about, hopefully, leaving a better impression. Leaving a good impression, having people who know me be like, yeah, he might have been a bit off, he might have been foolish, but he was interested. He cared. That's why. He cared. He was interested. He tried to be kind. That's what I want my legacy to be. That's what I want to leave behind. I want to be someone. Sure, people always hate on everyone. If you have real beliefs that you believe, real things you believe, you'll be ridiculed. That's just life, man. And sometimes you don't share it with some people, and you share it with others, man. I mean, some people are going to react negatively to it. Sometimes you got to challenge yourself and interact, engage in these discussions, even if it sucks. And this wasn't really a discussion because I'm just blabbering about insurance. whatever, 4 hours. But it's an attempt to get to learn more about the world. Because when you learn nothing, when you're not informed, when you use the government just to have fun, be silly, you're not helping, you're not improving. So I think that's what the internet's there for. It's for learning. It's for having more easily accessible information. I think that's important, and that's one of the reasons it's important to keep the internet free. Not like freedom, but like free. I think it's important it's important everyone has access to the internet, to be honest. The American Prospect encourages those who feel guilt to take action by volunteering for political campaigns or community efforts rather than simply wallowing in guilt. What do we want to learn about now? Or are we done? The pain of benefiting from an immoral system. Why do I feel bad about it? I mean, look at me. I'm living in a nice place. Arguably. I think benefit is a really hard thing to measure, right? Like, we have some good things about being me, and it's kind of easy, but that doesn't mean it's better, right? I wouldn't argue my life is better than whatever. Say it. I mean, I might argue. I'd say it's easier. I don't know if I'd say better for like anything. Like, what about a black guy in a poor neighborhood? Like, it's harder. It's definitely harder. I'm not gonna say my life's the hardest. You're gonna survive a day as me. But I think it's foolish comparing the difficulty of our lives. We all have, this song's wild. So yeah. What am I talking about? Oh, the benefiting part. I mean, there's definitely benefits. But it doesn't mean my life is better. And I would argue part of life is a struggle. But there's also like an appropriate level of struggle, and it's not really. It's kind of inappropriate to say that, I think, because I think it's hard to quantify better and whatever. But there's also a certain amount of like more struggle doesn't mean you have a better life. Obviously, life can't be easy and nothing, because then you're just going to hate your life still. There's plenty of people who do nothing and they're miserable. But I don't think it's about that. I don't think it's about erasing any struggle. I think it's about lowering the struggle gap. I don't know. Kind of just meandering, kind of just rambling. But yeah, I think, there's a lot of issues in this country, and I have a lot of blind spots. So if you want me to talk about something, let me know. I'm probably gonna end the stream. Whoa. I don't know why I titled it this, if anyone's actually watching, but I did. And it made my day a lot better, honestly, being here. I haven't done anything except do this. Who cares, brother? We obviously all have our things that we're blind to. or blind spots, you could call them. And I think mine come from a lack of life experience, essentially. And I think especially early on, that's why I was the way I was. Kind of a prick. Because I didn't know any different. I mean, I didn't know. You're just stuck with these ideas of what you think people are like. And that's what you think. And then eventually you, whether it's through the internet or whatnot, you change your mind. And you realize there's more other perspectives in life that you don't just have to shut out right away. Which sometimes can mean it leads you down a bad path, but also sometimes it leads you down the right path. And that's why I'm pretty thankful for the internet. Because it's allowed me to change my mind in ways I probably wouldn't have or would have taken a lot longer. Probably. I mean, I can't say for sure because I did have it. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that opportunity. Yeah, and I hope we all can, I don't know how to do this. Dude, I opened so many tabs, I'm not going to, read any of these. Overview. Want to read this graph? What is this? Government insurance. Okay, whatever. The flow of funds in the U.S. State, local taxes, state government, providers of healthcare, Medicaid, other programs. Federal taxes, federal government, Medicare, Medicaid. What? Private, cuts in paycheck, private employers, private health insurers, providers of healthcare. From households, individuals purchase health insurance or obtain or additional premiums to top off employee-based insurance or for Medigap policies into Medicare. Contributions for private Medicare Advantage plans, out-of-pocket at point service, other private spending. What a great graph. Essentially, why the extra step? Why the extra step? Because here it's cheaper, right? That's a theory. But it's not. It's not at all anywhere. In any metric, it's not cheaper and it's not better. So why do we continue doing this? We need people like me in politics. Vote for me. I'm not running for anything, but I mean, you can. I'd recommend you vote for someone else who's actually on the ballot. Maybe I'll be there one day, but I think that'll be a while. I feel like when was this written? Mutilation of U.S. 340 million. I feel like it's been the same. Oh, I guess maybe it's gone up. I feel like it was around here I saw it. It was 300 something thousand. 300 million, sorry, I should say. Demographics of the U.S. Age 0. Female surplus. Oh, male surplus. We have male surplus of what the that's. Why is this? Is this some? Can I say something? Is this war? Opened 60 years ago? 1960? 65? So this is Vietnam War, eh? It's crazy. Imagine being alive. Dude, if I was born 100 years ago, I would have probably wouldn't have been in World War One. I probably would have been in World War One. And probably not two. Probably two, actually. I probably would have been on the edge of it. No, I would have been like 39. Maybe. Maybe I'll get an opportunity to go to war. Anyway. I don't know for Israel, though. Birth rate. 10.7 births per 1,000 population? It's gone down? I like how it's a red gone down. Fertility rate, 1.6 children born per woman. You know, we also have a horrible infant mortality rate. 86 per square mile. It's really interesting, actually. um, 1%. Is that good? What's the growth rate we're looking for? I mean, honestly, if you want my honest answer, I think the growth rate should go down. Damn, we have a lot of people. This does seem... It's like 16 years. This is 17 or 18. Sex ratio. None. Oh. 0.98 at birth. Under 15, 1.05. 15 to 64, 1.01 males. Nationality, American. Yeah, that's really in a nationality. I mean, I guess maybe, but does not equate nationality with race or ethnicity, but rather with citizenship. With more than 1 million individuals. White Americans form the largest, whatever that means. Major ethnic. White. Bretons. Germans. What? Oh, these are all... What? Holy... White. All these are groups considered whites? That is crazy. They're really letting anybody in this. Wait, what? That's crazy. Dude, if a person saw this like 100 years ago, a racist saw this 100 years ago, which, well, kind of was everyone. Like this list under whites would have enraged someone 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Black Hispanics. This is crazy. Mixed Hispanics. Others. What the fuck does that mean? They're considering like Asians in this list. Chinese. 1.25. New York. And California and Hawaii. They really like marked all these? Hey. They're kind of everywhere? It's kind of cool. Indians, Pakistans. That's crazy. That's crazy. Are these... There actually is portions of these? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's kind of weird. 0.4. Other Hispanics. What does that mean? Official language show. Dude, that's so fucking sad. We live in the worst country ever. We live in the worst country. English was made the official language of the United States by Executive Order 14224. Dude, Trump is the biggest fucking loser piece of shit in the goddamn world. Titled Designating English as the Official Language of the United States is an executive order signed by Donald Trump on March 1, 2025, declaring English the official language of the United States. The order does not include specific rights and is largely symbolic. It repeals Executive 13166. improving access to services for persons with limited English proficiency. Dude, Dude, he is literally the worst. I'm listening to a song by Pink Guy called Gays for Donald. If you wanted to know that. Dude, that is crazy. So agencies are not prohibited from using languages. Other language, de jure, the U.S. still has no official language, as there's no law designating English as the official language of the United States. Repeals issued by President Bill Clinton on August 11, 2000. The Clinton order required agencies of the federal government to make plans to implement Department of Justice guidance, ensuring people with limited English proficiency would have improved access to federal services on a non-discriminatory basis to the degree needed and without an undue burden on the agencies. What does that mean, dude? He really said nothing. Trump order instructed agency heads to make accommodations as they deem necessary to fulfill their respective agencies' missions. Agencies are not prohibited from using other languages. The U.S. Constitution now specified an official language. The most recent legislative attempt was the 2006 Inhofe Amendment. This country is a shithole. Which would have declared English a national language, although the amendment passed in the U.S. Senate, it failed to win enough votes in the U.S. House of Representatives. Law professor Ofer Robin wrote that in the absence of a congressionally approved law, with this order, the president appears to rely on his constitutional authority, including his authority over federal executive agencies. English-only movement. Americans are miserable. Let me say that. I am an American. I'm miserable. But some of these people are just pathetic. I mean, listen, I don't know what Bill Clinton did, except I know one thing he did. 2, played saxophone, sexually assaulted an intern. When you compare that with what Trump's done, I mean, come on, man. It's just getting worse. I mean, this guy's buddy with Epstein. I mean, I don't have to say officially because I'm not going to impede in the law. Or allegedly, I should say. It's not official, but allegedly. Come on, man. Like, what the is this, bro? Americans are so pathetic. Movement that advocates for the exclusive use of the English language in official United States government communication through the establishment of English as the only official language in the United States. Executive Order March 1st, 2025 declared language should be official. Historically, in various locations throughout the U.S., there have been various moves to promote or require the use of English, such as Native American boarding schools. Interesting. I bet they have a very good, kind history. Who wants to read about this? Me. I love cultural genocide. And regular genocide, actually, too. And intentional. That's me being sarcastic. Children were typically immersed in the Anglo-American culture of the upper class. Schools forced removal of indigenous cultural signifiers, cutting the children's hair, having them wear American-style uniforms, forbidding them from speaking their mother tongues, and replacing their tribal names with English language names. Saints' names under some religious orders for use at the schools as part of the assimilation and to Christianize them. The schools are usually harsh, especially for younger children who had been forcibly separated from their families and forced to abandon their Native American identities and cultures. Children sometimes died in the school system due to infectious disease. Investigations of the later 10th century revealed cases of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. Super interesting. I'm super surprised. This country is so fucking pathetic in every imaginable way. Like, how do we live in such a horrible place? Wow, good thing these guys had short hair and that is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with this stupid fucking country? These scholarships from Native perspectives, Dr. Julie Javis said boarding schools embody both victimization and agency for Native people, and they served as sites of both cultural loss and cultural persistence. These institutions intended to assimilate Native people into mainstream society, eradicate Native cultures, became integral components of American Indian identities, and eventually fueled the drive for political and self-determination in the late 20th century. Bro, they were gutted. Federal nations have carried out political activism and gained legislation and federal policy that gives them the power to decide how to use federal education funds, how to educate their children, and the authority to establish their own community-based schools. Tribes have also founded numerous tribal colleges and universities on reservations. Tribal control over their schools has been supported by federal legislation and changing practices by the BIA. By 2007, most of the boarding schools have been closed down. Most, and the number of American children in boarding schools has declined to 9,500. While there are hundreds of deceased indigenous children yet to be found, investigations are increasing across the United States. Dude, it's so... That would make me gay. They're talking about ESO Grand Slam. Let's see, there's Robson there, boom. I got two of them right. Linguistic imperialism. Kind of sad. Christian missionaries. It's always Christian missionaries, dude. Always. I mean, can I talk about that? I'm kind of rambling now. Dude, why have so much wrong happened in the name of Christianity? Can I ask that? Like, just the absolute destruction of native life. And it's pathetic. It's sad. Oh, also known more recently as American Indian residential schools. Guys, these aren't bad places. Americans always, I don't know, recently actually, we'll talk about re-education camps. We always try to talk about, we always talk how evil it is that, China has re-education camps. What the fuck? It is kind of like it depends. Because some people don't understand it. It's a weird line to draw. Because you want people to believe the right things, but also, like, how do you balance that with freedoms? Anyway, like, people will talk about regimes using re-education camps and how awful they are, and we did similar things to Native children. Anyway, it's sad. Maybe I don't want to get into it today. In 1634, Father Andrew White of the English province of the Society of Jesus established a mission what is now southern Maryland. He said the purpose of the mission, as an interpreter told the chief of the Native American tribe there, was to extend civilization and instruction to his ignorant race and show them the way to heaven. The mission's annual records reported by that 1640 they had founded a community they named St. Mary's. Native Americans were sending their children there to be educated, including the daughter of Tayak, the Pascado chief. She was likely an exception because of her father's status, as girls were generally not educated with boys in English Catholic schools of this period. Other students discussing the record with Mal. Assiduously to study, made good progress. Maryland in the recent established schools sent 2 boys to St. Elmer who had inabilities to few Europeans, competing for the honor of being first in the class. So that not gold nor silver nor the product of the earth alone, men also are gathered from thence to bring these regions. Foreigners have been justly called ferocious to a higher... What? I'm changing my opinion on this one specifically, maybe. I'm not saying that in general. But I do think the forcing of... I think we should have allowed children to go to our schools, right? And I think providing these was a good thing. Providing a school for children, if it's optional, is good. And what the fuck is his name? Caleb Chishandumak. The first Indian to do so in the colonial period. That's based. Estimated was the first Native American to graduate from Harvard University. The son of Nobnaket Washop Shasham, born into the Wapdogo tribe in Martha's Vineyard. He received a formal education. He and his classmate, Joel Hickholmes, were taught on the vineyard by Pete Folger, the maternal grandfather of Benjamin Franklin. The two went on to attend Elijah Quartet's grammar school in Cambridge in and around 1657. There's a difference between allowing natives into their schools, and allowing that access for them, right? I think that's a good thing. I think anybody would agree. But I think forcing and changing, because a lot of times there's unnecessary restrictions on people's access. So yeah, it's great that he did that. Died in a shipwreck a few months prior to graduation when returning to Harvard from Martha's Vineyard. That's kind of sad. He died of tuberculosis. What? Oh, this other guy. Hugh Holmes died in a shipwreck. He died of tuberculosis in Watertown, Massachusetts, less than a year after graduation. And that tuberculosis mortality has a median survival of 12.33 years. It's probably that he got the disease prior to enrolling in Harvard. They contacted it in the first year of matriculation. Is that like the action of matriculating, bro. Sure of arms in an official register. To be Matriculate. The argument reigns time at Harvard, which he purportedly wrote, written entirely in Latin. This short letter, addressed to most honored benefactors, contains references to Greek mythology, Greco-Roman philosophers, and Puritan theology. The letter was meant to thank doctors and encourage them to continue their financial support. Some consider this to be the early extant writing by a Native American on the North American continent. In 1617, General Gookin read... I should not have said that. It's definitely a slur. Whatever. Sorry. Is that not how it's pronounced? Writing about American Indians in New England described his death and how Caleb, not long after he took his degree of Bachelor of Art at Cambridge in New England, died of a consumption at Charlestown. That's what consumption is. Where he was placed by Thomas Danforth, who had inspection over him under the care of the physician in order to his health. Where he wanted not for the best means the country could afford, both of food and psychic, but God denied the blessing, but a period not to his 2 days. Anberg Hall. Well, that's kind of cool. I should go to Boston sometime. Next weekend? No, I'm gone. I'm in Chicago. There's a title character in Jill Dean books of historical fiction, Caleb's Crossing. I mean, hey, that's cool. That's cool. What was I talking about? Yeah, I still think we wronged Indians. Just that one. I'm sure there were a couple that were thankful for it. No, for certain aspects of it, but it's just. Um. There's a lot of, I mean, there's always a lot of nuance in every subject, but I think we wronged them in general. I think we should offer them schooling and opportunity to things we consider education. Dude, I hate the way my hair looks. I want to cut it now. Probably because I can see myself right there, so it's super like annoying. What? Where's that like flag? This one. No. But federal mandates. Less expensive option. They usually receive less parental pushback. And I don't think it would have been as big of an issue, I feel like, if they were like this. If it wasn't like a separation of their children from families, I think it would have been a much more well thought of thing. Dude, it's such a weird topic. Corral say Lieutenant Richard Henry Pratt was assigned to supervise Native prisoners of war at Fort Marion, which was located in St. Augustine, Florida. The United States Army sent 72 warriors from the Cheyenne, Kawak, Mache, and Caddo nations to exile in St. Augustine, Florida. My dad was watching a movie called Geronimo. They were sent to St. Augustine. They were used as hostages to encourage their peoples in the West to remain peaceful. Pratt began to work with them on education, European American culture, essentially a kind of immersion. While they required changes, the men had to cut their hair and wear common uniforms rather than their traditional clothes. He also granted them increased autonomy and the ability to govern themselves within the prison. Pleased by his successes, he was said to have supported the motto, "Kill the Indian, save the man," pressed in a speech in 1892. Hate the sin, not the sinner. Same energy. Same energy. You know what that means. You hate because they are Indian. They aren't. I don't know if that's a PC term. I don't really care. Because the Indian is part of them. Their culture is what made them them, partially. I mean, it's what's responsible for them being them. They're also still people without that, but a gate general has said that the only good Indian is a dead one. In a sense, I agree with the sentiment, but only in this, that all the Indian there is in the race should be dead. That all the Indian there is in the race should be dead. Pratt provided for some of the younger men to pursue more education at the Hampton Institute, a historically black college founded in 1868 for the education of freedmen by biracial representatives of the American Missionary Association soon after the Civil War. Following Pratt-sponsored students, Hampton in 1875 developed a program for Native American students. That's after. This is in 1890s. Most of the European or the native butchering was much before that. A lot of it. Pratt continued the assimilation model and developing the Carlisle Indian Industrial School. Pratt felt that within one generation, Native children could be integrated into Euro-American culture. With this perspective, he proposed an expensive experiment to the federal government. Pratt wanted the government to fund a school that would require Native children to move away from their homes and attend a school far away. Carlisle Indian School, which became a template for over 300 schools across the U.S., opened in 1879. Carlisle Barracks, an abandoned Pennsylvania military base, was used for the school. It became the first school that was not on a reservation. The Carlisle curriculum was heavily based on the culture and society of rural America. Classes included vocational training for boys and domestic science for girls. Students worked to carry out chores that helped sustain the farm and food production for the self-supporting school. I need water. I should really be done soon. Students worked to carry out chores that helped sustain the farm and food production for the self-supporting schools. They were also able to produce goods to sell at the market. Carlisle students produced a newspaper, had well-regarded chorus and orchestra, and developed sports programs. The summer, students often lived with local farm families and townspeople, enforcing their assimilation, providing labor at low cost to the families. That is great. That is what we love to hear. Like I say, like it's a positive thing. Like I best say it like it's neutral, right? I mean, the way you word things is important. We all word things how we see things, usually. Usually the way we word things is intentional to get a point across, right? And providing labor at low cost to the families. I mean, it's maybe, I don't know, it just feels like it's positive. This site cannot be reached. Let me just see if the website works. Okay, fine. Historical Society. I was just here, bro. I want to read some of the newspaper. Okay, I guess I can't reach it. Why can't I reach it? Digital Resource Center. Publications? Would it be under that, we think? Excerpt from annual report. Does this song just have like a 10-minute? Oh. There's just like a 2-minute song in the song. That's why it. That's why. I got it. I understand. Because I was like, how come the song just doesn't have anything? Are these in their school news? Let's see what this says. What? I want to read it. I wanna read it. People cast into the sea, it is felt from shore to shore. A thought from the mind set free will echo on forevermore. Is that what this is? The Pine Grove picnic. Oh, what a jolly time we did have. We started at 9 o'clock on the cars and went about 18 miles to a picnic park called Pine Grove. We did not stop at Pine Grove, but went about 1 mile beyond to the furnace where they melt iron ore and get the iron out. We saw them open the hole at the bottom of the furnace, and the red-hot iron came running out and into some molds, which were made in the sand. It was so hot that we could not stand within 6 feet of the steam of hot iron. Then we went and saw the bank where they were digging the iron. Then we came back to the park. When we got there, we jumped off the cars and ran over the side of the hill, gathering wintergreens, of which there were a great many. Oh, I forgot something. It is this. I forgot to tell who were with us. All the Indian boys and girls, the chiefs who were visiting us, the teachers, the college band, and some invited friends from town. Well, to continue my story, but this is written in a very interesting way. Well, to continue my story, when we got tired and all gathered in the bandstand and had some music by the band, then we had dinner. We had coffee and sandwiches, of course. Crackers, strawberries, and ice cream. You gotta go with sandwiches, duh. That's our culture. This is our culture. Coffee, sandwiches, of course. Crackers, strawberries, and ice cream. Why was the E printed like that? After dinner, we went back on the bandstand and had lots of music and dancing until the train came to take us home. We were very glad to go as it was raining. NBP is Indian Boys Camp Life. When I was 10 years old in Indian Territory, I commenced to kill buffalo calves, shooting them with bow and arrows. And then when I grew up about 14 years old, I'd killed big buffalo, good many. One day that time, I killed about 7 buffaloes. At my old home in Indian Territory, I would go out and search for birds, and when I had found them, I shot them with bow and arrows. I had to kill many of them. When I was a little boy, I would like swimming very much, and I had to catch a great many of the turtles in the water. That time, I was very glad to catch it, and we good to eat the turtles. When I was 13 years old, my father took me to war against the Pawnees. I was sick and I could not sleep every night, but every day I anxious to go back home in Indian camp. Can I say one thing? I do think having I want to say this in the right way. I do think them being able to write in English helped. Because I think this is good. I think stuff like this is good to read. Because we have, and I think that's why it's good to learn other languages. I don't know any, I should. So you can get perspectives on other people's lives. Because a lot of people in other countries will write in their language. And I do that. But if I want to learn more, it would be helpful to learn to read other languages. But anyway, Henry C. Roman knows. School News, Samuel Townsend, editor, a Pawnee Indian boy. Editorial, we know that this is a small paper. It is the smallest that we ever saw. We're going to try to make it good. We put everything in this paper that the Indian boys write for us. Not any white man's writing, but all the Indian boys' writing. Some speeches and some letters. They give us the paper they write, and then we take it to the print office and print it. We want to show the people how they can do. Some have been going to school but a few months, and some have been going to school for several years. They can do most everything now. This little paper we print, everybody thinks is so funny, and sometimes they laugh at it. We do sometimes laugh at it because it is so small. We will try to make it good so everybody will want to read it, and will give us 25 cents a year for it. We will print it every month. Visitors from Harrisburg. Only a few days ago, some gentlemen and ladies came from Harrisburg to visit the school. They went in all the schoolrooms and saw the Indian children reciting and reading out loud and behaving themselves. They saw that the Indians are learning something. When they had looked at all the schoolrooms, they went to the printing office, and there we were at work. When they saw the little paper we were printing, they said, "Oh, did the Indian boys write that themselves?" Miss Burgess told them they wrote it themselves. They wanted to take some of the papers. We were very glad they gave them a few copies. When they read that this paper is 25 cents a year, 11 of them said, "Put down our names. We want to say thank you." I wonder where that money went. Probably to the school. My voice is going to be like fog tomorrow. Captain Pratt told the boys they are all going to have vacation pretty soon. He told them that they were going to camp in the wood and stay there for 3 weeks. All the boys are very happy. They think about it all the time. We think that will be very nice and we'll have lots of play. Captain told them to make bows and arrows when they go there. We have a new boy in the printing office. His name is Ellis. He's a very good, bright boy. He and I go there every evening just after school. We work very hard. 1 month we get only $2.50. This boy says he likes to be a printer. School news published once a month. Indian boys and girls. Guy and Samuel can make pretty good bread. The boys all like to go to swim. On Saturday we go to swim at this little creek and have lots of fun. The girls are learning to darn stockings nicely. Mend. Wait, that's what darn means. To darn stockings nicely and to sew on the sewing machine. All letters written to Samuel Townsend, Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania, about the school news will be answered promptly. I mean, this is things. I'm going to feel sad about my life again. I've never interacted with life like this. You know what I mean? Like, not once have I interacted with life like this. Like, I don't reach out. Like, if I could write to this now, I think I would. But then it's like, I don't reach out to things like this that are happening now. It's so, how likely is it? You know? Elwood Dorian is learning to drive a nail and saw first rate. There are other boys learning the carpenter trade too. Moses is learning the blacksmith trade. He and Tom Carlisle work very well. They are learning to do most everything. We print this paper for the boys and girls at this school and for anybody else who would like to read about what we are doing. Miss Hyde went to her home. She wants to stay there for a little while. She's coming back again. All the girls like her very much, and the boys too. This afternoon, June 10th, Miss Semple went down to Hampton to visit the Hampton school children. Miss Mather went too, and Mrs. Pratt. They will stay only 1 day at Hampton. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What happened? They lost? Dude, Simple lost with... Sounds crazy. Roman Nose and Koba are learning to make tin cups. They can make very good cups. They can not only make cups, but other things too. They can make pails and pans. They are the best tinners among the boys. Coleman sisters came here 2 times to play banjo and horn. They play very nicely, and all the children like the music very much. Some boys say, "Oh, I like the music. I wish they could come and play on the banjo again." We think they will come sometime again. Every Sunday evening we have prayer meeting. Captain Pratt reads in the Bible and talks good talk for a little while. Then some boys pray, and sometimes one boy says something good to the other boys and girls, and they tell the boys to pray to our Father in heaven, and He will help us to be good. On Friday evening, sometimes a few boys make a speech. Big boys make their own speeches. Little boys sometimes are afraid and cannot make a good speech, but even the small boys are learning now how. A speech delivered by Chesonnet before students and all. I think this is one name. I don't think Chas is like short for anything. Chaplain? Chase Bank. No. 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 Doesn't sound like any of this. I think this is his whole name. Let me go to the dot. Chase Point. Nope. 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 Okay. Answer's no. That's nothing to There's nothing that comes up with that. My friends, we are very glad to see you here. We are many tribes here. We come together here from the far west. Here we have learned about the good way. I mean, whatever, I can't blame them. I speak to you a few words about all the good things I have learned from the white people. You must try to follow the white man's road. That way is the better way for you. I suppose you have heard about us. I have been away from our old home about 5 years. We went to Florida. There I first began to learn something about the good way, and I find Indians' road very hard. So I thought I will never walk the Indian road anymore, and I want you all to do the same. Do not walk in the Indian road anymore. Now the other best thing I have learned from the Bible about God, who made you, and who made me, and who made you, and who takes care of us all, and his Son Jesus who died for us. And if we love him and are good men, he will make us happy, and when we die, he will take us to his home in heaven. So I want you to love and to pray to God in all of your thoughts, and he will help you, and I will pray for you every day, and ask him to make you good. What? What does that mean? See, it's like this, so it can go just past the monitor. That's why it's like a bit up. But a letter by an apprentice. This is a very pleasant morning. The sun is shining very bright. In this school there are many different tribes going to school. Some of these boys are learning to read and write very fast. Another thing, they are learning they can make a speech in the chapel. I'm learning how to print papers. Every morning and evening I go there to the printing office and work a little. And when the school bell rings, I go to school. I'm both trying to read and write well. I can set one stick full in a day. What? I like the trade I am learning. A few days ago, Sioux chiefs were here to see their children at Carlisle School. They were very glad to see them and were glad to see so many different tribes. The following letter was written by a Sioux boy who had been in school but a few months. The peoples he mentions as leaving went with their father, Spotted Tail, to visit Washington. Carlisle Barracks, PA, June 2, 1880. Dear teacher, this morning I cannot glad William and Max and Oliver and Pollock and Sarah all go out. I cannot glad this morning me. I say Oliver goodbye, and I say Max goodbye. And me, I say again William goodbye. I say goodbye Pollock. I say goodbye Sarah. I cannot write much. You write to me. Good afternoon. Your friend, Frank Twist. It's kind of, I don't know how I feel. I mean, I don't really have to feel anything about it. I think it's, I don't know. Obviously, I think it'd be better if they could actually write their experiences in English, or even in their own language, and it gets translated better. But or I learn their language and understand their writing. Do they have much writing? I'm gonna Google that. While many indigenous people of North America do not have a written language, relied on oral traditions, and pictographs, civilizations in Mesoamerica like the Maya had advanced writing systems, and later individuals like the Sequoia developed writing for languages such as Cherokee. This is the worst song I've ever heard. Kaja Block. I want to watch a movie that truly specializes in them. Super, damn, pretty interesting. I mean, I didn't read any of it. I mean, hey, man. School news. A pebble cast into the sea is felt from shore to shore. A thought from the mind set free will echo on forevermore. Who the fuck said this? Oh, it's from this. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know the history of this school. I'm sure it's whitewashed, but dude, there's so much we're missing out on. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, it's from this. That's what I learned today. Learning how to use bad things. So the editor of the school news, dude, I think this has to be the last thing I do. To the editor of the school news, the American Indian learns to use two things very quickly. Do it in native accent. American Indian used to use two things very quickly, which he is not of his own. That is to utter an oath and to use intoxicating drink. But there is not a word. This is kind of insensitive. It's just like, I don't know. Okay, I'll stop. But there is not a word in Indian language. Okay, I had to make that classic joke. Christopher Columbus would approve of that joke. And that day is the 13th. Next Monday. Anyway. That is to utter an oath and to use intoxicating drink. I don't think that's just American Indian. My hair looks awful. But there is not a word in any Indian language by which even the slightest disrespect to the Great Spirit can be expressed. He never invented any intoxicating drink. While his highly favored race that claim to have the divine revelation containing the purest moral percept, breathe out fearful curses against his God and Savior that freely indulge in intoxicating drink, and induce the Indian to partake of it in order to cheat him out of his skins and furs. But now the Indians have a better chance than they ever had before, and have more friends among the white people who are willing to help the Indians more than before. So the Indians need always to be kind to the people of these United States.
What? Why did you say that?
I mean, there's a question. I'm not saying this is a question. I don't know if it's an appropriate question at all. Of what if they did just say, you know what? I mean, you're not expecting them to just say, yeah, you know what? We'll join you. In fact, I think we could do with some of the native perspectives. I'm not going to glorify all of them. I don't know all of them. I don't know most of them. But I think we have. Some people are like, but they don't have the history of it. They just try to be like natural. They're like hippie people, but they don't have a history of any of it. Anyway, you do wonder what would have happened if they just said, okay. Because they got brutalized anyway. I think history is too much of a history. I think America is too much of a history of racism to just integrate them appropriately, but whatever. My dear mother, I thank you very much for the picture that you were so kind as to send me of yourself and my little sister. Well, I was so glad when I saw your faces looking at me out of the picture. I kissed it over and over, and then showed it to all my friends. They like it very much. I am very glad that you are all very well, as you tell me, but it makes me sad when I think how poor my people are. This is one very good place, and I will try to learn all that I can while I stop here. For I know that it is for my own good that I should try all I can to learn, that I may be able to teach my people how to do and how to live to be good people. I am still working at the blacksmith. Give my love to all my mother's people and to all my father's people. 2. Give my love to all. Goodbye from your loving son, Moses Nonway. These names are like... Is it appropriate to say? If you ask like ChatGPT to come up with a new white guy last name. Dude, I do not want to use AI. Boom. Do this. Sure. Whitmere. Whitman, Whittaker. Mere is an old English word for lake or boundary. Windermere or Westmere. Sounds established, refined, and plausible, but is not an existing common surname. Rustic. Western Anglo naming patterns. Whitmere. I mean, where's the lie? Was I wrong? Was I wrong? Moses Whitmere. Branwick. Branson, Branford. Wick, meaning village or settlement. Hardwick, Chadwick, Branwick. Moses Branwick. See? There's no lie. There's no lie. Anyway, I don't want to use AI, but this is to prove a point. So therefore, I'll use it. I use it to get ahead. If every Indian boy and girl try the best they can, if they work hard and study hard, when they grow up to be men and women, they will be worth something. I'm gonna disagree. I think they already were something. It just wasn't enough for white people. White people be like, I mean, that's what it does. That's what indoctrination does. Especially as children. That's why they did this. Because they'll think their own people aren't worth anything, and that's what it gets you. That's what racism gets you. That's what race exceptionalism gets you. You know, the people that you are able to indoctrinate think they're native people. Their family is worth nothing. And then also they think other people are worth nothing. And the worth isn't... Like, you can improve your worth, but you're always worth something. You're always worth something. You can, improve your worth, but your worth isn't... It's partially what you can contribute, but also it's should be separate. So you can tell this was like in a book, and it was like, you know, school news. Publish once a month for 25 cents a year. I mean, hey, how much was 25 cents? 1880, 25 cents. $10 a year? That's not bad. Sealed quarter. Why am I clicking on this? I don't really care. I'm already watching it. Show me the image. Okay, that's pretty cool. 21,000? David Lawrence rare coins. Damn, what kind of camera's used for this? Birdie. Oh, liberty. Did it say e pluribus unum? When was e pluribus unum added? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Our friend Whitebreast is here. I mean, hey, we can all use a friend Whitebreast if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying, brother. Oh, sorry. Our friend Whitebreast is here. He says he was very glad to see us. He's going home down to Hampton when he gets tired of staying here. About 10 boys are learning how to sing bass. Every evening they went in the chapel to sing bass. Miss Mather is teaching them how to sing bass. 3 boys are learning how to blow bugle. Owen knows how to blow it very well. They march the guard to the guardhouse every morning. They play bugle as they march together. We have good many new names down in the book, but it's not full yet. If you write to Samuel Townsend, Carla Box, PA, and put in your letter 25 cents, you will get our little paper for 1 year. That's incredible. $10 for a year? Damn. Child labor does wonders, man. If you want to save money, use children to do your work. Our old friend John Downing from Normal School, Hampton, Virginia, is here to see his friends from the Indian Territory. And he says, these are all very nice girls and boys. He's going to stay here about 1 month. Then he's going to Philadelphia. Some time ago, a boy and his sister came here at Carlisle School. In the evening, when all the boys were in the chapel, the boy made a speech. His name is George Gibbs. His sister played on the piano for the children. Her name is Aline Gibbs. Aline, is that like a common name? Feminine given name. Of German origin, meaning noble or noble descent. It also has Celtic and Irish roots with possible meanings including fair, beautiful, and lovely. For her, Adeline, or variation of the Greek name Helen. Yeah, that's not a bad name. Eleni. What do you pronounce it? Eleni. I mean, yeah, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that name. No, don't read my recommended.
Hello, and welcome to Random Names.
This is not random names.
Your go-to source for distinctive and impactful names globally.
Impactful names. I can't hear it. Shut up, pink guy. Yeah. Grandeur and elegance. Okay, I get it. Eileen. And the Scottish name, Eileen. Both meaning bright light. I kind of like the name. And I also like the spelling. I mean, it's kind of like my sister's name. With a... Well, whatever. Close. Oh. It's so quiet. You guys can't hear this. I left a comment that says sick, if you're wondering. I don't know if you could see it. There's no comments. George's speech was very nice. I liked it. One day last week, Mason took us into town. We walked through the streets. Then we went to the printing office. We saw those men printing. Oh, big papers. We stayed there about 1 hour. When we had seen all the things they had, we went to the next printing office, and those men were printing papers too. We came home in evening, after having a nice time. On June 29th, 6 of the colored people came here to Carlisle School. All the school children and teachers went in the chapel. These colored people went in the chapel too. They began to sing. One of them could play on the piano, and the rest all sang. Oh, they sang very nicely. All the children were very much pleased to hear them sing, and the teachers were pleased, and so was Captain Pratt very glad too. He said sometime he would let them come again and sing for us. I think those colored people sang about 8, 9, or 10 pieces. It's very... I should definitely do more of this. I mean, I should also live life more. There's more in life besides what I'm currently doing, to be honest. But I don't know, we'll see. And I should learn. I should do more of this, man. I mean, it's good to learn. I mean, I think this is more interesting than insurance, maybe. But regardless, I think it's better than what I was doing yesterday, to be honest. Where was I? This is gonna be the last one, and then I'm gonna go get ready for bed, do whatever. School news. Some white folks say that the Indians do not know anything and can't learn anything, but the Indians are learning something. A great many of the white folks never read about the Indians, and they do not know anything about us. But sometimes they talk bad about us, and they say that the Indians have no brains to think with, and they can't learn anything. Sometimes they say Indians cannot be civilized. Many of those white folks don't know anything. Based. Great many white people are willing to help the Indians and to make them civilized so that they can make their own living. If those other people would only come here to Carlisle School, they would find something here that the Indians have done and see all the fields that they have cultivated. And if they would go out of Indian territory and visit some of the Indians there, who are like the white people, Cherokees, Chickasaws, and Choctaws, who have their own houses and their own farms, who can do most anything, they would soon change their minds and never say any more that the Indians are not worth anything. I think someone else is saying they're not worth anything, but if every Indian boy and girl were in school, it would not take long to civilize all the Indians. The reason it takes so long is because Washington does not give enough money to put all the Indian children in school. White people put their children to school when they are young. We know the white children learn very fast because they go to school every day, and that is the reason they know much. And when they grow up to be men, they know all about everything. If Washington would only give enough to put all the Indian children in school, Indians would soon be civilized. That is so what John Downing says on our first page. Indians have more friends among the white people who are willing to help the Indians now than ever before. Now, if Washington would tell all the Indian boys and girls to go to school, and if they would stay in school until they know something, until they know how to work and read and write, in 30 years the Indians would not be much like they are now. They would know about the white man's road, and they would make their own houses. When all the Indians are civilized, why, they can make cars and do most anything. 60 of the large boys have gone to camp down to Warm Spring. When the boys come back, then the girls and the other boys are going. Dear friend Samuel, I'm trying hard to learn my shoemaker trade, and I think it is a very nice trade. And when I was home, I was learning the blacksmith trade, and when I was home, I always hunted ducks and squirrels. And one night, when we were asleep, one Oto came and stole one horse. What's an Oto? Oh, what? Originated in the Great Lakes region. Oh, really? Odo came and stole one horse. I'm trying hard to learn how to read and write, and yet I do not know much. When I first came here, I was very lonesome. We always swim all day long down home. Sometimes the boys would go out to pick strawberries. Sometimes they would get a pailful and take them to the store and buy something. Sometimes they would get about 50 cents or sometimes $1. We always had nice times down home. Joseph Vetter. Carlisle Penna. All the Carlisle boys and girls is doing well to learn these things. All best she can be, it is very nice working all boys in school. To every day he go to school and read her any something in his book, and to write to, and this time is have any school more, and long time ago. Sioux chiefs came here, and we take sons, we going back home at Dakota, and when he can school in the July, we going nice time down in mountains. We going there, now all this Indian school, and we go there all boys and girls and teachers to we going there. I'm like out of breath. I don't know why, but maybe I've been talking all day. My lungs are tired. My dear father, yours of the 14th inst. What does that mean? Is that instead? Insist? East. It's an N, you dump. What's it called? Shortening? What is Instmay? No, you fucking dump lord? Was glad received a few days ago. You want me to come home this summer, so when John D. Miles comes here, then I will go with him, and matches too. Then you will see me as you want me to come home. I hope you are all well at home. You must not feel bad for me. I will be home this summer. I've been away from home a long time now. It will be only a short time before I start home. Some chiefs from the Indian Territory are here, and will go home today. They have been to Washington, D.C. I hope you all have horses and cornfields, cattle, hogs, and working hard to make your homes look nice. Nothing more. Your affectionate son, H.B. Nose. Dear friend, I like this place very good, and I have not sick this time, and I am study hard and read and write and work too. And some Sioux chief came here at Carlisle, and I like to him, and sometimes we have very nice time, and sometimes I go downtown, and we have not school July, and I think I go back home Indian Territory about 4 years ago, and sometimes I go work hard in the morning and afternoon again, and this place, very nice school I like too. Your friend, Darlington. My hair's all sorry. I've been kind of obsessed with it today. I don't know why. It's kind of cool language. Greenstone black. Macaroni. Jaguar. Turtle. Body wrap. Cloth clothing. 20. Pens. Does that say pens? Looks like it says penis. Eyed, blood, mouth. Ice cream. This one's obviously ice cream. This one's carrot. This one's candy corn. This one's a lot of ice cream. Scoops. Ice cream with a lot of scoops. This one's bug. This one's blob of goo. Sorry. Maybe I'm being a prick. I don't want to close these. How far did I get in insurance? Liability, whatever. I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for stopping. I mean, I don't think anyone did, but if you did, thank you. I hope you had fun. I mean, there was like a ton that I did. It wasn't very like super exciting, high key, but life's more than that, man. That's what I'm learning today. Life's more than just doing what's exciting. Like recent years, I've just been triathloning a ton, and I think there's more to life than that. Or gaming. I think there's a lot I could learn out there. I think it's more important than gaming, you know. So anyway, I hope I learned something today. And it sticks with me. I hope you learned something. I hope it sticks with you. I think being smarter and getting more perspectives is only a good thing. I don't think it'll ever hurt you. Well, whatever. Anyway, I don't know when I'll be doing this next or what, but hope you had fun.